Hello, 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 hello. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. Right. Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good weekend. Hope you saw yesterday's pod. Right. I'm gonna pause Elvin's beautiful music. Okay. So, big news today. Huge news, very big. Wow. Um One, I recorded the last episode for BoJack Horseman season 3, so that will be up ASAP in the next 24 hours for members. Thank you for being here, YouTube members. You guys will get that. So we'll have completed 3 seasons of BoJack, which is very exciting. 2, I just pulled a tarot card for funsies for Ethan, and guys, he got the King of Swords upright. The King of Swords is a symbol of intellectual power and authority and has the courage and intellect to achieve all that he desires. When this card appears in your tarot reading, you are in your power, ruling from a place of authority and respect. So, Ethan, the cards are in Ethan's favor today, girls. You stand firm in your truth and express yourself with deep conviction. As a result, others pay attention to what you have to say. It's there. The cards have settled it. Ethan Klein is in his power. The cards are in his favor, okay? So, good for him, I guess, you know. Today, we're not reviewing Ethan on stream, reviewing Content Cop, the 5-hour video. Instead, he made a video on the H3 channel called My Response to iDubbbz Content Cop, and it's only like 16 minutes long. So we're going to watch that one, and we're going to have the most nuanced conversation we can have about it. Let's see. Hold on. Chat says, I watched your recent pod. I was just wondering, how do you not lose the va-va-voom over the years in a relationship? You know, intimacy transforms and changes. And I think as long as you're okay to the change and you guys work together to maintain intimacy, I don't think it's bad. I don't think you lose it if you're working on adaptability. I think losing it is a very normal phenomenon that occurs when we've lost the connection. But like recreating it is about trust and loving and seeing that person for who they are. And I don't know how to get it back in a toxic relationship. I don't know how to get it back in a bad relationship. I don't know how to get it back when you're incompatible. But I know with compatible partnerships, even if you have a lull in the intimacy for whatever reason, the reason is what you have to take care of. Why did it stop? What changed? What was the reason? That's really the thing that I think is interesting, right? Like, what is the reason? But it's really a common phenomenon. People go through moods. You know, I remember hearing from so many couples in my life where they're like, Brittany, physical intimacy isn't everything. And I never understood what they meant. Like, as a younger person, I was like, if you're not having sex 3 times a day, are you even in love? And like, now that I'm older, I'm like, oh, I get it. It's not about having sex 3 times a day. It's about being intimate multiple times a day, being intimate, really feeling seen by that person, looking that person in the eye and feeling like giggly and just like happy and warm and, you know, putting the spark in the eye. You know, sometimes your eyes do all the talking. You know what I'm saying? So I do feel like va va voom, that's the intimacy that we're looking for. To look at someone and definitely feel special. To look at someone and feel like little butterflies. It's not about penetration. It's about communion. It's about being in communion with somebody, you know? Okay. Hope that helps. So Ethan Klein made a video, very short video, his response to iDubbbz. I want to talk about it, want to go in open-minded, and I want to go in very thoughtful. I think there has been a lot of bad faith and miscommunication from a lot of communities. And I know, look, if you're a previous hater of mine, you're coming into my video, or you're a new person in my community and you don't know my views on other people, you're going to think, why is Brittany going so hard on Ethan, nobody else? Because Ethan's our main character at the moment, guys. Like, Ethan is the main character at the moment. I've already made content about Hassan. I've made comments about other content creators. I've already been critical of other people from a progressive lens, right? I've already gone through and done that to other people. But right now, Ethan is the focus. Because sometimes people come into my comment section and go, of course she's not criticizing Hassan. I have a whole video on Hassan if you would like to watch it. I've already done it, girl. It's just Hassan isn't getting himself in trouble every day like Ethan is. And I do think this is a perspective difference, meaning no matter how good of a person Ethan might be or sees himself as, we fundamentally have different views of the world. Oh my God, I can't breathe. You know how it is, girl. That long COVID. Oh my God, hold on. Whew. I've noticed that there is an argument that I keep seeing him make or Hila make or other people make on their behalf, which is like they're pro-Palestinian, they're pro-Palestine, they're pro-Palestine. Yeah, they're pro-Palestine the way liberals are pro-trans. It's okay when other people's, kids are trans but not theirs. Like I get it. You're pro-Palestine and the way that white people say they don't see color. And that's better than being MAGA, but it's not good enough. It's not good enough. Like you can think it's good enough and that's valid. That's your bubble. In my bubble, it's not really the vibe. It's not the vibe. It's not good enough to say I hurt for Palestinian lives. Now, again, this is just subjective. This is personal value. So no matter what Ethan does, no matter what Hila does, as long as they continue to say they're going to go to Israel and show people how beautiful it is, they are not pro-Palestinian enough for me. For me, maybe for you, but not for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as you are bragging about how diverse Israel is, as long as you are bragging about taking us to see, like, we are not having the same conversation about Palestinian lives. So again, he can feel that way. Hila can feel that way. Their community can feel that way. But we're going to have a fundamental difference in beliefs here. I think the internet has truly lost its ability to understand fundamental disagreements on beliefs. It's like y'all think we're one thing. We are having completely different opinions. It doesn't matter how good of a person you are. We're fundamentally disagreeing. We're disagreeing. It's like the liberals who are like, we don't need non-binary people. We don't need gender fluid people. We need to value trans-binary people only. Not good enough. It's fine if you think it's good enough. For Brittany, not good enough. Either all of us or none of us. All of us or none of us. Okay? So there's no, oh, you're too weird to be at the DNC energy coming from my channel. Okay? And I think there's a lot of that happening around YouTube. I've been seeing it with a lot of liberal content creators. Some people I've even had to end connections with because I'm like, with peace and love, you're too Bill Maher for me right now, girl. Like you're giving Bill Maher, J.K. Rowling, and I'm not here for it. Okay? It's too much. I'm not interested. And that's a line in the sand that I'm willing to draw. But you don't have to draw it. You don't have to draw that line in the sand. Now, in case you guys missed it, Dr. Kirk Honda, friend of the show, we love Dr. Kirk. He made a video about Ethan Klein, which he took down after getting harassed by Ethan's community. And then Ethan and him had dialogue, apparently. I was on Reddit figuring this out. And I don't know everything that happened, but basically he took the video down, which is probably okay. But Ethan basically, and his fans basically implied that he should get his license removed. And that allegedly some people claim to have reported Dr. Kirk Honda to the board. And this is what's so frustrating about online content communities. And this is what I want to ask you today. This is really what we want to think about when we're watching this video today. Is Ethan actually doing enough to dissuade his audience from being this vindictive? Is Ian or Hassan really doing enough to dissuade their audiences from being this vindictive? Because Ethan is claiming that Hassan's and Denim's and Ian's and all these people's communities are the ones harassing Ethan, calling CPS, sending human skulls to his house, which, by the way, is crazy. It is crazy to call CPS unless you're a mandatory reporter and you had to. And it's crazy to send human skulls to someone's house. Like, hi, are you insane? Yes, you are. So I'm absolutely empathetic and sympathetic to Ethan's position in that way, but that's about it. Only in regards to his children, and am I deeply concerned. In regards to his opinions on his political stances, using his platform to spread misinformation, not interested, not sympathetic. Okay? Okay? So again, when we have these conversations, we have to remember that everyone's coming from a different perspective. I see you chat saying in his reaction, he literally says he respects Dr. K. Dr. Kirk Honda, you mean, or Dr. K? I really didn't see that coming for his license stuff. That's because you're not listening. Ethan literally put on Instagram initially when he was talking and said, this is so unprofessional of you in the position you are in. He is in every way manipulating Dr. Kirk Honda to say, in my opinion, Ian dragged you into this. iDubbbz dragged you into this. His community is using this reverse psychology of, I'm so sorry Ian dragged you into this. And it's like you're being so weird right now, but this is how humans are going to human. They don't understand that Dr. Kirk Honda takes a radical progressive stance on social issues. That ultimately, regardless of him being a therapist or whatever, him having a license, his personal opinion might actually be more on Ian's side than on Ethan's. Ian, Denim's, Hassan, I can't speak for them, but I am in no way, shape, or form. I do not believe they wanted CPS called on Ethan or his kids. And I think them being taken out of context is proof enough for me, right? They have been taken out of context, which we will do, which everyone has done, right? And so again, I'm not saying anyone's perfect. I'm just saying this is really messy. And I'm waiting to see if anyone's going to try to actually make it less messy. You know, again, we want to observe the drama, not be in the drama. And again, this is a philosophy channel through pop culture, right? We do philosophy through pop culture here. So this isn't popular culture. This is what's happening on YouTube. This is what people are talking about. But I want you to remember that these are just people who are in their houses filming on a camera. That these are people who have fundamental differences about belief systems and perspectives and had casual friendships that turned sour. None of these people were deeply close to each other. They can pretend they were, they can say they were, they can obfuscate, they can go in different directions. But these are a bunch of people who met through online content, who made some good videos together, and now they're mad at each other for having differing opinions. It happens. Because they are taking it personal. What did Elin and Ethan say? I can't believe she didn't stand up for me, girl to girl. With peace and love, we're not here to bury bodies for our friends. Okay? We're not here to bury bodies for our brothers and sisters. We are here to report people to the police, even though I don't believe in the justice system in the way that it is currently implemented. And I'm not a big fan of calling the police. We are not burying bodies for our friends and family. We are not allowing people to do horrible things just because they're related to us. So friends are not friends. This is a fundamental values difference. Okay? Chad says if you're a therapist, you shouldn't be making diagnoses on people like paranoia. He wasn't making a diagnosis. And that's the other thing is people accuse Dr. Kirkhonda of diagnosing Ethan. Don't have to be a therapist to see it. Okay? Dr. Kirkhonda was very empathetic to Ethan. He talked to Ethan. He wants to see Ethan get better. But I think you are all insane if you don't see how wrong Ethan is. But that's the thing. Of course you are. Of course you are. Like, you don't see it. And I'm not saying for Ethan to be wrong, Hassan has to be right or Ian has to be right. I'm just saying, take away Hassan, take away Denims, take away Ian, take away all of them. Just look at Ethan. He's fundamentally wrong. And he's inappropriate. And he's attacking people, doxing people, going after people's like addresses and homes and names and mothers. Like, I don't know why you're acting like Ethan is any way innocent or different from these communities. He's as vile and gross as all of them. And I'm saying we have to be better. But that's why my community, we don't do those things. We mind our business. Okay, you don't see hordes of Britney Simon fans going on people's pages and stalking them and harassing them and yelling at them. You're all in my chat right now. You don't see my viewers going to people's chats and doing that to people. Maybe because I have a smaller community, but maybe I have a smaller community because I'm not reaching out to the most insane people on the internet. And that's what Ethan is doing. He is not any better. He is a part of the problem and he is amplifying that problem. So that's the problem with all these content creators. It's why I vowed not to answer the DMs because like they're not helping. They are making themselves famous by making everything worse for everybody else on this platform. And like no one is exempt from it, right? Like no one is exempt from it. Okay, so let's watch this video and see if it helps us understand Ethan better, right? Let's see.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as...
Pause. A few days ago, my good friend Ian. Help me. Is that sarcasm or is he trying to make a relationship status? Like, is he trying to like pull out their relationship? What do you mean, my good friend Ian? You're not good friends. I doubt it. I highly doubt you are good friends.
As iDubbbz released...
Let's just like listen to that again, okay? That's how he starts off the video, huh?
A content cop about...
Why isn't YouTube letting me rewind the video? What the F, bro? Listen to this.
A few days ago, my good friend Ian, also known as iDubbbz, released a content cop about me. His videos over...
Chad says they were good friends. I guarantee you they were never good friends. I guarantee you they were never good friends. Chad says it's sarcasm. I think it's sarcasm too. They were never good friends. Okay? They could pretend they were good friends. You could say you're good. I've known people for 15 years who will tell you we're good friends. I never talk to them. I never talk to them. They never come over. They don't know what's happening in my life. Like, that doesn't mean you're a good friend. And I am sick of the world lying to themselves about being good friends. Okay? Again, if they were good friends, let me hear it. But Ian says no. Ian says they were not good friends. That's what I'm going off of, by the way. Because Chat's like, how can you say that so confidently? Oh, because I watched Content Cop? I can say it confidently because from Ian's side, he said they were internet friends. That's why they both define their friendship differently. I guarantee you they were not close friends.
an hour long, and it's full of a lot of accusations. We watched the entire video, every frame of it, responded to every accusation on the podcast.
Oh, and Ethan years ago actually said he doesn't have any close friends, and the ones he does have, he rarely gets to see because he's so busy with work and stuff. So even Ethan knows he doesn't have any, except for those old friends.
And a really long episode. We watched the whole thing. So if you're interested in a more thorough response to everything, I would recommend watching this episode. The video that I'm making today, however, I don't need an hour for, because there's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long
My good friend again.
takedown, did not mention one time Child Protective Services. Not one time. In the entire video, he never says CPS. No mention, no explanation, no overview, nothing. Zero mentions of CPS.
Because the CPS had nothing to do with the fact that Ethan's stances were wrong. I think Ethan thinks he's only acting this way because CPS was called. But Ethan's been acting out of turn for 2 years. Right? Like that's the irony is Ethan is like, hey, what about the CPS stuff? Why would Content Cop talk about the CPS stuff when Content Cop is about your behavior? Your behavior outside of what happened with CPS, which is horrible, right? We all know calling CPS was horrible. Whoever did it. I don't know who did it, by the way. It claims Ethan, I thought Ethan said it was somebody from inside the house. So I don't know what this has to do with other streamers, but I don't know. Okay? But that's why I'm confused. That's what I'm saying. Is Ethan literally obtuse? Are you guys that brain dead? What does Content Cop have to do with the CPS story? That's the stuff that I don't think you understand. This is the part where I'm like, are you lying? I cannot tell, but this is like an unsafe person to me because you are not willing to understand your role in this whole endeavor. You have had a problem communicating forever now. So the CPS stuff has nothing to do with Content Cop. I know why you're upset, but that thing just started. CPS was just called. What about the year before that? What about the time before that? What's you know what I mean? It feels like he's trying to erase everything leading up until this moment.
Yes. A few weeks ago, Child Protective Services showed up to our house at 6 a.m. to interrogate us about an anonymous tip they got that our kids were crawling around and eating dog shit at catching diseases.
Yeah, I think all those jokes any streamer made about it was wrong. Any streamer that made any jokes about Ethan's kids eating poop, even though Ethan's the one who told the story, I think Ethan is highly sarcastic. Okay, I'll say this as a former H3 fan. Ethan is highly sarcastic. Like everything he says is pretty sarcastic. So I took that initial story about the dog poop and Giardia and stuff as like a complete joke. It's funny. It's like not serious. And I do think anybody, right, who made kind of light of that or even insinuated that his kids were really in trouble, I think you're bad. I think you're a bad person, right? That doesn't excuse Ethan's bad behavior though. So I just want to make it abundantly clear. I'm not here to make friends or take sides. I'm here to make it clear like who's right or who's wrong. And over Palestine, Ethan's wrong. When it comes to calling CPS, anyone who called CPS is wrong. Okay? But it doesn't mean that Ethan hasn't been wrong in everything he's done for the last 2 years by going after people. The way he talks about Palestine, the way he talks about Israel, the way he's pushing out Zionist propaganda, all of that is still true.
Ian spends the majority of his video characterizing me like a raving lunatic who's lashing out at everyone around me with zero provocation.
Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. And I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
What he doesn't say is the majority of these clips he's using are taken from this episode. Now, does he ever...
And just remember that Ethan is suing and sending cease and desist letters to YouTubers for saying he supports genocide. That would be similar to going after like Fox News people for saying like they're homophobic. We should not want to live in a world where we send cease and desist letters to content creators because we're identifying each other differently through political lenses. In my opinion, through a political lens, Ethan is pushing Israeli propaganda that supports the genocide of Palestinians, therefore supporting genocide. You can disagree with that opinion, but the fact that Ethan can't handle it and instead sends cease and desist with Mudahar, That tells me like you are insane. You have lost sight of reality. You cannot start going after people for categorizing you through a political lens or a philosophical lens or a personal lens and then get offended because that's how they see you. The same way trans people, gay people, we all have to put up with conservatives calling us groomers. We can't just go after them, right? That's not how it works. That's their own stupid viewpoint. Okay, you can be mad about it. You can make content about it. But the fact that he is escalating the situation is a part of the problem. Do I want to live in a world where people don't call trans people groomers simply for being trans? Yes. But not at the expense of free speech, not at the expense of expression, not at the expense of everything else. So that's what's frustrating, right? Ethan is acting like he's exempt from creating the circumstance and situation where people might dislike him. How can we trust you as a content creator when you yourself have made a career saying things against people that are, basically defamation? And we've all ignored it because we thought it was funny. We all ignored it because we're like, it's Ethan. But when other people do it to you, you're like, cease and desist. That's crazy. The years we've put up with Ethan saying things about people that are obviously not true because he said they were a joke, okay? Or he said, well, that's what he thinks, but he's not sure, okay? Like, that's the thing. He hides behind it being a joke. But the moment somebody says with their chest, right? The moment someone says with their chest, I think your political views support genocide, he's like, wait, what? Nuh-uh. And that's the problem. Your views support genocide as long as you are pushing out Israeli propaganda that supports genociding the Palestinians. And that includes vacationing in Israel. Vacationing in Israel is wild right now. Saying with your chest, I'm going to go vacation in Israel is a wild statement. If you're going to do it, keep it to yourself because in case you haven't heard, people are being murdered by the Israeli government. Killed. And you're bragging about going to that place as if it's not in any way hurtful to any of the victims or anyone. Like, that's just so obviously, like, he's being so obviously obtuse.
Show the title of this episode. No, he does not ever show the title of this episode. Snark called Child Protective Services on us. Not only does he not show the title, he doesn't explain why I'm upset, who I'm mad at, why I'm mad at them. Zero context. I am just an anonymous, screaming lunatic.
It's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years. And as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I mean, that's true too. It has gotten very shitty over the years, right? It all started when honestly they couldn't research anything to save their lives. And I'm not blaming what's her name over this exactly, but she is kind of in charge of it. I can't think of her name right now. I'm blanking on everyone's names. But I will say, like, the problem, I started to have a problem with H3 when I was like, man, you guys do not research anything. You take such large opinions, but you do not understand the nuance of anything you're talking. Olivia, thank you. I'm sorry, Olivia's their researcher, right? She's bad at it. Every time I used to watch H3, because I was such a fan for so many years, I used to get, like, even before October 7th, I was like, something is fundamentally wrong with Ethan and his staff, but I don't know what it is yet. Olivia comes around, there's research, there's all these, like, Olivia live streams or whatever, and it's fun, but it's also, like, so badly researched. And that's when I decided, I was like, I don't know about this, but I really didn't stop watching Ethan until recently, like, genuinely. Until he started going after Hassan and wanting him deplatformed, I was like, okay. And I don't even watch Hassan like that. So keep in mind, right? Like, I don't even watch Hassan like that. And so I just needed to make it abundantly clear. I'm just trying to point out what I'm seeing. But at the end of the day, I think both of these communities are inherently toxic. I genuinely think streamer communities are pretty toxic. That's why I try to keep mine so sanitized, because I don't want to invite really toxic people into my communities. We call it the Britney filter here. I really think in order to like me and my content, you have to be willing to not truly be this toxic of a person. I think Ethan is toxic enough to have created a really toxic group of people. Like, his community is literally known for harassing people. Congratulations. You created a community that is literally known for harassment. That's horrible, but it is what it is. It makes sense. That's who Ethan is.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to say, like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack.
In this episode, the same day that CPS came to my home, I was understandably irate. This was a provocation that I had not experienced. It went into my real world, was affecting my children and my life in a way that I found extremely disturbing and an escalation.
To be fair, not to be fair, to explain Ethan's biggest conundrum, it's himself. Remember when Ethan said his kid's name on stream, but it was supposed to be a big secret? Do you guys remember that? Ethan, his mouth moves faster than anything, which I totally get as a streamer. I've said things that I'm like, that was a bad joke. That was too edgy. I went too far. Okay. I've been there. But Ethan is known for this. I mean, he literally said his kid's name on the internet when nobody was supposed to know the name, right? So it's one of those things where Ethan is his greatest enemy, but he's blaming everybody else for his problems. And yes, some problems weren't him directly. He is actually being harassed, right? To some extent, absolutely. But he's acting like he hasn't contributed any of this energy into the sphere. You know what's interesting too? Ian iDubbbz, Dr. Kirk, in his now deleted video, was explaining how iDubbbz went on this journey of taking down and not participating in Content Cop because in the past he thought it wasn't good. Ethan made fun of Ian, keep track here, of having a no view podcast because it only gets like 3,000 views. But the irony is that Ian made content like Ethan did, going after people. That's the only reason Ethan is relevant. If Ethan stopped going after people and stopped fighting with the internet, nobody would watch him. I mean, people would watch him in the same way nobody watches me, but people watch me, right? I make a full-time living doing this. Small content creators make full-time livings doing this. But Ethan is using the Trisha argument. You remember when Trisha would hate everybody on Frenemies who went after her and went, who are you? You're not even relevant. You don't even have views. What does that matter? Are you saying only people with views are credible and everyone else isn't? So that's the irony, is that Ethan is making fun of Ian for not having enough views, and he only came back to Content Cop because he needed the views. But let's just be real. It's the community. It's us. We love the drama. I mean, look at me right now. I'm reviewing it. I love watching human beings. That's why I watch reality TV. It's why I love watching Dr. Kirkanda. I love watching people be people. And there's nothing greater than YouTube reality because it's actually kind of real. I mean, it's a little bit like reality TV where some of it is a little fake, but it is real. And so it's so interesting, right? It's so interesting watching it. And I love to watch it. I just don't want to be a part of it, right? But because I know how anxiety it is, how much anxiety it is to be in the drama. It's so much anxiety. It's horrible. It's the worst feeling I've ever had in my life, and I never want to experience it again. It's why I don't think being famous is worth it. Like, it's so, but that's why I think Ethan is feeling it. I cannot doubt that Ethan is feeling the stress from all of this. It's showing on his body. And I think that's what Dr. Kirk was saying. He's saying, we can see that you're stressed if you're engaging in these Reddit posts, if you're reading the snark page, if you're actually like getting in the mix with people, it's going to impact you psychologically. It was impacting me. That's why I don't really look myself up. It's why I don't engage with people. It's why I try not to get involved. Because like it's a horrible feeling. So I'm empathizing with Ethan in that way, but the fact that he can't see that it's impacting him is what's annoying. The fact that he doesn't understand you are being impacted, you need to take a break from the internet, and he doesn't see it is what's frustrating. Why don't you see that you're stressed from this? Why aren't you seeing that you're being hurt by this? And you're hurting other people. You're not in your totally right mind about this. You're too in your feelings about it, right? And so like that's the problem that I see with Ethan's stuff is like, hey dude, I get it. It hurts. It's really painful. But you're not approaching this from somebody who's like mature and reasonable. You are reacting. You're in defense mode. You're attacking everybody who comes at you. Even if people are here in good faith, you're not going to be able to hear it because you're just sure you're right. Period. And that's the dilemma I'm seeing with all of this. It's like, hey, you need to meditate on what's happening. You need to make sure you're good. And then you need to make sure that what you want for the direction of your content and your channel makes sense. Right now, Ethan is basically keeping his channel afloat by getting into fights with people on YouTube, which I can't blame him for. Like, that's what sells. That's what makes sense, right? It's why I understand the temptation, right? I understand the temptation to like get into fights with everybody. I don't think it's good for your mental health.
That I found very unacceptable. Now, why am I mad at Ian for this? Well, let's start here.
Okay, chat, you need to get your head out of your butt. You guys need to get your head out of your butt and listen to me. Chat says, I really like you, but I really don't appreciate how not charitable you are to Ethan while pretending you are unbiased. When did I ever say I'm not biased? Everybody is biased and prejudiced. I am biased towards the truth. I am biased towards the progressive perspective. Get your head out of your butt and stop pretending any human being you were ever talking to isn't biased. Every single one of you is biased. You hold bias. You have a preference or a perspective. Get your head out of your butt. Get your head out of your butt.
Denims is someone he's accusing me of in his video of harassing. Let's see what Denim said about my children 3 days before CPS was called.
He lets his dogs shit all over his man.
Okay, I'm not a fan of these two people. So I'll just say that right now because everyone thinks like, you know, I haven't found a Bad Empanada video that made me subscribe, and I haven't found a Denim's video that made me want to subscribe. They both seem to have problems I don't like. They both have perspectives I don't agree with. It doesn't matter. My opinion doesn't matter on these people, but I have yet to find any of their content interesting or, introspective or thoughtful or kind or compassionate. So I haven't subscribed to either of these people. Huge Dr. Kirkonda fan though, and I'm not subscribed to iDubbbz either, and I'm not subscribed to Hassan, and I'm not subscribed to H3H3. The only person I'm subscribed to in this whole group of people in this content cop is Dr. Kirkonda. Okay.
And he just leaves the shit on the floor, something that is probably related to the fact that his former housekeeper is suing him for a number of different reasons. So I would assume he doesn't actually have a housekeeper anymore, or perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit, and God forbid, I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something, but they contracted a...
Actually, and great point. Chat says charitability can only go so far. At some point, you have to have perspective and stand by your principles. Look, and this is the problem. Ethan, I gave him 2 years of charitability that was unearned. He never changed. 2 years I gave to Destiny. He never changed. 2 years I gave to Sneeko. He never changed. Those were the 3 men. And Sneeko and Destiny, I actually knew slightly through work. We knew each other a little bit. And I thought, no. Steven's going to realize he's been unfair. He's been predatory. He's been abusive. And even to this day, he downplays his abuse. Sneeko, I thought Sneeko's going to learn maybe. Let's hold out for these boys because they're struggling. Okay. All of them have definitely had hard childhoods. Let's try to figure out if they can figure it out. Nope. Didn't figure it out. Ethan, we've waited 2 years for Ethan to figure it out. He hasn't figured it out. So yeah, the charitability ran out. Now I'm going to give it to Palestinians and everybody else and trans people and immigrants and all the targeted groups right now. People with autism. Hello to my autists. Shout out. Okay. Now my charitability is busy with those communities because they're suffering. Okay. So yeah, Ethan isn't getting as much charitability. He hasn't earned it. He outspent his charitability spoons. We're out of spoons, Ethan.
Parasite that I had previously never heard of in my life called Giardia from the dog shit that is all over his house.
Dude, how is it that like maybe once a week I look into what Ethan Klein's been up to, and every time I manage to find more and more terrible shit. This is where Ethan tells a story about his family getting Giardia.
We already have Mold Mondays. Now we have Shit Saturdays.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean,
I do not think Denims or Bad Empanada gives a fuck about Ethan's kids. I don't think he cares about their well-being. I don't think he cares about any of that. And by the way, do you know how toxic I know these communities are? Because I was on Reddit researching these stories, and I did Google my name, and I found my name being mentioned on an H3 subreddit or something. And someone's like, oh, I really like Brittany. Brittany stood up against Destiny, blah, 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 blah. And then they were like, yeah, but didn't Brittany contact his kid? For the fucking record, I have never contacted anybody's fucking children. And the fact that people are spreading that rumor is so the internet. I have never done anything but criticize Destiny's parenting because I think he's a bad parent. You know what I haven't done is criticize Ethan's parenting because I think he's a good parent. I have never criticized Ethan's parenting. I've always criticized Destiny's parenting because Destiny's a piece of shit father like Elon Musk is, okay? I've never contacted people's kids. I've never involved people's kids. And I want to make it abundantly fucking clear that this is not true. But look how these men twist it because I come for their parenting. They try to twist it into Brittany's coming for my kids. Nobody's coming for your kids. We're coming for you. You. Now, here's the thing. And I just want to make sure this is abundantly clear. Ethan, I've never said is a bad dad. I think he's a kind of a bad person. You know what I mean? Like he might be kind of a good bad person. Okay, he's obviously like not the smartest person in the room. I've always thought Ela and Ethan obviously love their kids. They make an obvious effort to be in their kids' lives. So don't believe everything you see on the fucking internet. Okay, but more than that, you have to pay attention to. It doesn't matter if he's a good dad. Minus the CPS situation, which Ethan is focusing on. What else has Ethan done over the last 2 years to create this whole scenario? What has he done to de-escalate? What has he done to make peace? What has he done to be understanding? Ian reached out to him. For Ethan to be like, oh, Ian's my very good friend. Oh, well, if he's such a good friend, why didn't you pick up his phone call before he made Content Cop? Because Ian did call Ethan to talk before he posted the video. And Ethan said, I don't want to talk to you. So Ian said, fine, I guess I'll make the video. So much for being a good friend. What good friend? Okay, you know what I'm saying? Where's the good friend here? This is why I don't block inner circle. No matter how much we're fighting, I do not block people in my inner circle. Okay? The only people I block are people I never want to talk to again, basically. But if you're in my inner circle, if you're actually my close friend, I will never not pick up your phone call. But that's why I say you guys are not close friends. You're just people who knew each other. And I mean this with like a deep understanding that friendship is nuanced. Okay? But there ain't no way my good friend calls me and I don't pick up. So Ethan made that decision. The moment he didn't pick up that phone call, that was it.
Much like many other illnesses, it's very, very, very dangerous when infants get the same sicknesses that adults get. There are lots of things that you can get as an adult. You're totally fine. You'll be A-okay. No problem. A child, a small infant that has
No. Chat says, what friend would need to call you before making a video bashing you in the first place? Why would I want to talk to you? Okay, first of all, he called him before the video was even in motion to get his opinion and thoughts to try to make amends. And then to talk about the video and the concept, because you have to understand, even if you're good friends, it doesn't mean I won't make a video about you if you're a public figure. If my friend, who's a best friend, is a public fucking figure, and they are pushing agendas out there that I don't believe in, you best believe I'm going to make a video about you. So even if Ethan and Ian were best friends, Ethan is still somebody who needs his best friend to make a video about him. He's the one pushing out anti-Palestinian rhetoric. Like, again, you have to be fucking, put the context together. They're not good friends, but even if they were, you would have a moral obligation to say something against your friend, or you are condoning their behavior. You have an obligation to your ethics before your friends. You have an obligation to your morals before your friends. Fuck your friends if they're making pro-Nazi videos and you don't say anything because you're friends. Fuck you. If your friends are making shitty videos, you have to make a video about it. You're both public figures. If you guys aren't close friends, then it doesn't matter. Okay? And remember, chatter, that's exactly what Destiny said to me when he burned the bridge with me. Destiny was mad that I got on stream and said, don't take a relationship advice from him because he's bad at relationships. And then Destiny weaponized our very casual friendship into being, Brittany's my friend. Why would she do this to me? And then his community harassed me for 2 years for betraying my friend. When I never betrayed a friend, I made a very blunt statement that coincides with my values. You are a serial cheater, an abuser, and a toxic boyfriend. You have a pattern of abuse in all of your relationships, and you shouldn't be giving out relationship advice. And he took so much offense to that, he burned the bridge, never talked to me again without ever talking to me, and then basically made it so his audience would harass me for 2 years. So just to make it abundantly clear, these men who weaponize friendships, they're dangerous. And then what's the irony here? Is that I didn't know what I was walking into when I was involving myself in this little shit community. But I will just say this. Where did Ethan get all of his points against Hassan? From Destiny's community. Okay? So fuck all of you for having such toxic friendships that you can't stand up against your friend who's making a bad video or a bad opinion or stating a bad thing. Your friends are not meant to be protected if they're bad people. Don't protect your bad friends.
no immune system, shouldn't be catching anything.
No wonder his house is covered in dog shit, and his neglected children raised by nannies have contracted parasites previously unknown to science from the feces. I wonder why he skipped over all of this, because everything that he said...
Chat says I've cut friends off for far less. Literally same. Literally same. I will cut you off right now, girl. Especially if you're casual. Girl, I must cut you off right now. Please.
Everything that I said in this story, which, by the way, was apparently compiled by his crew, playing...
No wonder this motherfucker is always sick. Yeah. Yeah, it all makes sense now. It all makes sense now. It makes sense why he doesn't care about Palestinian children when he is neglecting his own. How is this happening? How is it happening? How?
I don't believe in this rhetoric. Whatever this is, like, of course he doesn't care about Palestinian kids. He's not even taking care of his own. Like, that's bullshit. I would ban that person. Like, that's not true. Ethan isn't neglecting his kids. You know what I mean? Like, the dog story is just a regular fucking dog story. It's just messy parenting stories. You know what I mean? I can be fucking nuanced enough to know that, right?
Oh, how is this happening? Yeah, I mean, I don't even make fun of people's weight. I've never made fun of people's weight. I do make fun of people's posture. If you're making
Chad says, what are your sources that Ethan got all his information from Destiny's community? I'm not trying to be smart. I'd really like to know. He pulled it up on stream. He admitted it out loud. He said, even though he's not a fan of Destiny, he did have to get his resources from his Reddit. Ethan said it. Ethan's the one who told us that. Okay. Chad says, wait, they have nannies, but the house is dirty. Not nannies aren't housekeepers. I nannied professionally in my 20s. I never cleaned people's houses the way a house cleaner would clean it. I only did basic cleaning after the kids. But if you want to, like, I never cleaned after anyone's dogs and stuff. Like, I made it abundantly clear I'm here to take care of children, not pets. So when I was a nanny, they had housekeepers as well. Now, with that said, Ethan did have a housekeeper, but they ran into some legal issues. I don't know anything about that. I'm not here to talk about it because I'm not sure what's going on there. But Ethan was specifically like telling a random story on stream. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. And Denims and Bad Empanada amplified it to a degree that I think is malicious and salacious, and I'm ashamed of both of them. Because both of them took it way out of context and made it way worse than it needed to be. This whole dog situation is so stupid. We have so many other things that we should be talking about. Nothing to do with Ethan's kids. None of the conversations, none of the issues I have with Ethan have anything to do with his kids. Okay? He told a stupid story on stream. That's nobody's business. If somebody is under the legal obligation to report it, that's your business. But calling CPS over a story that I heard the clip. I didn't think it was worth calling CPS. So y'all need to get over it.
making an active decision that like you don't give a fuck about your health or your posture or your dog shitting all over the house to the point where your kids are getting giardia, that's the image of someone who is not well. Wait, what? Wait, what, Dems? Wait, what? You guys didn't know about this? Yeah. Meth Zempic diet.
And by the way, I don't think Ethan is unwell schizophrenic or psychosis. Sorry, schizophrenics, not you guys. Psychosis. I think he's unwell stressed. I don't think he's in psychosis. I think he is stressed and needs to get off the internet, which I've been saying since October 7th. I've literally been saying since October 7th, Ethan needs to get off the internet. He needs a month off, 30 days, full reset. No internet, no Twitter, no Reddit, none of it. I've been saying it since October 7th. I'll say it till now. You need a vacation.
Oh, God.
Even after CPS was called, Denims attempted to justify it by claiming that it's okay because children can't be traumatized.
She did say this. It was stupid to say out loud. We've all been there, but I did watch her update stream on this, and she did say that Ethan not only took her out of context, and a lot of the messages were taken out of context, but she did say that she basically kind of misspoke, and she was really talking about like, yes, you'll remember some memories from 3 to 4, but you won't remember all of your memories from 3 to 4. And so she kind of misspoke. Honestly, she's just a streamer, so I'm not going to take it too personal that she like spread misinformation, since everybody does it all the time. Myself, Ethan, everybody included. I'm not going to hold this particular thing against Denims. But I did disagree with her fundamentally because I know that's not true, technically. Well, I don't know exactly what her point was, even though I watched her video on it. It just like this stuff just doesn't matter to me.
I don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit.
Well, 5 definitely gonna understand, right?
So I told him
Wait, so Ela said it or Denim said it?
to create any bad memory.
Children can't be
what?
traumatized.
I don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So
Yeah, Ela's saying they don't understand it. It's gonna be scary to them. And Denims is about to say, but they're not gonna remember it. Okay.
I told him
Create any bad memory for them. You're not.
And Discord's right. It doesn't matter if you don't necessarily remember it. The first 8 years of your life is crucial for mental development, is Denim's point. I agree with that. It doesn't matter if you remember it, like you are learning everything you're going to learn. They say like anxiety comes from how much your mother hugged you as a child, maybe. Like, again, psychology and all these things is a construct of science. We're trying to figure it out. But they're obviously the first few years of your life are pivotal.
Not forming memories at 3 years old, and it's very rare that you're forming memories at 5 years old.
Oh, Discord said not Denim's point, but regarding her point. I think that was her point when I watched her update. She was just trying to say like they're like, well, maybe it was her opposite point. No, you're right, Discord. It was her opposite point. Why do we care what Denims thinks about child development? I'm sorry. See how this doesn't matter?
Nah, yes, you are. No, you're not. When we're talking about being able to remember, being able to recall memories, it's like 4 is the cutoff. But even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not going to be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories.
If you're wondering who the guy
Yeah, I'm not. Denims is not in any way somebody that I would pay attention to in this regard, right? Like, I'm going to take everything she says and ignore it because it's going to be wrong.
is she's watching, his name is Bad Empanada. And as far as harassment campaigns go, you'd think that Ian, as someone who cares so deeply about it, would be talking about him and not me. Here's a small taste.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan.
Wait, Chad says, I just feel like everyone sucks in this situation. Honestly, the only savable is Dr. Kirk Honda for sure. Dr. Kirk Honda is the only good person in this whole thing, and he's barely even a part of it. I think everyone else here is negative, cynical, selfishly focused on themselves. They advocate for marginalized communities, but honestly, at this point, I think it's all ego driven. I mean, I'm sure some of them are authentic for sure, but I'm just getting so much negative ego driven energy from everybody that I'm like so tired. You know what I mean? Definitely, right?
Klein and the new Twitch TOS that declares Zionism.
Chad says, have you seen the new Willie Mack content cop on Destiny yet? If so, what do you think? It will. If not, will you be covering it in the future? Just curious. I did see it. I watched it this morning, funny enough. I don't think it's reasonable enough to bring on stream. You know, I'm really in a conundrum here. Do we talk about predators and abusive people? And does that promote them? Willie Mack was under scrutiny for promoting Destiny in a sense, even though he's going pretty hard on him. Also, Willie Mack isn't a great source since he's anti-progressive and he is like too centrist for me to trust his like way he tells stories. He did have a story about Denims on there though that made me look at her a little different, but I don't know if it's true because I can't trust them as resources because they're not progressive. Like, I can't trust that they're coming from like a completely safe perspective. But I will say that I'm keeping my eyes and ears open. And once this federal case is over, and if Destiny ends up in prison or whatever, like, I'll cover it, of course, after the case is done. And regardless if people are bad, they can still be victims. And these women have been victims of Destiny. They're not the greatest people in the world, but that doesn't change their victim status, right? And I just can't imagine what it would be like to see intimate photos of yourself you didn't even realize were ever taken. That must be the most horrifying, one of the most horrifying situations I could ever imagine. I just couldn't imagine somebody sending me a video of myself in an intimate position and I had no fucking clue I was being recorded. And this includes anything as simple as going to the bathroom to actually being in a sexual position. Like, I could never, that's just the most horrifying thing I've ever heard in my whole life. And I'm being a little, I'm being a little hyperbolic because of the, but it is, the situation's horrible. There are worse situations, of course. I'm sorry, I'm being autistic, but you know what I mean? So I won't cover it yet because I don't want to give Destiny clout. I keep seeing him on things. Like, I'll be watching a regular news show and I'm like, oh, this is nice. And then all of a sudden there's Destiny and I'm like, ew, why are people still talking to him? And it's because they don't know, or they're not researching, or they think he's fine. And the same reason that I ever collabed with him in the beginning. I didn't do my research. I didn't understand how bad it was. And honestly, I'm still figuring out how bad it was. To this day, I still see clips and I'm like, holy fuck. Like, it's so much worse than I ever thought it was. And so again, I think it takes, it's really embarrassing to be in that position, but that's why I wouldn't even answer these people's DMs. After Destiny, I learned, don't answer Ethan's DMs, don't answer Hassan's DMs, don't answer any of these people's DMs, because as much as they might think they're having good intentions, they're still the group of people that, like, not only keep engaging, but they're not really as progressive as I would like them to be. They're just not as progressive as I feel comfortable engaging with. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's the dilemma I'm having, is like, I just don't trust these people for really being interested in deconstructing the whole situation for what it is. And like, I think that's why I love Dr. Kirk Honda, because he wants and believes people can get better, and so do I. I fundamentally believe everyone can get better. I just don't think we have to do the emotional labor for those people. We don't have to be extra charitable to Ethan. Ethan's community can do that for him, but I don't have to do that for him, right?
Zionist is a slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first in Al-Aqsa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter. Anyways, are these Israelis? They're just standing there? I mean, Is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary got...
Here's Bad Empanada once again.
Wait, what was this? Hila was a secretary during her IDF IOF service. Is this Ethan's clarification? Look, I have brothers who served. They served in Iraq and Afghanistan, and we are Iraqi. We're Assyrian, right? When my brothers served, they ran into family members who were there in Iraq. My brother literally ran into like relatives while he was serving, right? My other brother was mostly in paperwork and clerical stuff. So basically, Hila was mostly a paperwork pusher, but she did tell that infamous story of how she wanted to go raid a town, a terrorist town, right? And that's what people are judging her for. We're not making up stories to judge her. I think okay, here's the thing. I think this is so interesting because I did watch that Willie Mack video and Destiny kept saying stuff like, people are blowing this out of proportion. I don't know why they're saying abusive. Like, I don't know why they're blowing this out of proportion. People don't hear themselves when they talk. They don't hear themselves. So people will say like, oh yeah, I beat my kid every night, black and blue, but that's discipline, baby. What they don't hear is like, I'm abusive towards my kids. I cheat on my girlfriend. I spread STIs. I lie to my partners. I gaslight them. But like, that's just how it is though. They don't hear themselves. Hila tells this story where she's like, I was bored and I wanted to go to a terrorist town. Now, of course, you also have to eat up the propaganda that as Israelis, your sole enemy are these Palestinians, right? And the U.S. military, you have to believe that these people who are different from you, they're your enemy, right? You have to believe it. Okay, so when people are listening to Hila tell their own story or tell her story, they're saying we would not have been able to know that you raided a town unless you told us. And you told us you helped raid a town. And we know that when Israeli military people raid towns, they're not doing it justifiably. They're doing it maliciously. So you're telling us you volunteered to maliciously go raid a Palestinian town, yes? And Hila's like, well, I was just doing my job. So do you get that's why people are confused. Why would we ever have thought Hila was anything but a secretary if Hila herself didn't tell us she went with the IOF to harass Palestinians? That's the confusion everybody is having, right? Now I'm not saying the internet's perfect. I'm not saying that they're good, perfect people. Nobody is. I'm just saying that that's where we're confused about. Like we're all confused about. So like, are you happy you did that? Or are you now anti-military service? Like plenty of people join the military and become ex-military activists. But Hila isn't doing that. Hila isn't an ex-IOF activist. She's just somebody who's downplaying the impact they're making on people and feels like she's saying enough by being like, oh yeah, they're bad sometimes.
Secretary got...
Here's Bad Empanada once again, who posted a story saying, I'm the one who called CPS on Ethan Klein.
Now, if this is true, that's crazy. But is this true? So is this why Ethan thinks Bad Empanada did it? Bad Empanada says, I'm the one who called CPS on Ethan Klein. I want CPS to take his kids away because they're in danger. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if this is true. I don't know if he's memeing, but he's crazy. Like, it is crazy to call CPS. In this day and age, do we not learn not to trust the police? To be careful about calling CPS? What is wrong with you? Like, how progressive can you be if you're calling in the government to take away people's kids because you heard a story on stream? Right? So this better be a meme. This better be fake. And Bad Empanada, I don't know. I don't watch him. Does anyone in my audience, are you a fan? Okay. Just as he's being sarcastic, B is essentially as crazy as Ethan. That's the issue between them. That probably is the issue. I could see that actually. Is it troll on troll crime? Is it lolcow on lolcow crime? Is Bad Empanada and Ethan the same ilk and they're like attacking each other? He's not in the US. So because he's not in the US, he can't call CPS. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, chat. Oh my God, you're so right. Chat says her and Ethan are now saying if you don't serve in the IOF, you're selfish. They did say that. They said that as well, which is crazy, right? She's saying, well, if everyone else has to go, how can you not go? Easily? I can also, and I'll tell you, here's my nuanced take. I think being an Israeli who serves in the IOF can also be something you don't think very deeply about and you just do in the same way Americans serve in the military. Not everybody's deconstructing or cares about politics the way you do, but that's why you don't engage with them in certain aspects. Like Love is Blind. Remember the military girl? The guy wouldn't date her, didn't want to be with her because she was in the military, and she didn't understand why that's such a bad thing. Like, yeah, like this is a values difference. But you're treating everybody like they're working off the same amount of information. The reason Ethan gets to still be ignorant and people still give him a chance is because of the reputation he built with of himself as being like the funny, silly guy. But at this point, he's interacting with too many serious things, like situations, like cease and desist and stuff like that. It's like too serious now for us not to even go at him harder in a sense, because now you're making the world like literally a worse place. Okay? Like literally a worse place. And so you need to be abundant, like it needs to be a clear, you're basically, who's a good example? You're like Charlie Kirk, but liberal. Do you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to get people to understand. Like Ethan is kind of like Charlie Kirk, but for the liberals. Like he's not a good person. So don't, like, I'm not going to feel bad if Charlie Kirk, you know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, I don't think Ethan doesn't see himself like that. Ethan sees himself as progressive, right? Ethan likes to say he's a leftist. Like, you're like Bill Maher. You're Bill Maher. That's a good example. Ethan's Bill Maher and J.K. Rowling. He's like maybe slightly left of them. Maybe. And in that case, ew.
Want CPS to take his kids away because they are seriously endangered.
Uh-oh. What's this? Oh my God, what's happening? Hello? What is this? Ah! Oh.
Today was pretty bad, wasn't it?
What is this? What is this?
Really sucked for you. You were so disappointed. The betrayal of one of your closest long-term friends, huh? Tick-tock, though, Ethan. Tick-tock, because this was just a taste. This was just a small part of what we have organized for you.
What is this? This is so scary. I don't like this. Bad energy. I do not claim this energy.
It's only gonna get worse. It's
No.
only gonna get worse, Mr. Klein. Every day, sit there, just wait.
I don't like this. I don't appreciate this energy. Somebody bring some sage. Where's my wife? Bring me some sage.
Just waiting in misery, in fear of what we.
Chad says, I don't know what's funny. The problem is like Ethan's already unhinged as it is. You're just going to make him more paranoid. It's not harm reduction. Engaging with Ethan and making him more paranoid is not being less bad. Being less bad is de-escalating in a way that allows you to stand up for yourself. Bad Empanada is not helping. This is not helping. This is not good.
We have in store for you. Tick-tock goes the clock.
Maybe if he stops harassing other
What
creators.
was that? Did Ethan? Who made that?
He lets his dogs shit all over his mansion, and he just leaves the shit on the floor.
Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace.
House is just
Chad says, do you think you can be a progressive Zionist? No, I don't.
like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit.
And I feel like I am
Wait, Chad's saying Ethan made the edit. Who made the edit? Did Bad Empanada make the edit or Ethan make the edit? Who made that video?
speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you.
I don't know.
Oh, so Bad Empanada made the video to bait Ethan. Obviously worked, but Ethan added the sound effects. Y'all deserve each other. When am I getting Bad Empanada, Ethan Klein OnlyFans? Because that's obviously where this is headed. Make out. Let's get this over with. You obviously are obsessed with each other. I'm so sick of these men. Men, I'm so sick of you both. I'm so sick of both of you.
Know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
I was particularly angry during this episode entitled Snark Called CPS on Us because I hold denims to be one of the primary
Chat says leftovers too, question mark? Bro.
reasons, in my opinion, why CPS was called. Another one of their friends, Froggy Tonic, had been spreading the same malicious rumor about me on Twitter for days before CPS was called as well.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic.
This is why I don't work with anyone. This is exactly why when I learned editors were out here making issues with people, I was like, I ain't working with nobody. So your girl edits everything herself. I spend like 10, 12 hours a day editing as well as making content. Guys, please like the stream. It really does help. Become a YouTube member. I'm editing BoJack Horseman later tonight for memberships. We're ending season 3, moving on to season 4. Please, like the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying my channel. I do it all myself, girl, because of exactly this issue. No way. Where's the professionalism?
I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, Like, I'm not going to endorse it. I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
Now let me show you the tweets that Ian conveniently omitted. Me when my 3 kids ask me why they haven't seen me in the past 4 months. I was in my basement. How can you shun a fallen fan when they worry about their 3 kids when they can't be bothered to protect their dogs? Ethan was neglectful with his dogs. He's already been neglectful with his kids, and he will continue to be. As a child of a neglectful, bipolar, narcissistic dad, that's precisely why.
Okay, bro. Therapy alert for Froggy. This is the problem. None of this shit matters. All these people are wrong. Ethan, the only criticism you should pay attention to is mine. And Chris, is that his name? Like, none of these people matter. These are all crazy people. Notice how Ethan only engages with crazy people? Go engage with somebody who has actual criticism of you who's not crazy, please.
Why I worry about Ethan's kids. I explained it on the podcast, but the truth of the matter is it's all a lie. It's all wrong. The man is talking about my children. He's painting me as a terrible parent, a neglectful parent, and saying that whose claim to fame as being iDubbbz's friend and former editor, is spreading malicious, damaging rumors about me that led to the CPS being called. Which, by the way, Ian does not explain one time. He did not mention why I'm angry at Froggy Tonic. He did not mention why I'm angry at Denims. He did not mention the name of the episode. He did not mention what the episode...
Okay, I think that's fair of Ethan to be critical of Ian for not involving... Oh, okay, so did Ethan not have beef? I guess he didn't have as much beef with any of them until the CPS stuff. Yeah, I actually think this might be a point towards Ethan, guys. Point towards Ethan. Is that I do think Ian was weird to leave that detail out. Because otherwise, why would this group of people be involved? Okay. Point towards Ethan. I agree with this.
Episode was about. He actually has a perfect opportunity to explain the CPS call, but watch what he does here instead.
Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a...
So we would need, so I guess Frogan and Hassan were prior to the CPS call. Bed and Panada was prior to the CPS call, but I also think got worse because of the CPS call, and Denims only got brought in because of the CPS call. So, right? So I think Ethan's right that Ian was weird to leave that out, but to involve, why was Denims in the video at all? Why was she one of the people? Right? Am I missing something? Oh, wait, chat says no. He went on a tirade calling Denims a bitch multiple times before the... Was that before the CPS call? No way. He called her when Ethan went off on Denims, that was before the CPS call? Well, shit, I'm wrong again. Hold on. Habibi tier list? No way. Wait, Denims was during the tier list stuff? Oh, man. I won't lie that I checked out right before the Denims stuff because I checked out after Ethan went to kind of around the hummus time. Wait, that's so interesting. Oh. Wait. It was about her denying the rapes. Oh, she was banned for a month. Oh, man. Wait, then no, Ian. Then yeah, why bring up the CPS call? Yeah, wait, because Ethan does have, his misogyny bro comes out when he mad at a woman. Let me tell you. His language is horrible. Oh, he made a video about her. Okay. That's why people are saying he's using CPS as October 7th. Yeah, you're right. Wow. Oh, that's so... Girl, that's funny. It just clicked in my head. That's funny. Oh man, that just clicked in my head. That's so funny. Wait. Oh. Yeah, that changes it. Yeah, what the fuck? Well, never mind. We're back to Ian 1, Ethan 0.
A bunch of other shit.
What other shit, Ian? Other shit is doing a lot of heavy lifting, man. Now, why does this matter? Because Anissa was yucking it up with these guys during
Isn't that Amaranth? Oh, Anissa. Amaranth was saying she won't fight a biological male as if anyone asked her to. You can fight cis women, bucko. We don't care. Why is cis censored? I won't fight a biological male, but make sure I could find a proxy who will cover all the expenses. The girls are fighting. Literally, they're boxing on June 28th. Is Amaranth a transphobe? What the fuck? Is Amaranth a transphobe? Ew. This is not a good look for her. What?
during the period in which they were spreading this rumor and when the CPS call was made. The CPS call is central to understanding.
She is? Ugh. I'm so sick of these fucking transphobes. I'm so tired. All of you are exhausting me. Mars, welcome to memberships. Happy to have you here. What? X and Elon considers cis a slur? No way. That's hilarious. Oh my God, that's so funny. I deleted my X account. I feel so free. That's crazy, bro. Remember, this is philosophy through pop culture, so I only pay as much attention as I need to tell a story, but God knows the way these people's lives are so obviously miserable. Chad says, don't you think it's a little weird you don't know stuff and ask chat and take it as gossip? Just saying not the most reliable source sometimes. Yeah, because I have a life and I touch grass and I'm married and I make love to my husband. I hang out with my cat and I see my in-laws. Yeah, I have to ask my chat because I actually have a life. I'm not chronically online like some of you. Not my chat. My chat's perfect. But yes, I use my audience to confirm things because I am a one-woman show. And I can only do so much research because I have a life and I'm chronically ill and I'm disabled. And here I am still making the bad girl. So like that stream.
This story. You cannot tell this story without that context. And to try to tell this story without including that detail, it would be the most bad faith, cruel, gaslighting hit piece of all time. Unfortunately, that's exactly what he did. He convinced his audience that the reason that I'm mad, that I'm lashing out, simply because I'm a raving lunatic. I am crashing out. I'm just crazy and harassing his
No, chat. Don't fuck with me today. You said yes, but how can you speak with the ultimate authority? You are so chronically online. Who is speaking from authority? I'm just a girl in her office, in her house, sharing my opinions about people. Who is the ultimate authority? We're streamers. We're entertainers. We're not your fucking mom. What is wrong with you? You're the one giving me the authority. Habibi, take it away from me. Take it away from me. I don't want it. I just want to point out what I'm seeing. Who gave me this authority? Not me. I didn't give it to me. Okay? Take away my authority, sis, but I did not. I'm not the one who branded myself the queen of all things correct. Okay? You need to relax.
Friends for no reason. And by the way, to my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help.
Oh, sorry. We have autism in the audience. I get it. I'm autistic too. You said you literally just said the only criticism Ethan should take is yours. That's sarcasm, Habibi. That's why I laughed at the end. I did a little chuckle at the end. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ethan shouldn't be watching YouTubers talk about him. He should get off the internet. Ethan should not be watching my videos. I hope nobody's watching my videos but people who are interested in my ideas about these people and to share, to watch people watch stuff they watch. The content creators I talk about don't need to be watching this content. They need to be minding their own business and touching grass.
One who I've confided in over the years with my struggles with it, who understands what I've been through, the lengths that I've gone to work on myself and improve my mental condition. For him to throw that in my face, to characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing. One ridiculous point he keeps hammering on is that I'm hating on him, I'm harassing him, simply because he's following people on Twitter.
We're not going to run to your defense when, we follow.
Yeah, remember that Ethan wondered why no one was coming to his defense. So Ethan put his friends in a position where he's like, why aren't you coming to my defense? Why aren't you defending me? So Ethan is making a request of these people to stand up for him. So remember that they're like, well, we can't stand up for you. You're doing something bad. I've had friends ask me this in the past, by the way. I have had men, they're always men, by the way. I've had men say, I expected you to stand up for me. And I'm like, oh, well, I expected you not to hit on a 22-year-old when you're 80 years old. Or they'll say, oh, I expected you to stand up for me. Oh, I expected you to not hit your wife. Oh, I expected you to stand up for me. Oh, I expected you not to lie. So here we are. Oh, I expected you to stand up for me. I expected you not to cheat. But here we are. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can expect people to stand up for you, but you better do something with your life that's worth standing up for. You can't be a piece of shit and then be like, why aren't people standing up for me? Well, you know.
People, we be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
I'm not upset, Ian, because you follow people. That is absurd. I'm mad because you are actively engaging with these people on social media, in DMs, while this harassment is happening, seemingly indifferent to it, silent on it. In a sense, I felt like...
You know what? I'll give Ethan this, that I do think it's a red flag that Ian is friendly with all those people. It was fun to watch Content Cop, but I do think it's a red flag. Like, guys, I think my audience should think it's a red flag if I became friendly with Hassan. Or I became friendly with Denims, or any of these people. What did we learn from the Destiny arc? Trust no boy streamers. What did we learn from the Destiny arc? Trust none of these people. All of these people got something going on. And the reason we have been separate, the reason I even stopped doing collabs after I had my whole collab era with the bread tubers was because the drama was insane. And then I didn't do any collabs for years. And then my first collab back was a suggestion from my audience, and one person from my audience, and who was it? Destiny. And then I got fucked over for another 3 years. This is what I have learned. Do not engage with these political streamers. Do not engage with BreadTube. Do not engage with Debate Bros. Any political person has always been the worst experience I've ever had. This is why I left politics. The reason I left politics is because every person I keep meeting in it is the worst person ever. Okay? It's just the worst people ever. And so here I am, back to my roots, going back to minding my business and only engaging in collabs that I think are going to be healthy, hopefully down the road. But Jesus, bro, that's what we've learned. Okay? Don't engage with these people. Ultimately, that, like, we can have differences of opinions to some extent, but politics is always about winning. It's not about what's true. It's not about what's good for humanity. It's not about growth. What is philosophy? It's the love of wisdom. Why do we love philosophy? Philosophy is the opportunity to ask ourselves why questions, to tackle the meaning crisis, to figure out our role in the universe. You're not going to be figuring out your role in the universe if you're so chronically online you never touch grass. I'm on to my new 30-day challenge, y'all. I'm very excited. I just did 30 days of yoga. Fabulous. You know, I'm on this journey. I'm using every 30-day challenge to challenge myself, to question my stances on the world. Still plant-based. Your girl's fridge and freezer is full of tofu, okay? I am still personally in my own life, and this is what I would like to live by example for you guys, engaging in content and reviewing toxic content with a little bit of balance. The next thing we're going to watch is going to be a palate cleanser, okay? To remind ourselves of why, even though these people are famous and rich, why they're all honestly miserable and why we shouldn't want to be them. This fame and toxicity is a trap, and all of them are using each other to maintain status. This is not good for us. It's not. There are so many things I could have covered today. There are so many things I could have, paid attention to, but I think this was the best video to have us dip in, and check back out. Because ultimately, like, this just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to your real life, but it is such a good example of what, like, just chronic online attitudes can be like. Yeah. And I feel bad for everybody involved because ultimately, like, what a trap it is. It is a trap, but it is what it is. I can't go in and try to save these people, and neither can you. So these audience members that are obsessed with defending Ethan, girls, come on. You don't have to, like, spend your life defending some content creator. He's a grown-up. He can do it himself. But you guys should pay attention to why you feel a need to defend Ethan so hard. What is it about Ethan that makes you so sure he's always right or always innocent, or that at the end of the day, like, hey, these people don't matter. It's just like a person you watch on the internet, you know?
like you were more on their side than my side.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like.
Wait, what did he say?
In a sense, I felt like you were more on their side than my side.
Yes, Ethan. Ian is more on their side than your side. And see how Ethan is mad about that? He wants Ian to be more on his side than their side. You're wrong though. Ethan is more wrong than the other people that are wrong. Like, the other side has faults, but Ethan is the most wrong in this situation. When it comes to Palestine, which is all I care about, by the way. The only thing I care about is Palestine. The only thing I care about is the way that Ethan wants to deplatform Noah and Hassan for standing up for Palestinians. The way he wanted to deplatform Frogan and everybody else for ultimately standing up for Palestinians. That's what I'm upset about. That's the only thing I care about in this whole situation. Everything else is a creation of just like chronically online toxic people. Okay? That's it. You guys are still, why are you still stuck on the CPS call? Why are you still stuck on that? He's not talking about the CPS call. The CPS call, who knows where that came from? We do not know. But whoever made the call, that was wrong. Okay? Whoever made that CPS call, they were wrong. Okay? We do not know where it came from. We have no idea. So I don't, like, whoever did that, it was wrong. Okay? But we don't know where it came from. We have no facts. We do not know if Bad Empanada really made the call or joked about it, right? Because, like, he lives in a different country. Why? How would he even begin to do that? Okay? If Ethan chat's saying, watch the rest of the video, are you saying he's going to show us in this video? Because I can't trust Ethan as a narrator without a third party, because Ethan lies about people all the time. I've seen him do it over the last, like, 8 years. I see him do it in, we just watched Frenemies, and he did it so many times with Trisha, right? Ethan, we just rewatched all of Frenemies, and how many times did Ethan and Trisha lie about people? So if a third party comes out like a government entity and says, we for a fact know who called CPS, I will trust them, right? Chat says, what about the human skulls that got sent to their workplace? I mean, that's insane, right? I don't know much about it yet. I'm still waiting. The FBI is investigating it. I'm waiting for the FBI to come out about it. Whoever sent those skulls, there should be repercussions. Like, you can't be sending skulls to people. You shouldn't even be bothering people. Even sending a letter. If somebody sent a hate letter to Ethan, they should be in trouble. Now, you know I don't believe in prisons. I don't believe in the prison system in the way that it's being upheld under this, like, patriarchal system, right? This racist, white, nationalist fucking system, okay? So you have to understand when people are like, well, something should happen to them. Yeah, but I'm into rehabilitation, you weirdos. Everyone wants some violent answer. I'm saying violence is not the answer. Whoever called CPS doesn't need anything bad to help into them. They need to be held accountable for wasting resources. But I don't want them to be tortured, considering that Ethan also goes after people in their personal life and their parents. So I don't know why you're acting like he's any better. He's not better than them. Okay? Ethan doesn't get exempt from everything he's done that's bad because somebody called CPS on his kids. That doesn't take away from any of his responsibility for what he's done.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
Our silence means something. That's exactly what we felt. Wow, it's almost like we were right about you. There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very
at his home.
pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does. Ian had a recent revelation.
Well, I do think that's what the internet does, and I think that we should do something to stop it. I hate this part of the internet. I hate the harassment. I hate the dogpiling. I hate that we can't just say, I disagree fundamentally with your belief system and I'd like to deconstruct it without anyone feeling a need to then go attack you. Leave Ethan alone. I've never gone into Ethan's comment section and been like, Zionist, Zionist. I come on my stream and call him a Zionist because I am making it clear that from my perspective, I believe he is categorized this way accordingly, right? I don't want you to go in his chat and bother him, and he'll never see this message unless he comes to my chat. Right? That's ideally what the world would be. Ideally, you could make your comments on your own stream and your community could talk to you here. But our community members going over to other people's stream and harassing them, that's the bad part of the internet. And I wish it didn't exist. But I also think it says something when these boy streamers have these large audiences that attack people that are literally known for harassment. And I think that comes widely from the content creator because of the way that they show up on stream, right? So we have to think about that, right? Let's see. Hold on. I lost my train of thought because I looked at chat. Yeah, whoever sent those human skulls, whoever called CPS, like, bad. There needs to be some repercussion for that is in prison, because I don't believe in prisons. But there should be something there. Something has to be done. Okay? Yeah, I feel good about that.
He's transcended into a new person. He's achieved nirvana and discovered empathy at age 32.
I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy, and I'm very ashamed to admit that.
I mean, everyone has empathy. We just have it on a spectrum, and everybody can engage with empathy and be cruel to people at the same time. Just because you can engage with empathy doesn't mean you can't be cruel or mean or abusive. You can have empathy and be abusive. So this word is such a trigger word on the internet where people are like, you don't have any empathy. You can have empathy and still rape people. You need to really realize this about human beings. They're animals on a planet. You can have empathy and still hurt people. You can have empathy and do horrible things to people. Remember that. Get it out of your head that having empathy means you can't hurt people. Because that is bullshit. That's the trick of the word. That's the trick of the internet. The internet is convinced I'm better than you because I have empathy. Every single one of us has hurt somebody. Every single one of us has done bad. Every single one of us is experiencing empathy, and we're still hurting people because we're humans. We're simply evolved animals over millions of years. We're gonna fuck it up. We're gonna fuck it up.
It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32.
Thank you, chat. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. Exactly.
I've acquired empathy, but I have, and I've realized it because I just can't help myself but
this is just like a bunch of kids trying to do something. This is why I say streamers are children who think they're political activists. Like, the streamers are children, right? Look at this. What Make America Great Again, a swastika katana. You know what I mean? Like, this is just a bunch of kids hanging out, thinking they're cool because they got views on the internet. They're children. And Ethan is a part of it. Ethan is a child just like them because he's not de-escalating. De-escalate. 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 But they won't de-escalate. It's so funny. That sword is from an anime? Okay, well, it looks like a swastika, so I don't know what that's about. Is it a swastika? Because it looked crazy. You know what I mean? And Ethan and Neela are part of it. Ethan is 40 and still hasn't, grown up. That's the problem. Is it from Bleach? I have not seen Bleach. Fun fact. Okay, it's not a swastika. It's a Bleach thing. I haven't seen that anime. I've seen so many animes in my life, but I skipped out on Bleach. My bad. Oh, it's a reverse swastika. It's the Buddha symbol. My bad. Shout out to the Buddhists. But yeah, these people aren't the most. That's why I don't watch Hassan. Because I feel like at the end of the day, Hassan's just a streamer boy. That's what he is. He's a streamer boy. What did FD Signifier say? H3, get your viewers out my comments before I write a song about you. Ethan is Drake, bro. That's why he's suing everybody. Swish. So funny.
Because I just can't help myself but feel for other people's pain and suffering now. I'm still not perfect. I think that is my empathy meter's only maybe a quarter of the way filled up potentially, but it's at least there.
In the spirit of his newfound enlightenment, he had this to say.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I need to acknowledge that, and I'm really sorry that it's taken me this long to acknowledge it. The content I'm talking about specifically...
Look, this was funny and everything, but it is stupid. That's why I don't do it. You know what I mean? It's funny, but I'm not a comedian. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't have videos like that. You know what I mean? Chat says, hold on. I think the argument is that both sides is acting in bad faith. Where Ian's video was highlighting all of Ethan's harassments while not bringing up any of the people behind Ian's harassments? Ian's back harassments. Behind Ian's back harassments? You mean like, okay, I feel like everyone is bad faith, but everyone thinks they're right, but nobody's actually looking for a solution. They just feel like I'm going to win this war, which is very politics of them, right? Chat says, Brittany, did you watch Dr. K's video before he deleted it? I did, and it was really good. I was going to watch it on stream with you guys today because I actually thought it pointed out a much bigger issue we were all having. Like, Dr. Kirk isn't trying to get involved. I'm not trying to get involved, but I want to comment on it. And by him going on Ian's video, he is, quote, getting involved. But the dilemma is that, like, that's not what his intention was. Dr. Kirk's intention was not to get involved. His intention was to encourage Ian, his friend, into coming into his own and standing up for himself in a sense. But he didn't mean to get it. But also, he could fundamentally disagree with Ethan. I don't want to speak for Dr. Kirk. I don't know his opinion. But, like, I fundamentally disagree with Ethan's politics. Do you know what I'm saying? Ethan, at the end, he doesn't want to hear that. He wants to hear, you agree with my politics, because Ethan thinks he's a leftist. And that's the dilemma we're running into. Ethan will not allow a reality where he is not accepted as a leftist voice. And this is the dilemma. This is Madeline Pendleton all over again. I'm sorry. I'm on the side of TikTok that's very anti-Madeline Pendleton, and I did block them because I do find them to be exhausting, and I do find them to be very unrelatable as a deconstructing leftist myself. I do find them to be very exhausting. And I do follow, to be fair, a lot of Black creators because I just think they have better insight into deconstruction in a layer in which sometimes white leftists fail in. And so that's what this feels like. It feels a little bit like Ethan is Madeline Pendleton and they're mad that like Black leftists don't like them, but also how can people like you when you haven't deconstructed your privilege? You know, it just feels like that, you know, and again, I've had Madeline Pendleton viewers in my chat be mad at me before. Girl, go and love your favorite, but that doesn't mean I can't have an opinion. Y'all need to get over it. We have differing opinions. We disagree. You can make a stance. You can defend your fave. You can get angry about it. That's between you and your God. You know what I mean? Like, I'm allowed to disagree. I don't love your faves. I have a problem with all your favorite faves, okay? I have a problem with everybody. But also, humans are going to human, and that's life, and you got to accept it. This is why when I turn off the computer, I go and touch grass. Because this is my job. And I talk about these people for a living. And then I go home, and I mind my business. Okay? Enjoy it while you're on the internet, but after you turn off the stream, go home and touch grass. Mind your business. None of these people matter in real life. They just matter because I got to pay my rent. Thank you.
Specifically, our content cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons and, you know, obviously didn't have any accountability online whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making content cop videos on, and I'm not. I'm a human, I'm a real human who makes mistakes, and, you know, I make a different set of mistakes than the people I was making videos on, but it doesn't matter. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate. It's also indoctrinated a lot of people into thinking that this is an okay way to behave, and it's not.
What happened? Am I so uniquely evil that you're willing to abandon your...
Yes, because just because what Ian is saying in that video is that he's not going to treat good people like that anymore, not that he won't treat bad people like that. Yeah. When you're a guy who makes fun of like trans people and then you learn not to be transphobic, you don't stop making fun of people. You just now make fun of the conservatives. Yeah, that's what all Ian is saying. Ian is saying you, Ethan Klein, are worth making fun of because you're now on the wrong side of history. And now he's gonna go for you. In the same way that I still go for conservatives, I still talk shit on certain men who are misogynistic. Just because I'm all about humans go to human and in a philosophical sense, none of this matters, and we're all just here for a blip of time, doesn't mean I'm not going to come to work and pick on the worst person in the room and be like, you're the one I'm going to deconstruct today. Sorry, you're the one who's going to pay my rent today. Yeah, Ethan, you are uniquely shitty. Welcome. You're the worst of them. You are exactly what Malcolm X is talking about. You are the white liberal in sheep's clothing. You are the wolf. You're exactly who Malcolm was talking about. And that's the problem. Yeah, you are uniquely shitty because you have the audacity to hide behind your liberalism so you can say you're not MAGA. It would have been better had you been MAGA. Because that's what Ethan uses to feel good about himself. Well, at least I'm not MAGA, so I must be a good guy. No. No. Still a bad guy. You know, in a political sense. Right? In a political sense. Right? But not in a philosophical sense. We're all the bad guy. Congratulations, guys. Every single one of us.
Your newfound principles after what, less than a year? What is it that I've done, Ian, that makes me more detestable than any of the other people that you've content copped? And for what did you do this? To revitalize your dying career? This entire video.
See how he goes for Ian's views? He never thought that maybe Ian was actually just engaging in wholesome content that wasn't about exploiting people, and the views weren't there because the internet's full of a bunch of shitty people who just want to watch drama go down. Myself included. I'm one of those shitty people. I love the drama. You know what I mean? Yeah, most of the philosophy podcasts I watch, guys, aren't getting 100,000 views. It's true. I read a bunch of audiobooks. I'm watching a bunch of podcasts on philosophy in my own time, and they're not getting the views. You're right. They're not. Doesn't mean they're not good. But because Ethan gets views, he thinks he's making good content. You're making slop. And it works because most people only want slop. Just like Asman. You know? You know? Chet says, so you don't believe in prison for murderers? I said I don't believe in the prison system. Did I say I don't? Do you guys know what that means? Do you guys know anything about the prison systems? When you hear people say they don't believe in prison systems, do you know what they're saying? You know what I mean? Do you know what that means? I don't believe people should be tortured because they tortured people. I think people should be put in facilities and be treated with dignity for the rest of their lives. I don't think it's... do you know what happens in our prison systems? Do you have any clue how many people are being raped and murdered while in prison? Do you know that during Katrina, when the floods were happening, they left prisoners to drown in their cells because they didn't want to let them go? When I say I'm anti-prisons, this is what I mean. What good is it to become ugly to people who've been criminalized and claim you're still a good person? You know?
Reeks of desperation, of being thrown together and poorly researched. I don't really even understand why they did this, and I can't imagine that it's going to be worth it. Thanks for the 8 years of friendship, buddy. Have fun with your new friends.
Woo woo. Okay, we finished. Wow. Yeah, I think all these people kind of deserve each other. Ethan and Ian and iDubbbz and Hassan and Denims. I hope they're all happy together, but I think they're all secretly miserable. I believe they feel good about themselves. I think they feel on top of the world. I think they feel like they're doing something. I feel like, you know, this is why I think this bubble in particular is so good to observe, but it's so ugly. And I think everyone involved needs to work on it, you know, but what are you going to do? Who cares? Human's going to human, y'all. Good luck to everybody involved. Say out my DMs. Say out my DMs. Okay? Any thoughts or questions or comments on this particular story before we move on? Chet says Denims and Hassan touch grass like you from what I see, but whatevs. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. You know? Why do you disagree with Ethan's politics? What do you... I don't think... How do I say this? How do you even answer that question? Like, how do you even answer the question? Do you know what I mean? Were they not listening or do they not get it? Like, yeah, the pro-genocide part is pretty hard to agree with. Yeah, I feel like the pro-genocide one is probably pretty kind of a huge disagreement. Yeah, just so funny. Chet says, in my mind, Ethan just wasn't for the two-state. Then he got crazy hate, which made him go off the deep end. Yeah. I don't know. Two-state, one state, all states. This is why I hate politics when it comes to men, too. Because men are all about winning. You know, this is all bullshit created by men who want power. And then you are sitting here, the peasants, arguing as if the leaders are listening to you. They don't give a fuck what you think. They are literally letting a genocide happen in front of your eyes. And you have the audacity to sit here in any way support Israel, right? Like, this is the irony. They don't care about you or your opinions. And the fact that you're spending any of your millionaire time promoting Israel and saying it's diverse and it's this beautiful place, girl, that's crazy to me. They don't care about you. They want to make Gaza into a fucking retreat or resort or whatever. They don't care about Palestinians or any of these people. And look, you can't care about the world all at once. You can only care about yourself. And this is my channel. If you're new to my channel, this is philosophy through pop culture, right? This is the why answered for your own life. I can't make a prescription and tell you what to do with your life. But if you really want to cause the least amount of harm, you have to in some way bring that into your daily life. And I just don't think Ethan does that. I don't think Ethan in his daily life is trying to mitigate harm. And that's the problem I have with him ultimately. You know? Yeah, I think that's always going to be my problem. And the fact that he refuses to engage with any criticism about his opinions is amplifying that harm. And he doesn't have to listen to any of the people that he doesn't trust. But if his trusted source has to be somebody who has an ability to move outside of their own bubble and comment, and not just somebody who reinforces the bubble, right? I think that's the dilemma. Chat says, so your big disagreement is he said Israel is diverse. Interesting. I'm not engaging with these comments for a reason, right? It's just like, they're not, you know what I mean? It's not going to click in their head. In the same way when you talk to conservatives and they won't even entertain at all. Like, look, Pope Francis died. And I am so sick of you saying that he was pro-gay marriage. Y'all know he was not pro-gay marriage, right? He is not a progressive pope. He is using a manipulation tactic to make the church more inviting for gay people to stop being gay. Stop falling for the bullshit. Pope Francis is not progressive. All these progressive, and it's liberals. Liberals always fall for it because liberals are fucking stupid. You keep falling for it like Ethan. You guys keep falling for it. Oh, well, he's so progressive. He's like pro-gay. He's not pro-gays. He wants you to see gayness as a sin. He wants you to come to church and stop being a homosexual. Okay? Stop. And the liberals are the ones who fall for it. That is Ethan's biggest crime. Is he's a liberal who thinks he's colorblind and thinks Pope Francis is a progressive. I'm so bored by it. Okay? Like, that's the thing that people don't understand is like, he is not a progressive. Okay? Kat says, I have to say your frustration about liberals is very Hassan coded. I mean, Hassan and I are both progressive, right? I just think I'm more progressive than he is. I think I deconstruct more than Hassan does. I think Hassan is trapped by his political bubble and he can't deconstruct. Because if he deconstructs past the politics, he'll lose his desire to stream politics. He'll lose his desire to stream the way he does. If Hassan deconstructed the work he's doing now and realized, you know, the meaning of it all, then he wouldn't be able to show up on stream the way he does. You know? But I am progressive. And I am frustrated with liberals for thinking they figured shit out when they literally, they have so much more to go, but they don't have to. Most people are going to live and die at a certain level of introspection, and then that's it. We move on with our lives. We move on with our lives. Okay. Let me see. Are we moving on? Are we bored with Ethan? I feel like nobody has a question. Everyone's good. You know what I mean? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. She can't even explain anything. She's just inviting shit. I can explain things to people who are smart enough to understand. Are you smart enough to understand? I want real criticism. I want real discourse. Can I be really honest with you guys? I am so sick of how unserious everybody is. I just want to have a very serious conversation about these issues with love and compassion, and nobody's having them. And when I try to have it, people make fun of me. How many panels was I on where I was trying to have a real conversation and people would be like, Brittany, shut up. No one's having that conversation. Yeah, because you don't want to. You are so unserious. Everyone is so unserious. Bad Empanada is so unserious. Ethan is so unserious. Denims is so, Hassan, you're all so unserious. You know? You're all so unserious. And it just feels like, who's going to have the serious of conversation? Who's going to have like the real conversation? Chad says serious conversations don't happen on YouTube. And I think you're right. I don't think they are happening on YouTube, which is why we recommend to touch grass. Talk to real people because they're having the real conversations, right? Camilla, membership for 4 months, says, why do these people feel so entitled to your answers when it's obvious they come from an echo chamber? They know they won't listen because they get their dopamine hit this way. Oh, the streamer's replying to me. It's real time. Oh, she's noticing me. Oh my God. She's like saying my words out loud to me. I'm being picked. They're getting their dopamine hits. And so they feel good about it. And then they can go to a Reddit post and be like, I was on Brittany Simon's stream and I actually tried to give her a question and she evaded the answer. You know, this is the parasociality. They're having a parasocial moment and I'm benefiting from it. I'm getting paid. I'm literally making money right now by letting them do it. And that's the double-edged sword. How many of these people do I tolerate in my audience to pay my rent this month? That's the question. That's the question. That's the question. Da-da-da. Let's see. Do all these people hate watch because of your previous connections? I don't think so. I think a lot of people don't even know about my time on the internet. Do you guys know I've collabed with ContraPoints? Do you know I used to know her? Do you know I used to know T1J? Do you know back in the day I used to know a lot of people? I debated Sargon Akkad years ago. Who cares who the fuck I knew? You know I smoked weed with a quartering once because he offered me weed at a conference and I took it. Who fucking cares? All these connections don't mean anything. They're 10-second internet things. They last a second. They don't matter. Do you know I slept at ContraPoints' house? She let me stay with her while I was on one of my road trips. We're not friends. We're not besties. We had a moment of online interaction. And then the drama, all the drama, okay? None of these things are real. They're just adults trying to pretend like they're the big kids in the room when they're all fucking alcoholics, got problems, need to go to therapy, and they don't know how to fucking be friends to anybody. It is what it is. They're not meaningful. They're just moments in time. You know what I mean? They're just moments in time. You're there for a second, you have an interaction, and you move on. And then the internet parasocially goes, oh, you guys must have been so close. It must have been so important. It was literally 2 seconds. It was 2 seconds. Chess said, do you like ABBA? I really wanted to hold out for ABBA, but his misogyny got to him. No, ABBA and I decided to end our friendship because we talked about Destiny and he picked Destiny. And I told him, dude, I don't know why you're siding with him after everything that's happened. And he said he didn't care if Destiny abused people, if they were abusive themselves. He didn't care about Melina or Kelly Jean or any of these women. And he didn't care about me either. Remember that Destiny also fucking came for me, threw me under the bus, and for 2 years I dealt with harassment and no one defended me. ABBA didn't come to my defense. None of these other people came to my defense. Nobody sat there and said, hey, Destiny, you really fucked over Brittany for no fucking reason. Because even though we weren't close, he really did fuck me over for no fucking reason because he couldn't handle some criticism. So no, that's sad. I really wanted to hold out for all of them, but we weren't close. We're not friends like that. And I told ABBA, I know we're not friends like that, but the fact that you keep choosing Destiny really fucking sucks. And it's not surprising, but it is what it is. Men will choose shitty men over victimized women because it feels more relatable to them. And it sucks. It really does suck. But none of these people were close. I'm not close to these people. I don't know these people. These people are not my close friends. They do not owe me loyalty. I do not know who they are. Do you know what I mean? And even if they were my close friend, you don't owe me loyalty if we disagree fundamentally. You know? I mean, I do treat people differently, you know, depending on the circumstance. But these are public figures, you know? Chetsa, didn't ABBA break off from Destiny? We ended our friendship before he did that. He only broke off from Destiny because he called it the goonery was getting too much. He didn't break off with Destiny because he was a predator. He broke up with him because it was bad for his bag. Just remember that. No, ABBA and I ended our friendship before that came out. After my video came out. It was after my video came out that I ended my connections with everybody that I thought in any way was standing with Destiny. Any person that was in any way standing with Destiny got blocked on my end. You know? Chat says, remind me of what Destiny did to you. Oh, to me, it was a coworker thing. We were good. I made a statement on stream saying like he's pretty toxic and abusive in relationships. Don't take advice from him. Destiny saw that while I was live, crashed out, and then spent the next 2 years telling people I was cluster B and crazy, and I betrayed him because we were friends, and I can't believe I said that about him. That's it. That's what happened. And everyone blamed it on some fucking conversations that happened, which had nothing to do with it. Everyone blamed it on my mental health, which had nothing to do with it. Destiny is the one who crashed out. Like, he is the one who crashed out, you know? And it is what it is, right? And he never got back to me. He never told me why he did it. He never explained it to me. Nobody in our sphere ever came to me and said it. If anything, you remember what Kyla did? Do you remember what Kyla did the same day he was going off on me on stream? She said, Brittany's in her emotions and you're being very logical about this. When I reviewed this, Destiny was the one screaming. Destiny was the one freaking out. I was very calm the whole time. I thought he was having a bad day. I thought, oh, he'll come back and explain it. This was also during the era that I didn't know much about Hassan at the time, and I believed everything Destiny said about him. And then I did my own research, and I was like, oh, I think Destiny might be the problem. Chat says he didn't invite you to talk, and didn't you refuse? I've never talked to Destiny past that point. He's never talked to me. He's never reached out to me. He's never done anything. If anything, he started sharing private information about myself to people that I never said out loud, that I only told him in confidence to set a professional relationship. I have never talked to this man after 2 years. And that's the thing, is like, you might not believe me and I'm going to block you because obviously I don't know where you're getting your information, but like, I never got no DMs. I never got a reach out. And that's the problem. He even blocked me on his live streams and on his Reddit, and anyone who mentioned me, it got blocked. You know? Chat says, sorry to be uneducated, Bray, but what is that sphere and how did it come together? What was the pool that brought everyone together? You mean like the debate sphere? Well, it already existed before I entered it. So I was taking a break from collaborations because I was having a rough time entering into a lot of these situations, probably because I'm autistic, but also I didn't understand the games that were being played. And then a viewer of mine, I asked, hey, who should I collab with? Name your content creators. And someone said, oh, reach out to Destiny. So I reached out to Destiny and I realized I learned about the debate bubble that was separate from the debate bubbles I knew. So funny enough, Destiny and I were both in politics, but we never met. I was going to the same conferences. I was debating the same people as a progressive. I never met him. I was in a very different progressive bubble than him. Then I got introduced to his content. So I slid into his email and said, hey, I'm Brittany Simon. I've shown this email on my video, by the way. I have videos about this. I've already explained it in detail. But I said, hey, my viewer recommended your channel. I see we have some overlap. Here's some debates I've done. Here are debates you've done. We kind of know the same people. I don't know much about you, but I'd like to get to know you. And then I went on his stream. We had some fun. And it kind of, you know, turned into like a professional relationship. We got to know each other a bit. We talked very briefly in private without anyone listening. And it was mostly him telling me about his life and him telling me about all of his struggles. And then his wife, Melina, got involved. She also gave me information about their marriage and wanted my advice. And so I gave advice. I actually, when I entered into their sphere, I was coming after the Anna arc. So the Anna arc was had just finished. And I didn't know what I was walking into. I thought Anna was a stalker. I thought Anna was like some crazy lady who was abusive. And though Anna has problems and Anna has even come after me, I didn't even know. So I talked to them and I said, hey, what are your fears with me collaborating? And they said, we're really afraid women are coming into our lives to ruin our marriage and to get to Destiny. And I said, well, I don't want Destiny. I'm not interested in you guys. I am not interested I'm looking for my long-term partner. I'm only seriously dating right now. And in good faith, I'll even tell you something about my own medical history that makes it clear to you I'm not interested in sex. And that's when I told them I had herpes, which Destiny then shared to the internet to weaponize against me. Joke's on you. I'm not ashamed, but thank you for trying to use it against me, I think. I don't know. Just makes you look like a shitty person. So I told them, I'm not interested in sex. I don't want to be with you intimately. I want to be here completely, like professionally, maybe as a friend, whatever you want to call it. I'm not interested in you guys. And they were like, okay, cool. And then we became friends. And I thought it was nice. It was like very YouTube friend, very work oriented. They basically only talked to me when they had like memes to share or they needed advice on relationship stuff. And people embraced me in the sphere. People were pretty combative with me as well. I mean, I'm pretty combative. And then it just got messy and messier and messier and more confusing. And then behind the scenes, you know, they tell me about their trauma. They tell me about their childhoods. And guys, fucked up. Let me tell you, fucked up. And they'd be like, I'm working on it. I'm trying to get better. I think Melina was honest about wanting to help Steven. when I met them in Miami for the first time, I went with Abba. So Abba and I knew each other before this. So Abba, Sneeko, and I knew each other before this. Okay? This is Brittany lore. Abba, Sneeko, and I knew Sneeko separately and I knew Abba separately, but I knew Abba. And then I met Destiny. Okay? And then we had overlap. So when I emailed Destiny, I said, hey, we have a mutual Abba. So Abba and Destiny being friends, I knew Abba before I knew Destiny, right? I knew Sneeko before I knew. And then Sneeko was like, hey, I want to collab with people. And I was like, okay, we'll talk to Destiny, I guess. And he's like, oh, okay. Right? So then Sneeko connects with Destiny. And we all start, and then I'm there. But I am doing philosophy. I am literally doing something different than all of them, right? And I'm getting a lot of flack. And I'm not really getting why. I'm not understanding the rules of this bubble, right? So some time passes by. We meet in Miami because Abba and I had been wanting to do a collab. He was originally going to come see me in Arizona, but I was like, don't come to Arizona. I live 3 hours from the airport. Why don't I meet you guys in Miami? It'll be much easier. So I go to Miami to meet them, right? So I go to Miami. We're having a great time. It's a little awkward. There's some social things I'm paying attention to. Destiny is secretly telling me he's messaging Anna and trying to get her to turn around against Mr. Girl and Lav. Now, Mr. Girl, Lav, and Anna, I think are all very bad people. So I need to make that clear. And they were very bad to me. Anna made horrible videos about me. Lav made horrible videos. Mr. Girl's a horrible person. But I also came into the space thinking they were all interesting. Like, Lav is a sex worker. Anna's a psychologist or training to be one. And Mr. Girl is like an unorthodox artist who makes masturbation videos. And I thought they were all progressive, interesting artists. I did not realize they were all pieces of shit. So my ignorant ass came in thinking they were all like interesting artist types who were pro sex work. And then I realized like, oh my God, you're all repressed people who have like not deconstructed even in the least. So here's my stupid ass coming into these conversations so fucking good faith, coming from a very progressive bubble in Seattle where everyone's poly and consensual, where everyone goes and gets tested together, thinking this was the same group because everyone told me Destiny was progressive. So here I am coming into this community thinking Destiny's progressive. So I was treating him like a progressive. And he's not. If I just realized he was a liberal, I would have, like, everything would have made sense. But because I kept seeing him through a progressive lens, I kept giving him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, you're in an open relationship, like progressives. Oh, you're poly, like progressives. Like, oh, so you're doing all your checks and balances. Consent is number one. So now things are confusing. Okay, I'm in Miami. Things are confusing. I don't know what's going on. I don't know who I'm supposed to give my empathy to. I'm getting told multiple stories. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't have much empathy for Anna, but I know what he's doing is wrong. It's all very confusing. I don't like Mr. Girl or Lav because they're bullshitters. But now I'm just confused. Like, I was so confused, right? I get back from Miami and everything seems fine, but I can tell something's weird. And then it comes out that Destiny cheated on Melina. And I was like, oh, thank God they know now. Because they had told me he cheated on her with Lauren Southern. Okay, that was the secret I was holding in, that I was like, hey, I don't like knowing this secret. And they were like, yeah, but I need your help. And I was like, well, you need to fix this. Like, you have to tell Lauren's husband and people should know. And you're letting people like believe that like you didn't have an affair when you did. Like, you have to come out with this. And then I waited to see if they would come out with it. So then it came out that he cheated, but we don't know with who yet. And I was like, oh, thank God. So I'm on stream and I even say to my audience, wait, did it come out that Destiny cheated? Okay. He totally cheated and he's a bad partner. Don't get advice from him. Destiny sees this on stream, has a meltdown, blows up on me, says I was triggered from a rape conversation we had prior, and then blocks me and like never talks to me. And then Melina and Erudite tried to calm him down and say, well, why did Brittany say that? Why did Brittany say that? These people never watch my content. Just like Ethan. Ethan never watches people's content. He doesn't understand people's perspectives. Nobody understood what they were signing up for when they had me come into the sphere because they don't understand that, like, I'm not going to bullshit you just because we're getting along. When I was at that dinner in Miami, here's a story I've never told. I was at a dinner in Miami and we were talking about being honest. So by the time I met Destiny and Melina in real life, I was basically engaged. Okay. I was courting my husband. When I was there in Miami, we were all at a dinner table, very nice restaurant, having a conversation. Okay. There was a lot of us there and I won't say names, but you can guess. And somebody there who has been married for a very long time, who remained nameless, but you can put it together. Okay. Told us a story about how sometimes he goes on business trips and doesn't tell his wife. Oh, no, sorry. Goes on friend trips, but tells his wife they're business trips. Okay. Okay. And I was like, that's bullshit. You shouldn't do that. And he's like, look, I'd never cheat on my wife. And I was like, that's great, but you shouldn't lie to your wife about going on trips. And he's like, yeah, but like I've been married many years. We have kids. We have a good relationship. Like I would never cheat on my wife. And I was like, yeah, but you did cheat on your wife when you left the house to go on trips that were with friends, but you called them business trips. And he goes, yeah, but it's not the same thing. And I looked at everyone around the table and I said, this is kind of bullshit, right? And they said like, no, like this is Brittany, you're the weird one. Even Abba said, Brittany, you're kind of the weird one. I was like, you guys don't practice radical honesty with your partners? And everyone's like, no. And I was the only one at that table who was like, oh, yeah, I don't like that. I think that's bullshit. And that's maybe because I'm autistic and I just say how it is. But also I'm like, yeah, you guys don't think that's weird? And they're like, no. And I was like, okay, so I knew right there and then, oh, I'm the different in this group. They are not the kind of progressive I am. And I was like, okay, what do I do? Right? Like, what do I do? So we went skating, we went to nice restaurants, we had a good time. And then I left Miami thinking, okay, like these people are never going to be my close friends, but they're nice enough and maybe they'll all get better, but damn, they're pretty toxic. Okay? Sorry, I was reading chat. Chat says, I saw Kyla mention your friendship breakup. Yeah, I did message. Hold on. So, okay, this whole thing happened. I get back from Miami. I do the stream thing. Destiny burns the bridge. And then for the next 2 years, I'm harassed by his community. For the next 2 years, I am terrified. I am anxious. I am nervous. I am putting up a face on stream. I'm watching their marriage dissolve. I'm watching Destiny continue to lie. I'm watching the whole internet come for everybody who's involved. And I'm exhausted. Like, I'm really fucking tired, you know? And I just don't know what to do. Okay. I did cry a few times over this. It was really stressful. Like, it was a lot. Okay. I was stressed. And it was the threat of doxing, the threat of harassment. It was a lot. So then 2 years went by. I finally meditated my way past this horrible situation. I also had personal stuff going on with friends and family in the States, and I was living in Croatia, and everything was just messy. Okay, so here I am living in a foreign country. I'm getting married. I'm dealing with immigration. I'm dealing with my own friends and family having problems. And then on top of this, I go to work and I have more problems. And I'm just like, Jesus, fuck, I'm stressed. And you guys probably saw it. I feel so good right now. Do you guys not see how happy I am right now? I'm finally past this storm I was in. I felt like I was being smothered by this tornado. And I was like, just waiting for it to end. And I was like, holy fuck, when is this going to end? Finally, it subsided and everything got better. And I was finally ready to kind of make my Destiny video. So I make this video and everyone doubts me. Okay? Kyla, Abba, Tomfoolery, Papa Gut, everybody doesn't give a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck. All these people who were like, we're friends, we're friendly, we're good. Nobody gave a fuck. And they said it was drama personified. That's what Papa Gut called it. Kyla didn't care because her bestie's Destiny. Abba didn't care because he didn't care as long as toxic people were abusing each other. Nobody cared. Tomfoolery said it was nothing. Nobody cared. So then I went around and I decided to unfriend everybody and move on with my life. Okay. Now, Papa Gut, I had kind of moved on from already because he was being so fucking weird. He was a weirdo. Like, I thought I liked him, but he was being weird about stuff. Okay. So I start deleting everybody. Okay. Sent Kyla a very nice letter. Okay. Talked to Abba. That didn't work out. Tomfoolery I talked to, he was a little upset, wanted us to talk it through. And I said, we're not going to talk it through. I saw your video, reviewing my video. It's over. Talked to a lot of people. Most people took it good, right? What are they going to do? Fight me about it? Yeah, Chet says, I'm sorry, Brittany, those were never your real friends. Well, they were never my friends. That's what I'm trying to get to you. I know they weren't my friends. They were never my friends. I never thought of them as good friends. I thought of them as coworker friends. I know they were never my real friends. I have real friends. They exist off the internet. That's what I'm saying. I know they're not my friends. The fact that everybody else thinks we're friends is the problem with the internet. We're not friends. We're just coworkers. So yes, I had a falling out with my coworkers. We use the word friends, but they were never my friends. Chet says they probably thought they were your friends. I don't think so. I don't believe they thought we were friends. I'm not convinced at all that they thought we were friends. And look, when Abba made his video about Destiny, he said, even people I thought I was cool with, I lost them over this. I think he's talking about me. But like, we don't talk like that. You don't know my life like that. You don't even know my partner's name. You don't even know what my partner looks like. You don't know my parents. You don't know my friends. You don't know anything about me. They're not my friends. They're my coworkers. Okay? They're my coworkers. So anyways, that's why I also didn't have a problem blocking everyone and moving on, because I was like, okay, we just won't be friends. You know? Yeah, Chess is they only say you were friends because it makes them look more of a victim. That's my frustration. Everyone is weaponizing this word friend. You know? Chet says, I don't know, coworkers who travel, hang out in real life, go skating and dinner, that's kind of seems like friends. You're probably the person who thinks when Jeff Bezos has a wedding and invites people, they're his friends too. Do you guys not know the difference between like friends and the people you socialize with? We use the word friend, but it's not real. You don't know anything about my real life. Even during those dinners in Miami, nobody got to know me. Nobody really got to know me. They were only venting to me and talking to me about their problems. It's not like we bonded or got to know each other. They didn't learn about my partner. They didn't learn about my life, right? Yeah, acquaintances. Like, you know, Chess says no one goes out with coworkers after work. Yeah, you never drink with your boss or go out like with your coworkers, you know? Anyways, I am used to networking. I'm used to making friends with people. I'm used to making connections. I'm used to building brands with people. But ultimately, like, yeah, everyone thinks we're either very close or we're not close. Anyways, so then basically the internet starts to happen. I start to realize all the bullshit Destiny told me about Hassan and everything wasn't true. And I also began to like make it clear of where I stood on things, because my channel during COVID was very philosophy based. And now that I'm back, I'm trying to signal to only the groups I like and to make everyone like understand I'm not here to meet you where you're at, because where you are is too far in the dark for me. So those liberals, those centrists, like you're too far in the dark for me. I wish you the best, but I'm not interested. Okay? I need you to be baseline progressive, and then we can talk about being more progressive, you know? So then I basically kind of ended up here now where I am, observing people, interested in people, but I don't trust any of these people because all of them are stuck in like these bubbles, which is fair. We're all in bubbles where like all that matters is winning, ponying and owning and getting the greatest clip. And I'm just like too busy. And also it's tiring, and also it's scary. I don't want to wake up tomorrow with harassment from H3H3. That's scary. I don't want to wake up tomorrow with a cease and desist from Ethan. I just want to make content and talk about stuff that I think is interesting and share my opinions that might be strong, but they are my opinions. And you can disagree with my opinions. But I just feel like disagreeing with my opinions and sending me a cease and desist are different. Can't you disagree without sending me a cease and desist? Can't you disagree without doxing? Can't you disagree without going after people's personal lives? You know what I mean? Pat says, I think people assume you're their friend because they decided to tell you personal things, but that was their choice, which I think is a tactic that doesn't automatically make someone a friend. I think so too. I can't figure it out. But sometimes I do think people tell me stuff about their life. Look, I've had this happen to me my whole life though. I've had strangers at Home Depot start talking to me about their life and asking me advice. Like this is just something that's happened to me my whole life. I think it's my aura. I just think people come up to me and I'm used to it. I'm used to everybody in my life. Like, I can't tell you how many YouTubers have slid into my DMs and been like, hey, can you help me with something? And I'm like, no. Like, I appreciate you reaching out, but I can't actually help every single person that slides into my email. But they do. YouTubers slide into my emails all the time. And I'm like, girl, with peace and love. You know? Like, with peace and love. You know? It says no one can disagree with you too without weaponizing your mental health. It's annoying when they just water down your BPD. You know, and the irony too is like I've been in remission for 5 years. I've literally been chilling. My BPD is so in the background. My partner to this day has not seen a BPD trigger. Married in August, 2 years, baby. And that's because I did the therapy, bitch. And I'm chilling. I'm dealing with my autism now. That's what I'm using all my spoons up with, you know. My spoons are being taken up tackling my autism. That's what I'm focused on, girl. Let's see. Discord says, how dare you raise the bar for social rules for streamers? I don't know. Can it be anything more than high school? Can it be serious? That's the thing. Is like, I do think a lot of this is like very high school. You know, I do think so. Chet says, I was still part of the Destiny's community then and got banned for making a post comparing Destiny to Sneeko and how Destiny was holding Brit to a standard he didn't hold Sneeko and it was done with him. And Def was the reality TV. Yeah, it is reality TV. And listen, Destiny was always very mad that I said Sneeko was more open-minded than him. If you don't know the lore, Destiny molded on that stream because I said Sneeko was more open-minded than him. And I stand by that. Like, to this day, Destiny is facing a felony for taking intimate photos of partners and sharing them with other people. Women are finding out that there are nudes of them going around that they didn't know were taken of them by this man who claims he's progressive. Sneako might have chosen a stupid bubble and he might be useless even to this day, but Sneako was, for a moment in time, trying different lifestyles. He tried open, he was doing all these different relationships, he was like figuring out who he was. He was very open-minded for a second, and then he picked a bubble and he doubled down, right? But Destiny is the one who for 15 years has not grown or gotten better, and he is literally sitting here downplaying the abuse he is facing right now. You can watch that new Willie Mack video. I'm not going to show it on stream, but you guys can watch it if you want. Like, Destiny to this day is still saying, what's the big deal? Who cares if I told everybody Anna was a stalker, but I was still sexting her? He told everyone Anna was I believed Anna was a stalker. And I've gone to court over a stalker. It's very scary. And then I find out he was sexting this woman behind the scenes. Like, I did not understand what I was signing up for. I don't think anyone who friended Destiny really understands. Oh, and by the way, apparently he has a girlfriend right now. There is a woman out there who, with all of this information, is still dating Destiny. And this is why I say it is what it is. Walk away. It is what it is. Kat says, do you think Sneako will ever change, or is it kind of set in stone? It's hard to say, bro. He's young still, right? Remember that Sneako's like 10 years younger than all of us. So there is a chance, but who knows? Probably not. Like, most people set in stone and that's it, right? Like, most people like pick a bubble and they stay there. Yeah, I'm not sure. Wait, chat says, I just remembered Ryan Beard was supporting Ethan a couple days ago. That was so interesting. I wasn't expecting that. How were they supporting Ethan? I'll have to check into that because I like Ryan a lot. Chat said, or Discord said, this is how I don't understand how Erudite pretends she understands therapy and growth, but is still sticking by a serial abuser. Mr. Girl was onto something, but the wrong messenger. I think Kyla has her own trauma to deal with. I mean, she's talked about it on stream, right? She's never had like a solid group of friends. This is her first group of friends. She's a fixer. She has a complex around boys. She's got it's a very serious disease called Pygmesia. It's like a very, she's got a lot of, she is struggling, right? She wants to focus on boys and help uplift men. And she is ultimately like a centrist liberal. And so she eventually, I think, stood up against Destiny, if I'm not mistaken, right? She did actually stand up against Destiny and say that she's not working with him now, right? Chet says Ryan Beard is friends with Papa Gut. Are they? Papa Gut, the pretty clear Zionist who took merch from Teddy Fresh because he was supporting Ethan so hard? Really? Uh-oh. I'm so exhausted, bro. I'm so exhausted. I hate when I have to send out a letter to people I've known for 10 years on and off through the industry and be like, hey, with peace and love, we have to end our friendship. Because, like, you're literally, like, MAGA talking points today. What's happening? Now, I understand if she's friends with him. Like, I have inner circle people that are really problematic. I haven't talked to them in a while, and there's 3 people in my life I'm not talking to right now. But, I'm always open to helping them. I am their friend. I am connected to them. I'm happy to get them help. But, like, I don't reinforce their bad behavior. And if Kyla sees Destiny as inner circle and she wants to be there for him as a friend, I don't think that's wrong. I don't think that's wrong to be there for your friends, even if they're in prison and you want to visit them in prison, right? I don't think that's wrong. I think publicly, though, it is wrong to stand by your friends. And this is why I say, even if you're friends and you support them in private, in public, you got to make a stand with the victims. You got to say something. And even though the women Destiny has victimized maybe weren't the greatest people to some people, they were still victimized all the same. Don't let those women's reputations downplay the abuse he has carried out, because that's what people are trying to do. They're trying to say, well, these women are so bad, so anything he did to them doesn't matter, which is what Abba said to me, which is why I was like, end of friendship. If you think, oh, it doesn't matter who he abuses as long as it's a bad person, like, girls, we are not talking about the same kind of morals. Again, I wish everybody the best. I wish Melina the best. I think Melina is probably, she has her own problems, but she's genuinely, like, I don't think she's a bad person. I think she's trying. I wish her the best. I think my heart goes out to her the most. I really do think she tried. Every conversation we had together, she was trying to help her husband. Every conversation was, how do I help him? And every conversation Destiny had with me is, my wife is crazy. So yeah, I will be more cutthroat in the future. Should I hear any red flags from anyone's mouth, no second chances. So all those boys who are like, yeah, but, and I get it. I say things too that if you hear me say it, you're probably like, I'm never listening to Britney again. You know what? Cite on caution. Better to cite on caution. Because at this point, we can't take any risks. And that's why I'm trying to move away from edgy humor. Because I think my edgy humor pushes people away that genuinely miss how good of a person I am and how good my content is. Because I'm trying to be funny. And it's not worth it. You know what I mean? That says, it sounds like Destiny could benefit from a convo with Dr. Kirk Honda. Don't put that on Dr. Kirk. Dr. Kirk, stay away from all these horrible boys on the internet. Don't get involved. And I'm still waiting for Dr. K to come out against Destiny or to never work with him again. If Dr. K works with Destiny again in public, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be pissed if he platforms Destiny again. That's it. I'm going to unsubscribe if he does that. You know what I mean? Leave Dr. Kirk alone, though. Dr. Kirk is too good for this fucking bullshit. You know? Let's see. Discord is sending me something. What you sent to me, Discord? What is this? Yeah, this is 2 months ago. Kyla's Bridges is now Kyla's podcast. Yeah, Kyla gets Bridges, right? Which is interesting. I don't know how that works with her work visa and everything, but good luck, girl. And look, maybe in a different universe, you know, and again, like, I understand nobody can trust anybody in this sphere. I get that. But maybe in a different universe, Kyla could have picked somebody else. I remember, do you remember Brianna Wu? Not a fan. Thought I was a fan, not a fan. Talk about liberal. Anyways, Brianna Wu, years ago, I was on a panel with her and Wick, and people were calling in to criticize my work. And Brianna Wu was like, why don't you just get along with people better? And I was like, I'm good. And she goes, yeah, but you can make friends here. And I was like, I don't want to make the kind of friends you're making. Like, I don't want to make the kind of friends you're making. And people don't get that. I don't want to be friends with you guys. I'm good. And I think that's the problem. People don't believe me. They're like, oh my God, isn't this amazing? These people like you. Everybody likes me. Okay, so? And I know that pisses some people off, but enough people like me in my life. I have enough secure attachment not to need the validation. The dilemma is like, I don't think people are secure attached. So I'm sitting here like, I'm good. And everyone's like, yeah, but like, don't you feel validated? Yeah, sure. Like human to human, but like, I don't care. So when Brianna Wu's like, why don't you do things to appease these people? People were so mad at me. They're like, Brittany, if you just apologize to Destiny, he'll forgive you. I'm good, dude. I'm good. People told me that. People told me like, I know he's mad at you right now, but if you reached out to him, he would accept that DM. I know. Destiny told me he never reaches out and he'll wait for other people, but once they do, he'll forgive them. That's a manipulation tactic. When he does something wrong, he makes other people apologize so he can forgive them. I'm not engaging. And that's why I messaged Kelly Jean. He's not going to use me for views right now. If he wants to talk to me, he can call me. And he never called me. Ow, I hit my own lip. He never called me. Right? So, no. Now, if he wanted to negotiate a friendship with me and said, hey, friend to friend, I don't want to be friends with somebody who makes videos talking bad about me. I'd be like, okay, I'd like to end this friendship. Because if you do bad and I can't talk about it, then I've sold my soul. If you want me to be a friend who doesn't point out that my friends are toxic, I've sold my soul. And I'm not going to sell my soul. You know? And this is why every time I criticize his parenting, he would make it sound like I was coming for his kid. Because he couldn't handle the fact that I thought he was a bad parent. He hated that. He hated the idea that I thought he was a bad parent. And all those boys in his DMs whose fathers they never met also hated that I would come for his parenting because they all want Destiny for a daddy. They're Elon Musk boys. It's like people who want Elon Musk to be their dad. They're mad that I think Elon Musk is a bad dad. They're mad that I think Destiny is a bad dad because they think he's a cool dad. I would love if my dad was Elon. I would love if my dad was Destiny. Oh my God, he's so cool. He plays video games and he's got all this pussy. He's so cool. He's rich. That's why they hated it. I never, ever went for the kids. I never went for the children. I always went for the fathers. And the fathers twisted it as Brittany going for the kids. I never did that. And that's another thing. Papa Gut. Do you know why Papa Gut and I actually had a falling out? Because Papa Gut, I got clip chimped by J-Stock, the most horrible person on the internet, who Destiny recently advocated for murder. Destiny wants to murder J-Stock. That's the new news. Joke's on you, Destiny, because you let J-Stock manipulate you into twisting my words, and now you want him dead. So joke's on you, okay? J-Stock took me out of context, right? He clip chimped me, crazy. He clip chimped me, crazy. Then Destiny goes, wow, Brittany's advocating for my kid to be aborted, which I never did, right? Papa Gut plays the clip. I messaged Papa Gut and I said, hey, I really respect you. I got clip chimped. I saw you make a video about me. This video, like his Papa Gut's viewers hate me. So it sends a lot of harassment my way. And I said, hey, could you watch my video with the edited clip so you see that I was clip chimped? And he never did. He messaged me, played nice in the DMs, and then never did. He never took away his video that continued to send harassment my way because I was clip chimped. Because his viewers are Destiny viewers. Papa Gut doesn't have viewers. He has Destiny viewers. And then, okay, because remember, I had a career of YouTube before and after this, okay? And then I unfriended him because I was like, fuck this. Then he told his chat, Brittany unfriended me on Discord. So then I friended him again to be like, what's up? And then I said, hey, what's up, dude? I have no problem with you. And I don't. But I have a problem with the way you do content. But like, that's not the same thing to me. So I was like, what's up? He never messaged me back. Unfriended him again. Then he makes a video saying that I am drama personified and that all the allegations against Destiny were already known and it's not a big deal. So that's it. That's the lore. Okay? The lore is all these people are shitty and I want to do my best to get away from them in a personal sense, but I want to review them in a professional sense. I want to review professionally and move away personally. That is my goal, okay? To be completely transparent. I do not want to be your friends. I do not want to hang out with you. Leave me alone. I want to watch you and dissect your content, and I don't want to be friends with you. I'm not trying to be in your business. I'm just using your business to make a point. Okay? Chet says there was a live that you, Mel, Destiny, and Abba were on where you guys were muted, but you guys looked shocked when Destiny said something. Yeah. He was showing us a website you can use to basically find everyone's information and everything about them. We were talking about being doxxed, and he said there's no real way to protect yourself because there are he had a website up that he could find out anything he wanted about people. Destiny is an infamous doxer, which I recently learned. I learned that Destiny doxes people as revenge. I didn't know that. And he advocates for them to get doxxed. And he's trying to downplay it now, but it's not true. You know? And so, yeah. That was the part we muted. Yeah. I also, yeah. It is what it is, right? Like, but these people, we're not grown yet. We're not the adults in the room yet. Like, we're not the adults in the room. I'm not yet. Call me in a few years when I work on it. I'm meditating my way through, girls. I'm trying to figure it out. But we are not the adults in the room. And that's the point. Is that all these people keep thinking they are, all your fans think you are. We're not the adults in the room yet. We still have to earn it. And we haven't earned it yet. We haven't earned the right to be considered the adults in the room, myself included. But I'm trying really hard to be aware of it and to move myself away from it. And yeah, it impacts the bag. Let's be so for real. I could have made so much money those 2 years that I was feeling anxious about Destiny's community, but I was too afraid, one. And two, it would have been selling my soul. I was so angry. I was so working on my meditation and my peace because I was so stressed with everything else happening. And then I realized, oh yeah, this isn't even about me. This is humans going to be human, trying to suck me into this vortex of their own issues. No matter how much I try to explain myself, no one's ever going to listen to me because they can't. J-Stock did that to me. That's what I kind of realized it when I talked to Kyla and J-Stock on a panel. And J-Stock like twisted every single thing I said. And I said, oh, you're never going to believe me. Like, you're never going to actually believe me. And then I realized, like, oh, I got to let this go. Like, I am so good faith that I keep thinking everybody else is going to be good faith at some point. But there is no good faith in this bubble. And that's why Ethan is so sad. Because it feels like Ethan can't be good faith right now. He can't. No matter who talks to him, he cannot hear people in good faith. Anyone who disagrees with him, he can't hear it. And I get it. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard knowing who's seeing you in that sort of objective sense. Not that we have access to objectivity. Hold on. Testing. Okay. Ugh. Chet says, I'd like to do content the way you do it. It's the only way. Real discourse. Put out your opinion and then redirect or redact if needed. You know, it's a weird game we're playing here on the internet. We want viewers, you want eyes, but nobody really wants, like, trust me, I watch enough philosophy podcasts to know they're not getting the views. I'm watching like tons of really amazing content creators, but they're not getting views. And that's because like we're in the Coliseum all over again, girls. We're in the Coliseum. And this is where I need you to radically accept. A majority of people are in the Coliseum cheering the Christians on as the lions eat them. That's it. So don't be the Christian. Don't be the lion. Don't be the emperor. Don't be in the Coliseum. Leave the Coliseum. Leave the Coliseum. I'm trying to live my life outside the Coliseum. But it really is a Coliseum. Okay? We really are just sitting here yelling at people, wanting to see people get their heads torn off. And it's just like, this isn't it. But man, it does pay my rent. And man, it does pay our bills. And man, it made Ethan a millionaire. Ethan became a millionaire by talking shit on other content creators, by calling Trisha Paytas a whale and Tana Mojo a Twinkie, by getting his own cease and desist letter, by making friends with Philip DeFranco, then making fun of his eating disorder, by building a platform, by just controversy. These people became millionaires. You made Sneeko a millionaire. Destiny is a millionaire. Do you know that? All of these shitty people are millionaires. You made those people rich. It is what it is. That's who the world wants to make rich. That's who the world wants to support. And by the way, that's why I can get like, not you, my audience, not you guys. Chad's like, no, I didn't. Not you guys. Okay. And maybe I participated in it by collabing with them, right? Right? So not you guys. You guys are great. But that's why sometimes I laugh when my chat will be like, oh my God, thank you, Brittany, for not making your streams stay behind a paywall. Yeah, because you want to make everybody else rich but me. Everyone else rich but the good streamers. Everybody rich but the philosophy people. Guys, how are your good content creators supposed to make any money if everyone wants everything for free constantly? How do you think Sneeko and Destiny Elves people make money? They do super chats, donos. You know? I'm not saying you have to pay me. I'm saying when you look at the world and you wonder what it's like, remember that we participate in it. This is why I always have 3 or 4 content creators I support full-time all the time. You know, I always have content creators I donate to because I really do believe in that idea, you know, and eventually I hope to give 10% of my income or 5% or something to charity. Like, I'm not there yet, but we're going to get there. And I'm not trying to do this to manipulate you. I'm trying to do it to talk about that bigger picture. To say we want the super chat towards the content creators. And then that's why I say you have to radically accept. I have radically accepted that the world wants Asmon. The world wants these people. Heck, the world wants Hassan, and that's okay. And that's okay. I make a living. Remember, I make a living. I'm just never going to be that millionaire YouTuber because I'm not going to fight everybody I meet, girl. I'm not going to fight everybody I meet. Ada, membership for 22 months, says you're right, boo, but I want you to be rich. Amen, girl. Listen, you know what I'm trying to say though, right? Bigger picture. I can't blame these people for constantly engaging in drama. It really makes money. I mean, even Charlie said that, right? Charlie said when he covers drama, he makes so much money, the views are insane. But when he covers like regular stuff, almost nobody watches. And that's the reality. Even big guys like Charlie who have like 14 million subbies say that this is the reality. And that's what I want you guys to be okay with. If you want to be a content creator, that's great. You can do it. But you're not going to do it ethically without the sacrifice coming to your wallet to some extent. That's why I say be happy being a middle-class YouTuber. I'm a very happy middle-class YouTuber. And that's okay. I'll never be like mega rich. But remember that that's why people say rich people can't be ethical. Because the things you have to do to be rich, you know what I mean? That's why there's a hesitation. I think Hassan is the closest to doing it pretty well. I think Hassan became rich because of subscribers, right? That's pretty valid. Becoming rich because people give you $5 a month and you have a big audience, that's pretty good. But Hassan also engages in behavior that I'm not a fan of, but I think he's the best of the worst. I do. I think he's obviously playing his role. He's obviously doing something he should be doing. You know what I mean? I want to make it clear that I do think of Hassan differently, but I think he's still a part of the bubble. Like, I think he's still a part of the necessary, because politics itself is so ugly, right? Okay, with the super chat, $10, woo woo, says doing my part, tithing to the Church of Brittany, 10 out of the 1 million. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, I can't fault people. I really can't. I mean, I do love the drama. I do watch the videos. I do think it's interesting. You know? Yeah, Chet says the existence of lolcows too is prime example. Majority of people don't care about anything but being entertained. Actually, I think the Boogie Keemstar bubble is probably the worst. That's probably the Coliseum more. Oh my God, wait, no. The Coliseum is Keemstar and Boogie, which I never engage with. But outside the Coliseum, it's the philosophers and the politicians arguing with each other who eventually kill Socrates. That's Destiny and Hassan and everybody. Except I'm the Socrates and I'm going to get beheaded for sure, bro. For sure going to get killed by these motherfuckers, okay? But like that's actually what's happening. Because I do think the Coliseum is very like lolcowy in that way. Yeah. Yeah, Hassan's definitely like outside of that. I think Boogie and Keem are in the Coliseum though, for sure. And everybody else is just like arguing with each other in the courtyard, you know? It's very like Saul, Paul, and Saint Stephen, you know? Yeah. Discord said Ethan is falling into the same toxic mindset that Destiny has. He always has had some of it, but it's so much worse now. Partly, I think he being fooled by DDG operatives flaming the fires of his anger. And I definitely think he is getting rage baited and is high on his own supply. That's true. Yeah. You said, I support the content because I appreciate the nuance. Love your perspective because you don't do the team sports style content. It's why I wanted the Destiny collab back then, because I thought he needed that when I encountered him. Turns out he was abusive snake. Asmon is such a tragedy. How could I have ever thought he had something good to say? Oh my God. I really was holding out for Asmon to get it together. But you know, it doesn't happen overnight. But that doesn't mean we have to stay around while they figure it out either. I used to watch all of these boys thinking, okay, because I'm a boy, guys. There's a part of me that really is a boy. I mean, my partner sees it, my friends see it, even my sister, she's like, you're such a boy, it's so annoying. And I'm like, yeah, I am a boy. There's some part of me that is deeply a boy. But even I get burnt out. I really get burnt out on these boy bubbles because they're so dumb. I'm sorry. The stupidest group of people in a room together are boys. They're so stupid. Like, you start so interesting and you end so stupid. And I'm just like, Jesus, do you have nothing better to offer? I really do think boys are trapped by their own smell of their own farts. Boys think their farts smell so good. And it's so annoying because there's so much potential there. There's so much potential. Yeah, sometimes it's hard being a boy. I really hate being a boy sometimes. Because, man, I do like the boy humor, but I would like you guys to actually say something interesting, please. Okay? Say something interesting. You know. Oh my God, scratching my face. Anyways, okay, now. Should we move on? Are we done talking about boys and their farts? You know. I have a new video from SBS Insight. Sick of corporate life, become a professional dominatrix. And I was like, ooh, girl, this channel I love. If YouTube Discourse could be like this channel, I would be in heaven. If YouTube though I did just do the panel with the Genevieve and Harmony and Irene, and it was really, really good, by the way. If you guys want to check that out, we made a very good panel together, very good vibes. But if like future YouTube panels could be like SBS, oh my God, we'd actually fucking solve something. We'd solve something. I don't know what, but we'd solve something, you know? Let's watch it. I think it'd be so much fun. Wait, chat says, sometimes I think I'm a boy, but also is it internalized misogyny or just self-grandeur? I identify as she, her boy, she, her man. I don't feel like a woman and I don't feel like a girl, but I feel femme. But I don't feel feminine, but I feel femme. I have femme energy. I think this is about deconstruction of gender as a whole. I do suffer from internalized misogyny, which I always try to deconstruct and pay attention to. But outside of that deconstructed misogyny that I internalize, I also just think I'm a healthy boy. I think I'm a healthier boy who's also a femme and a girl, you know? I feel like a mother that is genderless. I'm a genderless mother who's also a man. That's how I feel. Yeah. Like he's so mother, you know? That's how I feel. He's so mother. That's how I feel. Yeah, that's my core identity at the moment. He's so mother. Yeah. All right, let's watch this. Let's chill. Let's get it going, girl. Let's stretch our legs. I'm done with these boys. Let's go.
Escapism. Why do we do it? And when does it go too far?
Chronic
Ooh, escapism. When does it go too far? When you start becoming a Destiny stan.
pain can be very draining. Escapism is the closest thing I get to a break.
I was able to escape deep into Middle Earth, even though I was actually in the middle of this most terrible prison.
It got to a point where I became too comfortable with that sense of isolation. It made me feel good.
You do have this sort of come down afterwards where you've been sort of...
Wait, chat says something very nice. People get the vibe from you. You're safe from judgment. Like from me, because I will say people have told me, this is the feedback I got from people, that I feel like I can tell you the worst thing I've done because I feel like you won't judge me. I feel so safe hearing that. I love hearing that from people, but I need you to know that it doesn't come without consequences. You can tell me the worst thing you have done and I will root for your rehabilitation. But that doesn't mean I'll trust you around my kids. It doesn't mean I'll recommend you to date my friends. And it doesn't mean I won't call you out in public. But you could tell me the worst thing you've absolutely done, and I will want you to get the resources you need to heal or get better. I believe in that. And this is why in my whole life, I do think people have told me things because they felt like I wouldn't judge them. But then it shocked them to realize like, oh yeah, I do have to judge you to some extent. Yeah, I do have to judge you to some extent. And I think that's what throws people off. Somebody told me that specifically about Destiny. They said, hey, I think the reason Destiny was so shocked by your criticism of him is because he believed you would never judge him. And I was like, oh, well, I don't judge to condemn. I'm not judging Destiny to condemn him. I don't have to judge anybody to condemn them. I'm just saying until you hold yourself a bit accountable, like I'm not interested. But once you hold yourself accountable, like great. But Destiny doesn't understand how to do that. Ethan doesn't understand how to do that. I'm never judging to condemn you. I want everyone to feel dignified in their life, even the worst people on the planet. I don't think we should torture people because they've tortured people. That just makes you a person torturer. You don't want to torture people, guys, you know? Yeah.
Sort of at the height of your identity.
A man might come in and I might dress them in lingerie, might do some pretty wild things.
Sean, while you were working in Myanmar in 2021, you were caught up in a military coup. What happened?
The military took over the civilian government of Myanmar. I was quarantining in a hotel in Yangon at that time. The military came in. I was essentially surrounded by military police, intelligence agents and so on, grilled for a bit, ultimately handcuffed and taken away from the hotel.
What were you accused of?
They basically accused me of being a spy.
Being a spy?
Being a spy, not for Australia, funnily enough. They always maintained that I was working for MI6. Not quite sure why, but I think they'd seen too many James Bond films, something like that. But yeah, so they accused me of being a spy and bundled me away and took me to the police station.
What was going through your mind when you were arrested?
Complete terror, but also just the extraordinary nature of it all. I was an economics professor at Macquarie Uni here in Sydney. I was the most unlikely person to be caught up in international intrigue. So initially it was just sort of complete disbelief, but then an effort to calm myself and to be somewhere else, basically.
Did you think that they would let you go?
I did think they would let me go. The traditional story in Myanmar when they arrested foreigners was to give them a great fright and then basically deport them. And I expected that that's what would happen to me. As it turned out, that wasn't what they had in mind, and I spent 2 years then in prison.
What was it like, those first few days and weeks in jail?
Really awful. Complete sensory deprivation. I was kept in a tiny little cell that I used to call a box, devoid of any sort of interest at all. It was a windowless room, not allowed books or anything to stimulate my mind, and so really just had to sit there and stew in the situation and worry about what was going to happen to me.
Did you do anything to try and keep your mind active?
Yeah, I sure did, because it really worried me that I would panic and that would make the situation much worse. So I tried to think of things to think about. And because I'm interested in history and things like that, I started to think of historical
Oh my God. Sorry, I walked away for a second. Yeah, thank you so much for membership, gifting 5 memberships. Congratulations, guys. Enjoy.
themes. And so
BoJack season 3, last episode. I'm editing it after stream today. I'm so excited to see season 4.
again, in order to try and stay sharp, I tried to think, well, let's name and order all the US presidents in chronological order. I finally got that out after a few days. Then I moved on to US states. Then I moved on to Australian prime ministers, kings and queens of England. But yeah, with that sort of double motivation, if you like, to keep myself calm, distract me, but also to keep sharp.
After a few months, you started to receive books from the embassy. Did that change things for you?
It changed everything. Books have always been absolutely central to my life, and now they save my life. So I could get out of my own headspace, if you like. That became my new world.
What were some of the books you remember?
A couple I brought with me. One of the very first books I had was this book, Pachinko, which I think many people will be familiar with. It was a wonderful book for me because it allowed escapism of a particular sort. In many ways, it's a terrible and tragic story, but it's also a story of great stoicism and survival and so on. So whilst it's not escape to a good place, a happy place, it is to a story that, in essence, was worse than mine. So, in that sense, it gave a bit of comfort as well. I also, of course, I guess, got the ultimate escape series of all, which, of course, is The Hobbit and then leading into The Lord of the Rings. And so I was able to escape deep into Middle-earth, even though I was actually in the middle of Yangon and in the middle of this most terrible prison.
You say that books saved your life. How did they save you?
I think it was just by giving me a world in which I could completely immerse myself and not be there in this awful prison. I've always had a good imagination, probably excessively when it comes to books.
I missed the beginning of his story because I went to the restroom. So I was wrongfully imprisoned for being a spy. I love me some books. As a girlie who's read thousands of books, oh, the way I would escape. The way I felt like I was diving, reading Rainbow, reading da-da-da-da, reading Rainbow. I can't think of the tune of Reading Rainbow, but you know what I'm saying?
So I really found it quite simple, actually, just to completely immerse into these alternative worlds.
Nathaniel, you've had chronic pain since you were 12. How does that affect you?
I was 12 when I was diagnosed with a spine deformity called Sherman's disease, which I always describe as if you have a set of building blocks, and that's your spine, and then you put some triangles in the middle, and they all kind of start to fall over. I've had 4 spine reconstruction and fusion surgeries, but long story short, nowadays I'm able to still work, still live my life, but I do so with pain from the moment I wake up until the moment I go to sleep.
You're now in your 30s. How have you been managing your pain?
It's been a long process. Day to day these days, I'm on medication, pain medication, breakfast, lunch and dinner, and in between. I see a physio every week and every fortnight, depending on how I'm going. Exercise, I see a pain specialist and a pain psychologist as well to cope with the mental weariness of chronic.
I talked to a woman once and she was like, okay, how about every fortnight? And I was like, like the game? She was, what? No, like every fortnight. And I looked at her and I was like, what are you saying? And she goes, oh, in America, you guys don't use the word fortnight, do you? And I was like, no, we do not.
Pain. And then as we are here, talking about escapism is a really big thing for me. Similarly, I was always a nerdy kid reading books.
Wait, Discord said, in being trapped in a box with no human interaction or stimulation, are books actually escapism? Yeah, yeah, because you're escaping the isolation. Right? Because if you're isolated in solitary, if I was in solitary but I could read, it's when they put you in solitary with no reading material that you're really fucked. But yeah, like if I was like in a box but I could read, you know what I mean? There's like an escapism there because like you can have conversations and the characters become real to you. Right? That's what I'm assuming he meant, is like you would be escaping your circumstance. Because escapism is to escape the immediate circumstance you're in, like the energy of what you're going through. I used a lot of my early reading days, absolutely, as escapism for sure, for me.
And so I say that proudly. I was always the kid who would stay late after school in the library and read books. Nowadays, I can't really read anymore because focusing with chronic pain is really hard. So I listen to audiobooks. I have always been a gamer. I play video games with my wife and my friends. And then also things like...
Shout out to Switch users. My lovely wife just figured out, because I was like, I really wish I could play Donkey Kong Country from Super Nintendo. And she was like, I got this. So on your Switch, if you pay for a monthly internet service, I think it's like $5 or something. I pay because sometimes we play, with my siblings, or sometimes I play with my partner, whatever. They have on the Switch all the old games like for free in a bundle. So I've been playing Donkey Kong Country for the last like 2 days. And it's so fun. It's like all the nostalgia, all the shitty graphics, all the great music. I fucking love it. And so if you guys have a Switch, oh my God, I have been just in nostalgia land. It's just been so great.
Like Dungeons and Dragons and role-playing games that kind of just let me step outside of the chronic pain for a little bit. Just
explain that a bit more, how that helps you.
It's almost like a form of meditation. I'm able to focus on something else in a way that gives me a break from my body for a little while, lets me step outside of the pain for...
This is a really interesting topic, right? Because it's about living in one life while escaping to another. And it's about living in both of those places at once. This is actually really fascinating for those of us who are chronically ill. I got to give you a little bit of a health update. I'm feeling fucking great. There's still that low level of pain, of course, but kicking dairy out of my diet I've seen the most significant change. So gluten back in, dairy is out. I am still on a threshold of I can feel it in my arms in particular, and I can feel it in my chest at the moment. I guess I can feel it everywhere always, but I'm feeling really, really good right now. And it's been great. I've been working with my body every day, just making sure I'm having a good relationship with my body. And yeah, I have to now operate with this humming in the back of my head, but it's manageable, right? I'm excited. Sometimes yesterday I had to take an ibuprofen. I couldn't do it. I was like, I need help. I need help. And so I took an ibuprofen and I felt a little bit better. So some days are worse than others where I got to do this, right? And then most days though, literally most days I'm chilling. So that's pretty good. I can feel it a lot in my hands as well, which is interesting and pretty typical. I think a lot of people have, the hands, man. There's something about the hands. You're using them all day and stuff. But yeah, you live in two realities at once where actually Dr. Kirkonda said this about Ian. Did you guys see this? Before he privated his video, he said that him and Ian had become friends and that Ian on stream or on Content Cop is really aggressive and very loud and very this thing. But in his real life, he's quite timid. And that's kind of what every streamer is like, in my opinion. I actually think every streamer that I've met in private is almost always more introverted in private and always more extroverted online. Even myself, I am this personality for sure. But when I'm in my own house or with my own family, I talk a lot, but I'm not always streamer on. There's a lot of my life that's pretty chill. So every person that I have met from my online communities that I've met in real life, they're always definitely more introverted, less talkative. They rely heavily, especially if they're a video essayist. Oh, they're going to rely on that script to seem much more extroverted and talky. But sometimes with streamers, it's like pulling teeth when I'm with them in public to get them to have a conversation because they just don't talk. It's just what it is. So for a lot of us, we are that way. For a lot of us, we're just so different in real life. Obviously, that's what I mean. I look at the versions of me and I say, which Brittany should I bring to stream? Well, the Brittany that's going to be the most entertaining, generally speaking, or the Brittany that's going to, if I brought my totally unmasked version of myself to stream, guys, first of all, I'd be I make excessive verbal noises, loud. I was editing yesterday and I just make the loudest noises you've ever heard, like a bird. I can't be doing that on stream. Your earphones would not be pleased. Okay. I could never just be my normal self where I'm totally straight faced with no emotion. Be yeah, I really like that. This is a really good cheesecake. I should be oh my God, I love this cheesecake. It is so good. You have, you know what I mean? Whoop, whoop. You meet the situation. You think, what is the emotion that conveys how I'm feeling? And then you do it. And then streamers don't have that when there's no computer. So they're uh-oh, who is the audience I'm performing for? Nobody. There is no audience. What do I do now? Joke's on you. I'm autistic. There's always an audience.
A couple hours until I need to get up and stretch and go for a walk because I'm getting sore. So, yeah.
What does escapism mean to you?
Escapism to me it's the power of the mind over the body, I guess. It's always been a part of my life. Chronic pain can be very draining. And for me, escapism is the closest thing I get to a break. I think that's the thing that is the hardest to explain, is that you don't really get a day off.
Melissa, you recently booked a last-minute trip to Spain. What was going on in your life at the time?
One thing after the other was going wrong in my life.
Wait. Hold on, girl. We want to hear this story. Wait, Chet says, like, how are people stimming that aren't a child being filmed by their mom? I don't know what you mean by that, but that reminded me of the fact that, like, when I'm alone in my apartment, and I know this is like a autistic trait or something to do with neurodivergence, sometimes I'll be like, I stim while I eat. I do a lot of noises. I do a lot of this. I'm like, this is, okay. This is like this. I'm always this. This is like always happening. And this is why also my fibro is so tired all the time, because I'm always moving. But I'm like this when I eat. And then I boop, 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 and I do that for like 40 minutes. And I'm making sounds that feel good. And then I do that. And then I freeze. And then I realize, like, can anyone see me? And then I'm like, what if this is a TV show like Truman and people are watching me? And then I'm like, oh. And then I'm like, no one's watching you. And then the only person that's watching me is my partner. So my partner is the person who sees me stim the most. But yeah, I'm like, do. And then my mom would see me doing this as a kid a lot. She'd be like, Betty, calm down. And I was like, do. And my leg jogs, I'm a leg jogger. My leg's always moving. And I'm always just like, and then I make a lot of loud noises. Like, that's what I mean when I say, like, yeah, all of us are fucking masking. Like, I do this. Here, I'll move away from the mic so you guys don't blow your ears out. When I'm in the house, I just make noises like this, like, boop, boop, bop, 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 bop. I just bop, 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 bop all day. Sorry, I moved into the mic after all. I just bop, 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 bop. I'll just like walk around, bop, 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 until the bop feels good, and then I'll stop. You know what I mean? I can't act like myself on stream. Y'all think I'm crazy. You know what I mean? Not you making my dog bark. It's like, yeah, of course we can't be out here on stream just letting it all go to the wind, bro. I'm working really hard to be like, don't bop, don't move, don't do this thing. I do it all day. I do it all day. I do it all day, bro. All day. Do. Hey da. Yes, ma'am. I do Mario music. I love that. Do. Or when my partner talks and he says any lyric, I have to sing the song in mid-sentence. Like, I have to sing it right away. It just comes, and he's like, he'll look at me and I'm like, I'm sorry. You said lyrics. Like, you said lyrics. And then obviously I've learned not to do that when I'm on stream, or I've learned, like, don't do it as much. Or I used to think it was like quirky and funny. And then now I'm like, man, you cannot be the adults in the room. You imagine if Trump was sitting there and he said, Cry me river, and I went, Cry me river, Elon, Cry me river, Melania. I love that song. Justin, honestly, I would know who you were if I arrested you. I love that. What you did to Britney, though, what you did to Britney Spears, not cool. Not cool. You know, like, you imagine, not that I should give Trump as an example, because he's just the worst person who's ever existed. But, like, you know, there's some level of it where we do hold streamers to a higher standard than politicians, but I kind of think we should. But not literally. But yeah, there are just things you don't do. Like, here I can do it. We're in a safe space right now. See, I can tell you guys, I can let you in on the secret because I'm not on a panel or something. But sometimes, man, when I was on those panels, I just wanted to be like, I need to get myself out of here because I'm not stimulated enough, let me tell you. I feel like I'm in a secret club where I'm telling you all the secrets of all the masking. But yeah. Oh, and just a reminder, and again, not to kink shame or anything, but you know how the Destiny leaks happened and he admitted to wearing like a butt plug on stream because it would turn him on knowing he had one in, no one knew? First of all, no kink shaming because that's your business. But now it's all of our business and we know now. And I'm just like, I did not, you know what I mean? You just never know what's happening. You just never know what's happening. Okay? Oh, yeah. Those leaks were illuminating. Those leaks that came out right after my video, girl, illuminating, let me tell you. No kink shaming, but I'm just saying you never know what a streamer is up to. You never know. Okay? Let's let those women say, I took an exotic trip to escape my divorce. I love that idea of being like, I'm going for vacation and then never coming home.
I was going through a difficult divorce. I had to sell my unit, and then I was assaulted at work, working as a mental health nurse. And then I decided I just needed to escape.
What did you plan to do in Spain?
I decided to do the Camino de Santiago, the French way, which is 800 kilometres. starting in Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port in France and walking across northern Spain to Santiago de Compostela.
Had you done it before?
Yes, I'd done it 3 times before, but always with other people. But this time I wanted to do it myself.
Why did an 800-kilometre walk appeal to you?
It was something I always thought I wanted to do, just to prove I could be independent and do it myself. And I just wanted time to reset and a challenge for myself.
This theme of this episode is so interesting to me. I want to get to the part where it's like I became a professional dominatrix. The theme is sick of corporate life, become a dominatrix. What is the theme of this episode? How you can always change your life? How you can switch from one bubble to another bubble? Is that what I'm watching here? Well, isn't that a great message? You can always choose to be somebody else. You don't have to be the same person you were yesterday.
How did it go?
It started in Saint-Jean-Pied-de-Port, and basically it goes straight up into the Pyrenees. And I hadn't trained. The first 200 metres, I started to question why I was there. And I thought I could just go on a holiday, go on a nice bus trip. But then I realised it was a goal. And I think I'd be very disappointed if I had have turned around.
You just wanted to push through?
Absolutely. And then I set small goals for myself. I thought if I just get to the next post and then have a quick rest and then keep going.
How bad did things get for you?
On the 3rd day, my hips decided that they didn't want to cooperate and they wouldn't work. So I found some accommodation and I laid down.
Oh my God, Chess says I want to do the Appalachian Trail. Isn't that the one the girl Wild did? The woman in the 80s who did it, the very first woman to ever complete it. Isn't that the one she did? There's a Reese Witherspoon movie called Wild. It's based off a book about this woman's life. Insane. I kind of have a dream of wanting to do stuff like that too, but I think I've already done enough adventuring, right? I think I have, but yeah, I think about it sometimes too, where I'm like, I kind of want to do that, but I was like, I don't, but I kind of do want to do it. It is, okay, it is the same one. I kind of want to do it, but I don't, like, I'm not going to do it in this lifetime. I've already done a lot. That's what my road trips were about, right? Running into, the forest and going away from civilization and being just with myself and being in bear country. Like, that definitely was like my version of that. But yeah, there's something about that I really love.
And then all of a sudden I just started to vomit and my pulse rate went up, and I emailed my sister and I said, how do I get home before I have a heart attack? But then I thought to myself, there's no easy way to get back to Australia from the middle of northern Spain. And then I just lay there for 12 hours and I woke up the next day. I emptied nearly everything out of my heavy backpack and I walked over 20 kilometres the next day.
Wow.
So how did you reconcile what had happened the night before?
I felt it was actually me getting rid of my old life, expelling it from my body.
Matthew, you've been a teacher for 4 years and you live a little bit of a double life. Here's your alter ego.
What?
I think most people wear masks. In some sense, we are all performing for others. When I walk into a classroom for my day job, I put on a mask. I would definitely say I'm a quiet person. I'm kind of a bit introverted, but there are.
I think there's an illusion that the mask isn't the real you. But I think a lot of us put on the mask that is a version of us. But the real us is the person that feels like the mask is allowed to be taken off whenever, versus the mask has to be put on because of the situation. But I do think every single person on the planet wears a mask. They just don't know it, or they think they're not doing it even though they are doing it. And it starts with something small, like you saying something as a kid and your parents saying, oh, don't say that. We don't say that out loud. That teaches the kid that there are certain things we don't say out loud, which is true, right? Which is true. But then what's the difference from a mask we wear and sort of like lying to get through our day? And I think we should talk about that because I think it's different, right? Yeah. Because it's interesting that this is all being compared to escapism. Is that the theme of this episode? I missed the first few minutes because I had to run to the bathroom. Is this whole episode themed with escapism? Which is interesting because some people would say that so if he's living a double life, the life he lives outside the mask would be his real life, not the escape. Because escapism, isn't it supposed to be, escapism isn't Escapism is the rejection of reality. Escapism is a cope because reality is too hard to handle. Like, I don't read fiction. Guys, I haven't read a fiction book in so long. I stopped reading fiction. The healthier I got, the less I read fiction, which I'm not saying fiction isn't good. I'm saying it was my cope because fiction was my escapism. I don't cope as like my life's so good and I'm so healthy that I stopped coping through my life. Like, I love my life. I love my real life. I love it. I also stopped needing to escape through BDSM as well, but I think BDSM can exist in your real life without it being a cope or escapism. I just think for the time that I was in it the hardest, it was like escapism a bit, but I think I have a healthier relationship with kink now than I did before. And I think I would love fiction now as enjoyment, but not as a root of escapism. You know, like I used to fall in love with characters in books. I used to think like I could write this book or they could be my best friends or like I just wish I had somebody like this in my life. Like I used to become like obsessed. And then now I don't do that at all. Yeah, it's been years. I just kind of moved out of it, which is so interesting. But I think that's the question. It's not that kink is unhealthy, but you might be doing it for unhealthy reasons. It's not that gaming is unhealthy, but you could be doing it for unhealthy reasons. It's not that reading a book is unhealthy, but you could be unhealthy about it. So the question is, am I coping? Is it a mask? Is it healthy? Is it good? I think this is where you have to sit down with yourself and deconstruct it and pull it together and really put things in its right place to decide, why am I doing this thing? Why do I like this thing? And when can I get to a spot where I'm doing kink because it's healthy, or reading a book because it's healthy, or playing a video game because it's healthy? You know? That's I think where the journey has led me personally.
Are parts of my personality which are very loud, which are very silly, which are very colorful, but I don't think people always experience that side of Matthew. People are definitely taken back when they find out what I do in my spare time. I put on a mask and I become big
Oh my God, let's go.
fudge.
Let's fucking go. Fashion. That says, how is watching anime different for you than reading fiction? When I was younger, I would escape into anime, for sure. Now I just enjoy it. But when I was a kid, I would escape into music and anime, and now I just enjoy those things. I have music on, and I'm not escaping into it. I'm just enjoying it. I watch an anime. I'm not escaping into it. I'm just enjoying it. If I read a book, let's say a fiction book, then I'd be just enjoying it. I wouldn't be escaping into it. But when I was younger, oh my God, I would drown myself in anime, drown myself in music. I would just like disappear into these things. I would disappear into them because I wanted to live more in the music than my real life, more in the book than my real life, more in the anime than my real life. But at this stage of my life, I want to live more in my life than in those things. So now I just watch them because I enjoy them, not because I want them more than I want my real life. Come on.
It gives me a whole level of confidence I wouldn't normally have. And when I put that mask on, a switch flicks in my brain and
I mean, I love that. I think that's cute. Everybody need a hobby. What do they say on TikTok? God forbid a man has a hobby. I love that. Just as I never thought of fiction as escapism for myself, it's more of an expression and appreciation of art. Maybe it's just the artist in me. Well, it's just a tool. Art isn't inherently a cope or an escapism tool, right? Like it's just my relationship with it at the time was, but it's not the relationship I have with it now, because nothing in my life is used as escapism, including weed. Like I did weed way later in life. I was like 28 when I first smoked, right? I was 28, so I got it way later. And when I hit 30, I didn't use weed to escape. I used it to just enhance my life. But some people use weed to escape, you know? Jess says, Brittany, are you an Anagram 8? Ooh, that's so funny you bring that up. Discord and I have been talking about it so much. I am a 6. I wanted to I'm going to make a live stream on it so we can talk about it. I'm new to the Anagram. I don't really understand it yet. But I did it recently because one of my viewers asked me to do it and it was so fun. And my results were a 6. So I'm still learning about it. I'm still reading about it. I don't know what that means. But I'm still learning. And we've been talking about it in the Discord, which has been fun. But yeah, I'm an Anagram 6.
Stop being Matthew and I start being Big Fudge. And part of that means I don't really care what people think anymore.
You know, this reminds me, I watched a video that was like, nobody has hobbies anymore. I will say one of the things that was sacrificed for me to be able to work as much as I do is hobbies in a sense, but integrated 2 hobbies into my schedule that I think are still pretty good. And so I do think I don't do them every day and I don't do them all the time, but they are still an option. And when I have time, I do them. But that's what has helped, I think, because I did have a lot more hobbies when I worked less. But those hobbies, even my hobbies were kind of a form of escapism before. Yeah, I think even my hobbies were all forms of like, I didn't know that I did them for me so much as I did them for what I think they could get me. And now I just try to do hobbies that I think I just enjoy, even if there's just downtime. I try to qualify a hobby as anything I do in my downtime. So I've tried to intentionally integrate things into my downtime that aren't just sleep. But the problem is I turned my hobby into a job. Like I turned the thing I did in my downtime into a living. But even I need a break from the hobbies that I love. Even I need a break from work, and I love work. You know what I mean? So it's kind of difficult, but I think it's also necessary.
More. Escapism is important to me. It gives my life meaning. It gives me purpose. It gives me drive. It gives me something to look forward to. Wrestlers come in all different shapes and sizes.
People need hobbies, bro. This is a hobby.
And what these people don't know
Yeah, is anyone qualifying any of... They're all saying it's escapism, but this just feels like a hobby to me.
about me is what I know. When I put on this mask, I can become anyone I want to be.
Like, I think for a lot of online communities, the internet's kind of a hobby. Like, it's an escapism or it's a hobby. Could be either.
Matthew, we just saw you come to life there as Big Fudge. Did you always want to be a wrestler?
I've always been obsessed with wrestling ever since I was a kid, but even in my wildest dreams when I was younger, I probably couldn't have imagined this becoming my life. But now I'm here. It's kind of like I realized, well, the perspective I have, this is the path I had to be on to be happy, and I'm truly happy right now, I've got to say.
Is this about escapism for you?
Yeah, it is, absolutely, because I get to walk into a world and I get to become someone else completely, and that fills me with confidence.
Hold on, Discord said that's why him reading a book or her going on a hike or him having a hobby being escapism has been interesting in comparison to what's the difference of reading a book in solitary. I think it's the why. I think why you do it is everything. So if you're reading the book because you prefer it over your reality, escapism. If you do anything to escape your life, like your life is so awful, you're doing it to escape, then I think it's escapism. If you're doing it because you enjoy it, it's just something, it's a hobby. If you're doing it because you're trying to find yourself, it's a journey. That's how I think about it. You know?
Confidence I might not have in my day-to-day life. So wrestling is about escapism. It's not just the performers in the ring, it's our audience members as well, because they come there to cheer the good guys, they come there to boo the bad guys. They enter our world. They're part of those moments with us.
Davide, you research escapism. What?
Hold on. Chet says, I don't think it has to be awful to be escapism. I think escapism is toxic, right? Isn't that what the word means? Hold on. Let's look it up. I always thought escapism was a complex. Like it is actually negative. The tendency to seek distraction or relief from unpleasant realities, especially by seeking entertainment or engaging in fantasy. It's running away. Yeah, escapism is a mental diversion from unpleasant aspects of life. It's not radical acceptance. Like escapism is the opposite of radical acceptance, right? That's what I've always learned it as. I quit Google, brought me there. Yeah. It's like, it's not like negative, like you're a bad person. It's more like, hey, maybe this isn't going to make you feel more aligned with your joy. Like I never felt like I was joyful when I was in escapism mode. I don't like it. It's always bad when Brittany does it. So for me, I don't do it. I only engage in rest or meditation or loving my life, because that feels better for me. I'm also there in my life. You know what I mean? Like, I think when I was escaping, it was because I was running away because I couldn't fix my circumstances, which is different, you know? YouTube chat says escapism is the reason why incel gamers can't accept diversity in games. I actually think you might be right. I actually do think you're right. Yeah, we've like ruined their fantasy. So if they can't escape there, they can't escape anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Chat says I would still is considered escapism if you're reading a book of a more interesting world, not because you find your life awful, but you find it boring and unfilling in some way, sure. If you're engaging, like I always joke, why play a video game where I build houses and make money? Why not just do that in real life? Like, I think if you're escaping into Minecraft because your life is too boring, you're also neglecting your life. Like, why is your life boring? Games should make your life more interesting, not because your life is boring, but because it enhances your already amazing life. You know? I think you're right that even boredom that's why boredom feels like a red flag to me in my vocabulary. Because when Brittany is bored, it means she is without purpose. It means she has stifled herself into a corner where she can't engage with life. Boredom to me doesn't just mean like I have nothing to do. Because like, first of all, there's always something to do. Even resting is something to do. Breathing is something to do. Vibing is something to do. If I haven't thought I was bored since I was like a kid, I feel like I don't know. I've worked so hard to make my life livable, like to actually want to be alive. Remember that I've been suicidal my whole life. So when I stopped being suicidal, it was because I found a reason to be alive that came out of me, from me, and in my relationship with the universe. I don't think a lot of people are engaging in that. Like when people go, oh, I'm bored or I'm escaping my life, they're not also thinking about killing themselves. And because I was thinking about killing myself, it meant that I didn't just have to figure out a reason to find my life entertaining. I had to find a reason to stay alive. And it didn't come from an outside source. I don't stay alive for my family. I don't stay alive for my job. I don't stay alive for my kids. I don't stay alive for anybody else but me. I stay alive because I want to be alive, which is not something I thought of my whole life. Most of my life, I wanted to be dead. But I mostly wanted to be dead because other people pissed me off and because they're horrible and because you all think it's reasonable to genocide a whole population, or you think it's reasonable to attack people in the streets, or you think it's reasonable to like be, you know, all these other things. They weren't facing themselves and I was bored. I was bored. I was bored with life. What life had to offer me was boring because it felt stupid. And then I realized like, oh, it's not boring. It's just not fulfilling. So how do we make life fulfilling? And then bada bing, bada boom, baby. And now I just enjoy life. And everything that I just enjoy everything. Because everything is enjoyable, even when it's stressful. Even when I'm stressed, I'm enjoying life. And that's what I mean by being joyful, even when life gets bad. I'm going to enjoy life, even if it gets the worst it can ever get. Because I was never entitled to living forever anyways. I'm not even entitled to a good life. But I still think I'm just here observing the fact that I exist here. I think I'm just in my observing myself era, where like I'm simply observing the fact that I exist. And I just can't get bored with that, you know?
What are we talking about here?
When we define escapism, we are looking at detaching from reality.
Hold on. Well, we're going to have to... Hold on. Chat says, can there be a 5 that struggles with depression? Yes, because depression is often a biological experience. There's chemical depression. There's different relationships with depression. There's situational depression. I mean, depression is, you don't choose to be depressed. So you can't introspect your way out of depression. You can only introspect your way to, maybe finding a way to have a better relationship with these things. But like, people don't experience lifelong depression necessarily. Some people do, some people don't. So, the levels are only good for introspection. They are not good for curing cancer or reading minds. So if you have schizophrenia, you can't introspect your way out of it. If you have depression, you can't introspect your way out of it. Though some people, what they need for their depression is introspection. But if you're a 5, it doesn't mean you can't be depressed. It just means that there's something bigger happening here in which introspection alone isn't enough of a tool. Because it is a tool. Does that kind of make sense? So a lot of people feel like their depression was healed because they were introspective, but that doesn't mean a 5 can't be.
First, a reality that can be frightening, painful, or unsatisfactory. We are trying to achieve a distraction, so to free our mind from that stressor, and what we want to get out of it is a moment of break, of respite, to restore these resources that stressors deplete.
Are we escaping away from things?
Well, we are escaping from something unpleasant to something that is comforting or inspiring or exciting. So definitely there is a movement from the unpleasant to the more pleasant, or the dull, the boring, into the exciting.
Why do we want to escape?
There's many reasons, like we have heard about fear and pain, but sometimes it's as easy as trying to get a break from a stressful job or a boring moment. And we have hobbies, we read books, and we go into exotic travels just to access these different places in which we can explore different cultures and norms, or even aspects of our identity that we would not normally be able to access in the real world.
You are also a LARPer.
Proudly so.
What is that?
So LARP is
He's a LARPer, girls.
the acronym for live-action role-playing games. We've seen Dungeons and Dragons has been mentioned. So in a tabletop role-playing game, you're sitting around the table with friends and you're interpreting a character, but like...
Okay, Zaddy. Is that the term? Zaddy?
You're still like in your ordinary life. In a live-action role-playing game, you're bringing the character to life. You're in an evocative location like a movie set or a castle. You're donning a suit of armor, and you're telling a choral stories with 300 other people for 3 to 5 days.
You've been LARPing for 21 years now. When did it all begin for you?
I started very early, tabletop role-playing game when I was 12, and then when I was 18, I started with my first LARP in Italy in a Renaissance Palace, and it was awesome, and I started doing that every week for a long time.
What does it feel like when you're LARPing?
Well, it's great. It's a tornado of emotions. It's very visceral. Every time you're interpreting different characters, and that exposes you to situations you have no access to in normal life. And so you have to ask questions about yourself. What would you do in that situation? Who could you be? And then you have to live with the outcomes of those actions.
Angel, you're a clinical psychologist.
Hold on. Before we go on to that, Chet says, hold on. Hold on. Okay, this isn't the first time I've misunderstood this here, but when I hear that not having a purpose is a red flag, it feels like it implies I'm a bad person for not being able to figure out my identity. Is this something I said? Not having a purpose is a red flag? Because red flags to me, I don't think I've ever said not having a purpose is a red flag. Right? Like that doesn't sound like me. What was the context for this comment? Because a red flag is like, like a red flag is like a warning sign that somebody's dangerous or something bad is happening. You know what I mean? It's not what I would relate in my brain. It doesn't relate to knowing yourself. Boredom equal lack of purpose. I think you said being bored is a red flag, but because it means you don't have the purpose. Oh, red flag to me. Sorry. Okay, so I judge Brittany and her health by a standard I've set for myself, like with a checklist. And if I notice boredom, that's a red flag. Something is going wrong in Brittany. Because it connects to my sense of purpose, which is what allows me to radically accept things. And my purpose is a construct created of the subjective reality of accepting that there is no access to the objective. So when I am bored, it's a red flag. But when you're bored or when you don't know yourself, I don't know what that means. It just means you're still finding yourself. So it's a red flag for Brittany, like my red flag for me. Like, oh, warning, Brittany, we might be doing something wrong. Did we meditate today? Or like, red flag, Brittany, like, hey, did you eat enough food today? Like, hey, Brittany, like, do. That's what I meant. Sorry. I didn't mean like, it's a red flag in people when I see it in people. When I see people who don't know themselves yet, I go, yeah, bro, that's the journey, babe. Been there, done that. Took me 30 years to really know myself. So take your time, take your time.
Just what's going on in our brain when we engage in escapism?
Everything we do, from automatic processes like digestion and breathing to kind of higher order behaviors like decision-making, thinking, executing those decisions, come from messages sent via our nervous system, from our brains to our spinal cord to our limbs. And these messages are sent via chemical substances called neurotransmitters. Dopamine is one such neurotransmitter. It plays a really heavy role in our experience of pleasure, relaxation, release, dissociation. And when we engage in pleasurable behaviors, we see a spike or surge of dopamine in the reward pathways of our brain.
Yeah, we do.
And that behavior then gets reinforced because humans are instinctively and
Actually, if you guys listen to that, that is why there's doing some work on ADHD people who are dopamine seeking through like sex, like promiscuity, toxic relationships, and or I've even been seeing memes on Instagram that are like, I have ADHD, so I will pick a fight with anyone just to have a debate. I think that's why a lot of these ADHD boys become debate bros. I think they're dopamine seeking. And that's not how I get my dopamine. I don't get my dopamine by arguing with people. I actually get depleted. Fun fact, I get my dopamine by discovering something, figuring something out, problem solving. I get my dopamine by thrill seeking, adrenaline seeking, like skydiving. I get dopamine through like, I don't know, like philosophy stuff, right? But there are people who get their dopamine from fighting. I used to think Ethan was getting his dopamine by fighting with people on the internet, but he looks too miserable to be getting dopamine. See, Asmon and Destiny, funny enough, are definitely getting their dopamine through the internet. They're not really suffering in that way. They're just like, Destiny's just a bad person. Ethan is crumbling under the pressure. He is not getting the right dopamine, right? He does not look like somebody who's getting his drugs met. He looks like somebody who needs some drugs. That's a joke. That's a joke. Too far, too far. You know what I mean? I don't think he's made for it. I don't think he's made to argue with people on the internet. I think it eats him alive. I don't think he looks happy at all. But I think he thought he was. I think Ethan feels like the kid on the playground who feels like he can take it out with the big boys, but doesn't realize like it's too toxic for you, bro. You can't handle it. You know, I think Ethan is I think there was a version of Ethan that used to be not toxic enough to roll with these people. And then he became toxic enough. And it's actually why I do respect Hassan in a sense, because Hassan won't debate Destiny. He doesn't engage with these people because he knows they're here in bad faith, right? Hassan knows you cannot talk to a Destiny. You can't talk to these people. You got to give up on them eventually. The fact that Hassan talked to Theo Von, though, I hated that. I'm so disappointed in Theo. But like Theo Von is fully untrustworthy. We cannot. You know, we cannot support that man. But I know Hassan also did that to like reach out to Theo's audience, which is like fine, whatever. See, I'm not in that game. I'm not trying to get men to listen to me and be like, please be less misogynistic. And that's the job you can choose to do. I'm not interested in doing that, but I'm glad that someone's doing it. Someone's got to do it. You know what I mean? But yeah, this dopamine seeking behavior, it's kind of interesting. That's a good date question. How do you get your dopamine? What is the thing that makes you feel excited about the day? Because like if you're with a partner who likes to fight, so they have a toxic relationship with you and they have makeup sex with you, that's going to be your whole marriage. That's a good dating question.
Actively geared towards pleasure seeking and pain avoidance.
Is it normal to want to escape? Is it a good thing?
It's absolutely normal to want to escape. We all have instances where we feel overwhelmed in our everyday lives. It's a very natural and human desire to seek pleasure and to avoid pain. Is it a good thing? It's not really up for me to say. Whether it's a good thing, it really depends on the individual. We've heard from stories here where escapism has been crucial for someone's survival. And I guess in that case, it's a really good thing.
I never thought I was trying to escape how I was feeling and what I was thinking. And if anyone was to approach me about my drinking, I would push them aside and say there's nothing to see here.
Did it become an addiction?
Absolutely.
There's not a day when I'm not in some kind of pain.
Hysterical, overdramatic, it's all in your head.
I quit work, I made up an excuse. They still to this day don't know the real reason
Invisible illnesses. That's one of their other episodes.
why I left.
He was very quick to diagnose me with chronic fatigue. He said 95% of people don't recover. I said, well, fuck that. I'm one of the 5%.
Ben, you started drinking alcohol when you were 13. By 23, you were drinking every day and abusing other drugs as well. Why?
Alcohol and drugs were something that, as a teenager, gave me a lot of relief from myself. As a young lad, I was pretty shy and reserved and quite anxious, and the first time I drank, I remember thinking, this is fantastic. It lit me up like a Christmas tree, and I no longer had to think about what I was saying to people, and it quietened my mind down, and by the time I was 23, things had progressed to a state where I was drinking every day.
Did you ever worry about that form of escape for you turning into addiction?
I never thought I was addicted, and I never realised back then that I was trying to escape how I was feeling.
You know, the reason I think of escapism as a negative versus just like, oh, I'm like gonna go into my own little world or do something, is because I feel like I can't be present with you if you're escaping. You know, if you're escaping into alcohol, like, where's the person I married? If you're escaping into video games, like, where's the person I married? If you're escaping into books, like, where's the person I married? Where's my best friend? Where's my sibling? Where's my mom? Like, I don't understand how escapism in a lot of ways isn't just like a really negative way to run away from your life. Versus my dad was an engineer. He'd come home from work and he'd go play music in his music room. And we just like watch him play music or vibe or whatever in the house. You know, like a couple of my siblings are very talented. And my dad, you sing and play music and whatever. And I didn't see that as escapism. I saw that as like taking a break, resting, replenishing spoons, spending time with his kids, socializing. Like I always saw that. Even to this day, my dad, I'll call and sometimes he'll be like, oh, I'm playing music. Look at this new guitar I got. And then he'll show me like, for me, that's not escapism. That's just like enjoying your life. Right? Like I think for me, when I think of escapism, I think of running away. I think of like coping in an unhealthy manner. Like I cope sometimes, right? Sometimes I indulge in sweets or in food I really like, or sometimes I'll even overeat a little bit. Like I indulge because I'm like, fuck it, today, food coma, Brittany, okay? I earned it. And like I'll eat it, but that's not my regular go-to life. But I feel like coping for a day or like is not a big deal. Like, hey, I can't work today. I'm having executive dysfunction. I'm just gonna like play this hobby or do this hobby. I feel like that's okay. But I feel like there is a difference between needing to cope because you can't get anything done because your executive dysfunction is triggered, or actually just enjoying your life and enjoying a hobby. And it's not because something bad is happening. It's just because that's what you want to do. And then because the world is so bad, you want to escape into it. I think these are different categories. I just think they're completely different experiences. Now, for me, this matters. Have you guys ever seen the show Hot Wings? Hot Ones? Hot Ones. Hot Ones? And you know how there's like 10 hot sauces? And some of them are very similar, but they're still different. That's how I think of these differences. For me, the difference is as little as a shade. You ever like, you know, you're working on a map and you're doing color schemes and you see like one slightly red and a different kind of red together? That's how I look at these things. For my brain, they're different. The moment there's a difference, different category now. And for all people, they're like, oh, that's all the same. To me, they're all very different. Like some, I'm Anne. You remember Anne Hathaway and when she goes, I don't know, it's all just blue. She goes, blue. This is cerulean, you know. And I'm just like, and the woman's like, oh, these blues are all so different. I see the difference. I go, oh, these are all very different. And most people I feel like are Anne Hathaway, where they're like, I can't see the difference. And I'm like, okay, well, some of us can. And I feel like I want to see the differences. Like there is a difference in all of these shades. Even like comparing Hassan and Ethan and everyone together, they're all different shades of red. But they're all red, girl. They're all red. And even though Dr. Kirkonda was in Content Cop, he was the only purple that I saw. You know what I mean? He is not a red. He was not meant to be there, but he was there. So, you know, people mistook him for red, but he's purple. He might be a color, but he's not red.
And what I was thinking, and I always thought I was a heavy drinker, like a lot of people that I knew. And if anyone was to approach me about my drinking, I would push them aside and say, there's nothing to see here.
And did it become an addiction?
Absolutely.
What impact did that have on you and all those around you?
Had a significant impact. My mental health deteriorated significantly. I would wake up every morning and think, I don't want to drink or use today. And then by the afternoon, those thoughts had gone away and I'd find myself drinking. And engaging in that, when I was drinking, I was engaging in behaviours that crossed my values. And then to deal with those feelings of guilt and shame every morning, I would then continue to drink and use.
How long did this go on for?
By 23, I was drinking every day. And for the next 10 years, I continued to drink and use drugs every day.
Did you reach out for help?
Yeah. I reached out to my parents and they knew that I had a problem, but probably didn't understand the extent of that problem. So I reached out to them and bless them, they came down and got me into rehab.
You were in rehab for 28 days?
Yes.
What did you learn about how you cope with life?
Well, that's where I learnt about escapism, and I learnt that my drinking and drug use was a symptom of something much bigger, and that I needed.
Yeah, it's interesting. For me, you guys are right. Discord was saying it earlier. I think you're right, Discord. They're mixing in a lot of things that I just think sound like hobbies, but maybe you're engaging in them for the wrong reason. Like alcohol is a really good example. His relationship with alcohol, I think any of the people here could have the same relationship with reading, LARPing, BDSM, but instead there's variations in this story of different kinds of just hobbies, challenging oneself, and escapism that I think it's all getting tied into one episode that's confusing me. So I think I'm with the Discord on this, where like now I don't understand why these are being like the wrestling teacher. What does that have to do with alcoholism? That God forbid a man have a hobby. You know, what does it matter that he's a wrestler at night? I feel like, okay, that's just like a hobby. It's like, what does that have to, but alcoholism, like that makes sense to me. You're escaping, you're running away. Like you can do that with wrestling, but it sounds like the other guy just has a hobby.
Needed to address those underlying issues to keep myself safe and to not revert back to old behaviours of drinking and using. So I learnt about escapism, I learned about how I can relax, and I learned about reward systems as well.
After rehab, you discovered running. What did that give you?
Running has been an amazing part of my life since rehab. It's something that's early days in my recovery was something that I engaged in every day. I ran like I drank, you know, I ran every day, and it was something that helped me feel good, but it was also something that allowed me to escape. So I would work and I would get home, and instead of...
Red flag. Okay, listen, David Goggins, I think he's only engaging in escapism. I think David Goggins' whole success story is a story of escapism. He plays it as a story of liberation and finding himself and being disciplined. All I hear is I'm a 50-year-old man who won't take my ADHD meds, so I run 20 miles a day and my knees break. It feels like escapism. It feels like he's punishing himself for being fat or something. I do not think, and I'm not saying this man did it, but I do not think all forms of, quote, healthy hobbying, like, oh, running is so healthy, so it must be good for you. You could be addicted to running. You could have an unhealthy relationship with running. Do you know what I mean? Just because the hobby looks different doesn't mean it's not the same fucking problem. Or did you just replace alcohol with running? Is that what we did? Because I feel like that's not getting to the underlying issue. I want to get to the underlying issue. Why do I even have to run? Why do I have to drink? Why do I have to do anything? Why do I have this biological urge to do any of it? And how much of it can be introspected out of my system? So I think, you know, again, if he wants to run, I love that. But if he's replacing running, like the alcohol with the running, then I don't get it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. You know, that I don't get. So make it make sense.
Of picking up a drink, I'd put on my running shoes and hit the pavement, and that felt...
Which is fine if this is how, I don't know how you work through addiction. I don't know what the best cope is. You know what I mean? There's stages. I want to get to the other stage where I'm like, okay, I did this thing. I coped to get through work. Like I used to take a book with me to work so I could read all the time, and I would motivate myself to get through my shift. So I could be like, when you get home, you can read. When you get home, you could read. And I'd be so excited. Or like get to your 15-minute break and then you could read a chapter, and this is so exciting. And I would like look forward, like the way you would look forward to drinking when you got home, I would look forward to reading a book. That was my life. I'd like, can't wait. This is all I cared about. Like I would rather be in a book than anywhere else, right? And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I think that the reasoning why you're doing it could be wrong, right? Yeah. Chaz says that was me in school. You know how it'd be?
Good. It was a big part of my recovery journey.
Were you mindful that running could become addictive the way that drugs and alcohol had been for you?
Totally. Like I've got a personality where I dive into things and can get a bit obsessive. So running for me...
Is he a neurodivergent king though? Because neurodivergent people don't have addictions, but we do hyper-focus on our special interest, and we can disappear and just work on that thing. And the reason it doesn't work within capitalism in the world is because we just want to do this, right? We just want to do this thing, right? But that doesn't mean it's an addiction. It just means like it's the most interesting thing we want to do at the expense of everything else in our lives, which is not good. You never want to do something at the expense of everything else in your life, which is why addiction can be bad, because often you'll pick an addiction at the expense of everything in your life. So make sure you're having a healthy balance, right?
Me is an important part of my recovery, but there's other areas of my life that I need to tend to as well, and that's my family and my friends. And now instead of every day, it's 2 or 3 times a week. Yeah.
Tamara, you say you've always had some form of escapism in your life, and you've described it as a crutch. Why?
I grew up for 17 years in Housing Commission in Newcastle, and what I learnt growing up there was pretty much everyone that you know in that low-income area is using drugs or alcohol or just something to escape. I had 2 alcoholic parents, and I watched them use that to cope. I moved out of there about 9 years ago, and I started working. And when I got my first job, I guess that's where I realized that that sense of control and organization and predictability was what I was missing earlier in life. I'm not a person that does things by halves. I threw myself completely into my work, and I got addicted to being in the construction industry.
You've been working in construction for 7 years. Has overworking had an impact on your relationships?
Yes, absolutely. When I first started,
overworking is definitely romanticized in capitalism. Like, how many hours a week do you work? 60 to 80, 100? Whoa, you're so impressive. We glorify especially in America, really bad behavior because we think it makes us look cool. In Croatia, they're very chill. Nobody's trying to work 100 hours a week. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's trying to be like that. And so it's kind of this like very American attitude of like bragging about like, oh, I work so much. I fell into that very hard. I really internalized that messaging coming up where I was like, the more I work, the more I can brag about it, like in a good way. Like it made me feel validated. Like having 3 jobs was so validating. Even though I was like struggling, it made me feel like I'm working. Oh, Brittany's working. Like validation, validation, validation. And then I realized like, oh, yeah, I don't want this form of validation anymore. I want a different form of validation. Now, the question is, do you know how to pick the form of validation that also coincides with your joy?
Getting really addicted to work. I had a long distance relationship at the time. We lived 2 hours apart. Can't take shifts on the weekends if I'm going down the coast to visit my partner. We were together for almost 2 years, and then it got to a point where I just wanted to take more shifts and make more money. And so I decided to end the relationship so I could focus on work. And work meant that I could feel like I was better than what
I was watching Ali Abdaal talk about being rich and stuff. Did I talk about this on the stream or did I just talk about it in the Discord? I don't remember. But Ali was saying, look, if you want to be rich, you do have to sacrifice something in your life. Like I will never be rich unless I become rich in like a, I don't know, it would have to be a very particular way. I don't know how, because I can't sacrifice my mental health. And for me, I can't work more than I do. I do like a solid 10 hours a day, sometimes more. And it's just like, I can't do more than that. You know, that's what I can do. 6 days a week, that's what I do. And anything more than that, I'm just like, I'm burning out. I'm in bad, like, I'm just impacting my body for the worst, right? And that could come as a consequence. Like for him, he gave up being a medical doctor to pursue entrepreneurship. And he said, look, for a lot of people, that would have been a big regret of theirs. But he said being a doctor was never something that was as meaningful to him. And so for him, it wasn't like the worst sacrifice, but he did have to become doctorless. So then he went and talked to Dr. K about it. And he told Dr. K, you know, he's not medically licensed anymore. So now he's not even a doctor. He's just a guy. He's like, it's weird. I made my whole YouTube channel on the idea that I was a doctor. And now I'm just a guy. And Dr. K said, hey, what's wrong with being just a guy? And he goes, nothing. But it feels weird to be like, oh yeah, I'm just a guy. Because people do want to hear that there's something about you that like puts you above them in a weird way for them to feel good enough watching you. So they love that Ali was a doctor. They're like, yeah, he's a doctor. And it like gives him some sense of validation. And now that he's not a doctor, it's like, oh, why do we watch this guy? Who is this guy? What is this guy? Oh, well, now he's a multimillionaire. Oh, his status is back. Now we know why we watch him again. And I just thought that was it was a really cool video he put out because people aren't honest about that. You know, like they're not honest about it. Chad says, can people in Croatia live off half the minimum hours of working? I feel like in America you can't. Well, Croatians are suffering under the way that it works right now. The average Croatian is suffering. They are having an economic crisis. Food is too expensive. They are not making a lot of money. Croatians on average make about €1,000 a month. Okay, rent is anywhere from $300 to $800 or €800, and they are suffering under this economy. So don't get it twisted that Croatians are dealing with a very difficult economy themselves. They are being very challenged by the tourism and how it brings in income, but also ruins things for the people who are local. Actually, Europe has been talking about it all around here. Like people are, you know, we rely on the tourism, but also it really fucks everything up. So Croatia, like we're getting ready for tourist season here. They're about to all show up and our towns are about to go from very quiet and chill to very crowded. Very crowded. So, you know, it is what it is. There are even people whose housing is temporary because the landlords will rent out their properties during the summer for 5 times the price for tourism or whatever. So it's like, it's not easy wherever you are. There's always struggles. But yeah, it is one of those things. That says digital nomads really fucked up the market. I mean, digital nomads are a big part of it, right? Like people coming in here and living off American salaries, but living in Croatian prices. That can be definitely a thing for sure. And then of course, like we just participated in a protest over food prices. Like my partner and I, we didn't shop at certain grocery stores. We protested. We didn't eat at certain places. As a way for them to bring down grocery prices and we helped impact people. The market was impacted. We actually made a difference, like not me, him, but like us as a group who did it. And that felt pretty good, but it was temporary. It was temporary, right? So, yeah, I would be cautious about the idea of wanting to live somewhere else because it's so cheap or doable. Like once you're in the local market, you're back to feeling like everything's expensive again because you're now making the local market's income mostly, right? So if you're Croatian making the local market income, it can feel hard. Like land is houses. Okay, like Croatia is an 80% homeowner market, but the people who own homes are mostly boomers and some older millennials. But like if you're Gen Z right now trying to buy in Croatia, depending on where you're buying, it's very expensive. It is pretty expensive. Like I make technically like an American salary, right? But I couldn't afford the places here without some help or without some different way of doing things. I think in Croatia as well, the down payments are different. I think they want to make people homeowners. So the irony of America being so afraid of socialized countries is like in this country, more people own than in America. You know?
I used to be. And like I was working towards something. It meant that I didn't have to sit with uncomfortable emotions because I wasn't thinking about my emotions.
Also, I do not know everything about Croatia. Please do not use me as the ambassador for Croatia. I am still learning everything about this country and I am barely educated. I know nothing. So just take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Always thinking about my next work task or KPIs or work relationships or projects and deadlines. But I realized after work, it was that quiet where I'm sitting and of the nighttime, I have a lot of panic attacks because right before I go to bed, I'm not thinking about work, I'm thinking about my life as it stands.
Was there a point where you felt like your escaping into work had just gone too far?
Yeah, definitely. But it wasn't me that realized. It was my friends and family. My dad passed away and I just realized I tried to work through it. I just wasn't coping at work. I wasn't focusing. I was tuning out in all these meetings. And so I quit my job and I had 5 months off.
In the days after you quit your job, what was that like?
Crazy. I had no idea who I was outside of work. I had so much intense guilt for relaxing. I just didn't know how to relax without feeling like I should be doing better, or I should be, personal growth or development and just progress. But it's really hard for me to believe that progress is not a linear path, and that's what I was really uncomfortable with. So.
Hold on, chat. No. Chat says, have you ever thought about renouncing your American citizenship to avoid paying taxes? I remember you said it's like 60% of your income. No. 60% of my income is not going to taxes, girls. That is not happening. It's about 30% of my income, but we're still waiting to hear back because remember that the tax treaty between Croatia and the US is on hold right now because everything's kind of a mess. So we're letting the professionals handle it. I've already paid my US tax. Like that's already been filed. So I've already paid America and I am a Croatian taxpayer. I'm just waiting to hear back. But like, yeah. Also, I am a US citizen. That is where I'm from. That's where my family is from. To give up a passport is like a ridiculous decision to make. You would have to only give it up if America was like forcing you to come home. Like if America was like, all Americans have to come home, then sure, maybe I'd give up my American paperwork to stay in Croatia to be with my partner. But the risk of giving up an extra passport is pretty intense. It is like the American passport. You want to talk about privilege? Having an American passport. Like, I don't know if people understand that, but also like I could just go home. Like it's a very big deal. Do you know what I mean? To have one. So it's like you're paying for the right to basically go home, kind of. It's kind of worth it, But either way, we're letting the professionals figure it out. But yeah, so yeah, giving up my passport would be very interesting. It would be a very interesting decision, you know what I mean?
The first few months I was kind of like, ew. What do I do with all this spare time? And then I think towards the end of it, as I started processing everything and I went on a fishing trip out at my dad's country, Coloranabry, with his brother, and I heard birds and saw just flat red land.
Hold on. Chet says, wait, what does the treaty encompass? Girls, I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm just a pretty girl who works on YouTube. I have no idea. I am not paying attention. I am paying people and trusting adults to figure it out. So don't ask me and nobody try to get me in trouble because I'm not trying to be in trouble. I am letting all the professionals work on it. I'm not doing nothing. Don't ask me. I'm not handling it. This is not something you do on your own. This is something we pay professionals to worry about. So I ain't worried about nothing. I filled out my paperwork. The authorities told me what to do. I mind my business. I'm following the rules, girl. Okay? I do not know. Do not trust anything I say. Do not use anything I say to do anything.
As far as the eye can see, and I woke up and went fishing for 4 days straight. It was the best time I ever had, and I was really upset that I had to come back to Sydney and back to reality. But I think after that trip, I realised that I do have personal interests, and I am.
Okay, you see how her life was stressed and then she took a vacation? We need vacations, y'all. We need to be able to take a break. That is what is missing in the world. We do not have time to take breaks. We do not have the money to take breaks. That's the problem. We do not have it. I certainly can't afford it. Like if I miss a week of streaming or income, my income will dip by like a whole week's income, literally. It's not like I make in 2 weeks. I'm usually hit twice. I'm usually hit for the week I did make content and the next week that I didn't make residual content. So like you can't take I can't take a vacation without pre-recording a whole bunch of content to make up for the fact that I'm gone, right? Paid vacations are barely a thing in America. If you go to America and ask for a paid vacation, it is rarely paid. That's what we need though. We need time off. You know, we need 2 weeks. And I know in Europe, they laugh at us for only 2 weeks of vacation. But even if Americans had 2 solid weeks of paid vacation, holy fuck, we'd be recharged. We need to recharge our people. Ideal Britney land. Oh yeah, there'd be some fucking vacations, bro. There'd be some fucking every 6 months. I think in an ideal world, every 6 months, they would have 2 weeks off. Every 6 months. I'm not even fucking with you. Every 6 months, 2 weeks off. Go. It'd be a vibe. It would be a vibe. The whole world would feel vibey, bro. We'd all come back rejuvenated. We'd come back, make the most killer 6 weeks or 6 months or whatever. And then boom, 2 weeks. 6 months, 2 weeks. You know what I mean? It'd be great.
I'm a person outside of work, and I'm back working now, but I've set boundaries finally, and I know who I am.
Trish, you got into Buddhist meditation when you were at university. What was it about meditation that appealed to you?
At first, I was really interested in the philosophy of Buddhism and how that could be a bit of a structure for life. So I was young, and in university, I started my first full-time job while I was still studying, so I had a lot going on, and I came to know the mental health benefits of meditation, and yeah, it was very helpful for navigating that change at that time of my life.
So it was helpful at first. Did that shift?
Yeah, so definitely it was helpful. I had a lot of purpose and intention with that.
Oh, chat, you just made me gag because I was like, what are you? You said, and yet you think an American passport is a privilege. Oh, not like privilege like you're so lucky. Privilege like access. That when people say you have white privilege, do you think it means like you have such a privilege to be white? It's your privilege to be white. You're so privileged. Like, do you think that's what it means? No, that's another way to use privilege. Like you should be privileged enough to exist no, I meant like privileged enough with access. Having an American passport is like white privilege in that context. Not like you're so, you know what I mean? That's hilarious. I'm dying. Don't you love language and how it conveys meaning and how one word can mean 2 different things, but the context matters? That's why context matters, kids.
Meditation practice, and I was very supported within Buddhist communities. So as we went into COVID and all the lockdowns, that was when I guess I started to lose purpose and intention with my practice. During the lockdowns, there was a time where I was still meditating as part of a community, obviously remotely, but then it did become something that was a form of escapism that wasn't healthy.
In what way was it not healthy?
It got to a point where I became too comfortable with that sense of isolation, and it became something that I was yearning to be in that place of isolation. It made me feel good and comfortable. Also, I guess as things started to go back to normal, it didn't help that I was more comfortable being alone and felt that safety in that isolation, being in that space of meditation. I also started to feel like all the things that I had learned through meditation and mindfulness, I guess, started to work against me a little bit. Like I was trying to live like a monk.
Ooh, escapism through meditation. This is the line when you're seeking out introspection, is not to lose yourself to the facade of introspection meditation, not to lose yourself to the, like, not to escape Introspection, extrospection should make you more grounded in reality, not less grounded. That's why, I was having this shower thought the other day where I was like, I wish people were serious about introspection without getting psychosis. Like, can we please meditate without entering psychosis and thinking you're talking to angels, bros? Like, that's the thing that I wish. Like, that's why when people hear my content, I get why you think I'm some girl who's just like, you know, all these other people. I see so many people on TikTok where I'm like, babe, you're in psychosis. You're not fucking like meditating. And it's like, how do you know the difference? I feel like the levels, the framework of fiveness is that you should be the most grounded in reality. If you find yourself talking crazy, seeing things, hearing voices, like, you know, and it's not real, we need to have a conversation. You know that saying, if Jesus came to you and said he was real, would you believe him? Well, first I'd need to check that I wasn't crazy. And the question is, how do you check if you're not crazy? You ever watch those ghost shows where there'll be like, there's a show where this guy's like a doctor and he sees ghosts? And it's like, how do you know it's a ghost and how do you know you don't have psychosis? The data, girls, the data. And first of all, I don't see ghosts for the record. But if you're watching a show with ghosts, there is a way to tell. If you're watching Harry Potter, there's a shout out to, I don't want to mention J.K. Rowling, but you know how it is. Okay. He knows the difference between a ghost like Sir Headless Nick and something that's coming from his mind, hopefully. It's like, you know, we have to do the data. We have to talk about like, okay, I need to problem solve this. Is this what I'm viewing or is this what I'm viewing? And this is what I try to do. Okay, I even do this with my feelings. I think DBT even does this with our feelings. Like, I'm having this feeling. Why am I having this feeling? Does this feeling make sense for the circumstance? Does this coincide with the reality that I know to be true based off the data? That's how I feel about it. So if God came to me and she's like, hey girl, I'm real. I'm like, okay, let's run it through the data. Am I drinking? No. Am I high? No. Have I slept enough? Yes. Can someone else see you? No. That's either a bad or a good. Maybe it's a, okay. Can you interact with the physical world? Can you do something to prove to me you are real? Can I do something for me to prove that you are real? It's like we can run down the steps. I'm not afraid of God existing, girl. I'm afraid of you thinking she existing when she doesn't. I'm not afraid of magic. If it's real, great. But I just want to live my life thinking it's real when it's not. You know, kind of embarrassing, really. You know? Chess says, then keep your access pass while I enjoy my 4 weeks paid vacation. Hey, bro, you're too stupid to be in this chat, so I'm going to block you. Thank you. God bless you, bitch. Anyways. Okay, so when we interact with meditation or introspection, we want to become the most grounded. Like that commenter who's a bitch, can't figure it out, girl. Okay, can't figure it out. I got to stop saying bitch. But you know what I mean? Can't figure it out, girl. Can't do the math, okay? You're too stupid. So of course you're going to fall for bullshit, right? So you have to, yes, the scientific method. We need to enact the scientific method to figure out what we're dealing with, okay? What are we dealing with? Because you can't escape into meditation and then deny yourself reality.
And probably taking it too far. So I was spending way too much time, spending hours meditating because I felt like it helped to establish this sense of stillness that I felt comfortable with in that time of uncertainty. And then I went through this period of change where it was probably really important for me to acknowledge that I wasn't feeling good emotionally. But then, with that meditation practice, I often reverted back to just putting those feelings away, going into this space of emotional stillness. That was not helpful. I ended up being hospitalised for anxiety and depression. It was a bit of a wake-up call for me, I guess.
Yeah, I've seen so many people. Sometimes I'll even have like friends or family who be like, oh my God, Brittany, I think I'm really getting it. Like, I think I'm really seeing like the answer, but I can be like, get off the weed, bro. It's your weed talking. And they're like, no. Cause I love drugs. I think drugs have really helped me become more introspective. But if you need the drugs to be introspective, I think you're doing it wrong. You know what I'm saying? I think you're doing it wrong. And I have had people be like, oh my God, I think I totally get it. And I was like, that's the weed talking. You don't get it yet. And that's the problem. Like, are you getting it? Or do you think you get it because the weed's telling you you get it?
After that hospital stay, what did you realise?
I realised I do have this personality where I can turn things like meditation into a competitive sport somehow. I really needed to address what it was that was causing me to do that. So knowing that I have a personality where I put a lot of pressure on myself, trying to achieve constantly, I ended up realizing that meditation is a great tool and it's something that is really helpful in certain situations, and fundamentally it's not something that needs to be turned into a sport.
Angel, where's the line between...
That's the irony is kind of like when people go, oh, Brittany, your levels, how do I get to level 5? It's not a race, bro. It's not a race. It's not a race. And that's the problem. It's not a race. I don't know if you're even supposed to. You should ask yourself if you're even supposed to do it.
Between escapism and avoidance?
I don't think there's a line between escapism and avoidance. I think escapism is a form of avoidance. That's not to say avoidance is necessarily a bad thing. Neither is escapism is a bad thing necessarily. But I think that when we only rely on escapism and experiential avoidance to relieve our stress, then we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot, because we then deny ourselves the opportunity to experience what it means to be human. We deny ourselves of the opportunity to experience the full spectrum of emotions that encompass what it means to be alive. Escapism and avoidant coping mechanisms, if it's just one of many ways that we cope with stress, then I think that is perfectly fine and perfectly healthy.
Matthew, you're a school teacher and you're a pro wrestler. Has there been a cost to your escapism?
Yeah, certainly. At a surface level, there's a mental and a physical toll that professional wrestling takes on you for years that add on to your career, but
That's just called a hobby/job that's physical. He better have a real reason.
all this time I've invested in wrestling. At the same time, I've lost relationships, friendships, jobs. I've lost...
Why? Ooh, he didn't make it just a hobby? Did he become obsessed? That's a bummer. See, that's a negative. I feel like your hobby can't be the reason you lose friendships, unless your friends are judging your hobby. But like, how do you having a hobby ruin your friendships?
time with my family. I've lost the chance of having a normal life. But
What?
that being said, I'd do it all again in a heartbeat, because
But why? That makes no sense to me. Then it's not a sacrifice. Like, why can't he just be happy in wrestling and say, like, yeah, I like friends and family, but I don't prioritize them over this? If it's really losing, do you know what I'm saying? Is he really losing them, or did he just prefer the wrestling? Because I feel like if you're kind of a loner who prefers the wrestling, cool. But like, does he not have friends in wrestling? Does he not have connection in wrestling? Like, if you become a BDSMer and all of your conservative friends don't want to be friends with you anymore, did you really lose friends, or did you just grow into having better ones? Do you know what I mean? I don't know if losing friends is always a negative, because sometimes you just lose friends naturally because you grow out of them. I don't know if I need to hear the whole story. Does he have friends in wrestling?
because that feels justified when I do get to perform in that ring, which is the highest of highs. And to me, that makes everything worth it.
Emma, you're part of the goth scene in Australia. What does being a goth involve?
It's got a huge spectrum of involvement, and it's a worldwide phenomenon, and it involves everything from music to how you appear, obviously, and it's been part of my life for a very long time.
Is it about escaping to somewhere?
It certainly involves escapism on some level, but I would think for most of us it's got a deeper involvement at an identity level.
Where has the goth subculture taken you?
I'm very fortunate. I'm an academic and I was able to do my PhD on goth subculture, so it's taken me all over the world, but it took me all over the world as a participant as well.
Tell us about the Whitby Goth Weekend.
The Whitby Goth Weekend started in the early 90s. Huge numbers of people now attend. I've been several times. And it does feel like a huge family-friendly event. The whole community gets involved, the entire town gets involved, and it usually makes it to the media. So there is lots of footage of it, and I'm sure many people may have seen it on the news.
What happens after one of these big events? Can there be challenges for you to sort of fit back into everyday life?
Yeah, you do have this sort of come down afterwards where you've been sort of at the height of your identity, if you like, and you've had all those extras of getting dressed up and being involved in music events and being involved in markets and being in a community and being with people. So you do get that sort of that come down depression, that sort of mourning for that full sense of your identity. That can be very difficult.
Why did you first get involved in the goth scene?
I grew up in Perth, Western Australia. I'm a very pale-skinned and I was a very weird ginger little child. I didn't fit the bill for being a normal West Australian person. I didn't like the sun. I didn't like surfing. I wasn't ever going to be your traditional tan, beautiful West Australian woman. And I wasn't a beautiful child, and I was never going to be the beautiful girl.
Oh, okay, hold on. Okay. This is killing my soul. Okay, Habibi.
So I always felt like I didn't fit in. I was a large-bodied person. I never fit in. I never felt like I had that wonderful thing that so many people have where they can fit into a crowd immediately. So I went looking for those who were more welcoming, and I went looking for the weird kids, and I was very, very fortunate.
Woo woo! Shout out to the weird kids. That's me, baby. Weird kid. Definitely weird kid bubble for sure. How do you think I ended up in a dungeon? Weird kid bubble for sure, girl. No regrets. No regrets.
I found my weird people.
Here's a photo of you in high school. What was it about the
Aw, cute.
goth look that you connected with?
It wasn't just clothing, it was music. I was lucky in so many ways that when I came into the goth scene, there were huge bands that were releasing albums. The Cure released Disintegration around that time. Sisters of Mercy released albums around that time. Susie and the Banshees, lots and lots of other bands were releasing classic albums at the time. And so I was very fortunate to be able to be part of what was essentially the second wave of the goth movement. So I got to see it in real time as young teenagers.
See, when people spend time building constructs around music, I can't tell you how many bands and musical bubbles I joined just to vibe. You know, I really love music. Music is very important to me. I saw a TikTok the other day that was like, there are people who don't play music in their house. Like, I grew up with parents who played music all the time. I play music. Like, music is really important to me. And it's interesting that people, yeah, they go the whole day without listening to music. And I'm like, oh, like you went all day without listening to like one song? That's so interesting. Like, even when I'm editing, I have music on in the background while I edit. You know what I mean? So for me, like, music is a storyteller. Music is the vibe. I just love music. Like, I used to have a friend who would come over, we'd get high and just listen to music. Like, girl, vibes, right? So yeah, I forget that. I don't know if people, it's kind of like, oh, what's this? Isn't there a movie? Oh, you know, we just watched Everything Everywhere All at Once with the Discord, which is such my favorite. I love that movie. Oh my God. But you know how they have to do something to enact the thingy? I hate words. You know, the jump. You know, they have to like do something weird. I feel like music is like setting a tone for the thing you have to get done. Like, I like my kitchen really, really clean before I cook in it and make it dirty. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you have to do an action to evoke. So my mom, I could tell when she was gonna vibe because she would like move the house in a particular way, or like you could just tell my mom was about to put on music. And I was like, oh, we're about to vibe. And my mom would put on music, and then we'd all just kind of sit around the house and vibe with it, or we'd like listen and sing or dance together. And it was like a let go time. It was like a ritual. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. I'm getting tired. It's like a ritual into vibing. And I just think those things are so important. And I think when you're not doing them and you feel like, oh my God, there's not enough time in my day and I'm being pushed, set a ritual, turn on some music and vibe for 15 minutes. And I promise you'll get 6 magic hours you didn't even know you had. When you feel like there's not enough hours in the day, meditate for 10 minutes. And I promise you'll all of a sudden see 3 hours you didn't know existed open up for you. Promise. Do it.
Experiencing what we thought was going to be something that carried us through into later life, and has.
In terms of growing up, how important was it to have your goth identity?
Personally, it was extremely important. It gave me the opportunity to explore who I was as a person. It gave me the confidence to find who I was. So those opportunities to escape to something and enjoy something truly wonderful, and that real sense of community, it was hugely meaningful, is hugely meaningful.
Bridget, motorcycling is a big part of your identity.
Motorcycling feels really different from anything I've done before because you can live.
Okay, love her. Always wanted a motorcycle growing up. First thing I ever bought myself, which was like a very big purchase, was an $1,800 Honda CR-V 70cc baby. And I was like 16 years old. And I went and I bought me a little dirt bike, and I wanted to do it because I watched Motocross on the Disney Channel. And I was like, I will be a motocross girly. I was also living in Southern California where like all the famous dirt bikers lived. So like Brian Deegan and stuff were people's neighbors. And like you would just Travis Pastrana was like there, and they were all the neighbors. Yeah. Chad says, do you listen to meditation music when you meditate or prefer silence, Brittany? I prefer silence, but particularly birds outside, like my actual bird, like I'll open a door. Or I listen to ASMR water sounds or like nature sounds, but I like water in particular. You know, but let me tell you this, as like an autistic BPD girly growing up, every Disney movie I saw, I became obsessed and was committed to that entire like identity being my next thing. Like my mom would say, Brittany would watch a movie and be like, that's who I'm going to be now. And that's what I would do. I'd be like, I watched She's the Man. I was like, buy me a soccer ball. I'm going to be a soccer player. I watched Bend It Like Beckham. I was like, move over, bitch. I'm going to be a soccer player. Okay. And then I sat there and kicked around the ball for 10 minutes and went, never mind. I don't know about this. Never mind. Shout out to my mom. She really did let me try every fucking hobby. And then I was like, I'm not instantly good at this. I'm over it. To this day, I might still have that. I'm not instantly good at this. Do you know what I was instantly good at? And now I have convinced myself I'm going to be a great X thing in the future. Do you know what it is? I was so excellent my first day of art class that I am convinced I will be an artist. That's what Brittany's going to do in her 50s and 60s. I'm going to be an artist because my first attempt at drawing came out so good that I was like, oh, fuck, I'm good at this. I was instantly good at it, which confirms in my biased brain, I will be an amazing artist. I am very confident in my drawing skills that I have not practiced. But the little bit I've practiced, I was like, I'm pretty good at this. I'm going to do this. This is what I've decided to do with my life, you know? I just haven't dedicated my hours to it yet, but I'm going to do it, girl. Because like, but see, if I'm not instantly good at something, I was like, this isn't for me. Which is not good, by the way. That's not a good mentality, guys. You're never instantly good at anything. Except art. But yeah, I was confident enough that I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to do this. Not yet. I don't have the hours to dedicate to it. But I was like, oh shit, this is going to be one of those things later in life. I can feel it in my nuggets. Yeah.
Literally throw your leg over your bike, point the handlebars at the...
Oh my gosh. Wait, Chad says Legally Blonde. I was going to be a lawyer. Girls, when I saw Legally Blonde, my girlfriends and I printed out the LSATs and just did LSATs. I told my mom, because a lot of my family are lawyers, I was like, I'm going to be a lawyer. And then we would practice the LSATs. Literally, I would what? Like it's hard? Exactly, chat. I was like, yes. 100. Don't show me a movie, girl. I'm about to make it my whole identity.
Horizon and go anywhere in the world. It's escaping from everyday life, normal life, mundane life, routine life, and it's also very much about escaping into adventure, into experiencing things that make me feel alive. My partner Alan and I have escaped to Europe 3 times so far.
Lesbians!
We go for about 6 months at a time and we ride almost all of that time.
Wow, amazing.
My life before motorcycle.
When I was in Seattle, I owned a little Vespa, super cute Vespa. And I'm like, that's all I want. I don't want a car. I want a Vespa. And then it was raining all the time. And I just was sitting there thinking, this isn't what I want either. Listen, if I wanted to try it, I tried it. I wanted to do van life. So I bought a trailer and traveled around the US. I was like, nope, this isn't what I want. Let me tell you that I have spent thousands of dollars figuring out who I want to be. When I tell you I've probably spent $100,000 trying to figure out who I wanted to be, if I could have been born that person who knew exactly what she wanted to be when she was younger, I could have had a house. I could have had a totally different life right now, but I didn't know. I mean, BPD and autistic, you just know I spent all of my life, 30 years of my life figuring out who I wanted to be. Literally every single hobby, every single lifestyle, every single dream, I've tried it. I figured it out. Is this what I want? Is this what I want? You know how many times I spend money even trying to self-publish book? Thousands of dollars. Like, is this what I want to do? Is this what I want to do? Is this what I want to do? See, I'm the person who actually has to try it though. I can't just like wonder. I have to put it to the test and be like, this isn't what I want. Is this what I want? Nope. That's not what I want. Is this what I want? Mm-mm. I've done that. Me. Yep. Chet says, what finally made things fit? Hold on, I'm thinking. Well, you know, it's hard to say, but I think that what finally made things fit was the fact that I let go of it being forever. I let go of it being everything and all that I was. I let go of the fact that it just needed to coincide with my joy, and my joy was easy enough to serve. I still struggle with future thinking. Like I love planning for the future, but I struggle trying to predict where I'll be, because who knows who I'll be in 30 years. So I know, like, that's why I say I think I'll be a painter. I think I'll be an artist. I don't know about painter, but I think I'll be a drawing. I'll either draw, paint. I think I'll be a painter. I'm not sure though. I think I'm going to be a content creator, but I think I'll be a painter. And I think I'll still do philosophy, but I'll have a medium to express that in. I think. I don't know though. I can't predict Brittany. But I think I'm also open to being an author. I'm open to doing a lot of things as long as it coincides with my most loved pastime, which is philosophy. As long as I can do philosophy, I'm really happy. As long as I can contemplate why in the universe, I'm really fucking happy. I just like thinking. I really like problem solving, and I really like thinking. And so I think I tried to turn that into a job, because I was like, that's all I want to do with my time. I just want to think and problem solve. What can I do that does that? But I don't have an interest in science. I don't have an interest in like traditional ways of education. I don't have an interest in working in corporate. Like I don't really have an interest in being even a therapist. People used to say like, oh, you'd make a great therapist. So I went to community college for child psychology, and I just like, it wasn't the answer for me. I was like, no, this is not the kind of problem solving I want to do. Right. Heaven Hyena, thank you so much for the Hyena. Is that yeah, right? Thank you for the super chat. Says because you're amazing and I'm so glad you exist. Yo, that's so sweet. Yo. Yeah, I don't want to work with, I think I struggle because I don't want to work in like this is so autistic of me. I don't want to work in structured companies. I just go crazy. Like my dad always said, Batsy, you can't work for other people. I just know it. And whatever that is, that's true. My dad too. My dad owns his own business. Like I can't clock into work every day. It's not the work thing, because I used to work other jobs. It's like, I don't want to work with you. I'm a very solitary creature. I really like being alone. And I don't do great in group projects, and I don't like group settings. And so I think as much as I am like extroverted and personality type, I'm so functionally introverted that for me, I don't want to work in groups of people. And I think when you're a researcher or an educator or in psychology, you're ultimately working with a board. You're ultimately working with a boss, and that's fine. Like I think there's something about my brain that does better if I can just be like left alone to work. And I think that's just probably the autism, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's see. Chat says, how do ones interact with their joy? Is it more of a struggle for them than the other bubbles? If they're following their joy, would they still be ones? Well, ones don't experience joy. That's kind of the point. Is ones are so far removed from their relationship with self, they don't even understand there's a joy to be had. That's kind of the thing about ones that makes them so obvious to me, is they have absolutely no access to joy. Versus twos do have joy. Like twos experience joy. Twos can be in their joy. Right? Ones are devoid of it. That's why they struggle. Yeah. That is why they struggle, right? One's on my level system. Links in the description. I'm making a new levels video, fingers crossed. Maiden Monster sent 10 memberships. Oh my God. Look at you guys. Let's go, girls. Congratulations. Enjoy those memberships. Please check out my BoJack series. You'll love it. I also have other series and playlists available for you guys. Check them out. You'll love it. You'll love it. You'll love it. And I have a special thing coming for members starting next week. I hope you guys are excited for it because I'm pretty excited. I can't announce it just yet. I'll announce it on Friday, but I have a new thing coming for members. I'm very excited. Okay, let's go back to this video.
Cycles was probably very similar to a lot of people. I had young children, single mom, working, very busy, very full on, and really no time for escaping. When I met Alan and we started riding, it really did allow me to...
Wait, she's a lesbian, right? But she just said Alan. Is Alan's a girl name? Or did I think they were lesbians?
Escape a tough time.
All right. Oh, it's a boy. I thought they were lesbians for some reason. My bad, girl. Heterosexuality. Congratulations, girl. My bad. Let's see. Chat says, I have a question about fiveness in art. Can twos create a piece of art that communicates fiveness? Yes. 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 Like, that's what we just reviewed for Itaroski's The Holy Mountain and Everything Everywhere All at Once. They both, through their art, convey fiveness. But I don't know if Itaroski or the creators of Everything Everywhere All at Once are fives or they're twos who can depict fiveness through art. I don't know. Yeah. You know? Oh, wait, Chess says, if I remember correctly, Britt said twos can have 5 moments. Twos can have what we will call 5 moments. Like, but I don't know if they're really like in that mode. But yeah, I think they can create art. Because I think, okay, here's my greatest theory about objectivity. I don't think human beings have the perception of objectivity, but I think we have an inherent intuition towards it that could actually explain why we have a feeling towards a direction and why when we reach that direction, we actually are more in our harmony. So then I have a theory that what if twos have access to an instinctual, intuitive direction of fiveness, which leads them closer, because fiveness is just the beginning of the next journey, right? It's not the end of a journey. It's not the destination. It's the next stage of the next level, right? So then I wonder about that, you know? Like when you get to fiveness, yeah, because as the closer you get to your introspection, like I do think there is an objective reality outside of our perception, me, humans. But I don't know how we would even start to access it except through some sort of trial and error to some extent, right? Yeah, I think so. I think there is an objective. I just don't know what it is. Chat says, so is 5 like a goal to move towards? No. The goal should not be to be a 5. The goal should be to be joyful. When you hold on to an attachment, you're missing the point of letting go of the attachments. Fiveness is a representation of the journey of letting go of attachments of outcome. It's having a relationship with the self and outside the self. So if you were aiming to be a 5, what are you attached to? Why are you building an attachment to 5? Because 2 brains think the goal is to be 5. But the 5 knows the goal isn't to be a 5. The goal is to deconstruct the desire to be a 5. You must deconstruct why you even think you want to do this in the first place. And then the outcome is the earned journey of getting to that place. And then it continues again. You're in the new cycle. It's about accepting that you're just like simply a part of this universe. And like this limitation of free will and this experience we have with it, it's not about goals. It's about why we even thought we needed one in the first place. Without giving up on everything. 2 nihilism will give up on everything. It will be like, the world sucks. I don't want to do this. Everything's hard. I don't want to pay tax. I'm just going to give up. That's like a 2 nihilist. A 4 nihilist is like, wait, am I just like a floating rock in space for real, for real? Like, I know we say that as a joke and we all think we're so woke and on Reddit with our little like pog frogs or whatever they're called. I'm such a boomer. But like, no, literally, are we just floating in fucking space? And people say that, but they don't believe it. These women who just went to space, they don't get it. They don't get it. People don't get it. You do not get it, and it shows. Ethan doesn't get it. Look at the way he's wrapping his whole universe. Ethan's whole universe is right now these people on YouTube. He has no concept that he's a floating little biological creature in space. He has no fundamental embodied understanding of it. He has absolutely no embodied experience. He has no fucking clue. He might say it, oh yeah, man, we're just on a rock floating in space. Yeah, dude. But no, dude. You don't get it. You know? And so that's the thing is like, I think people think they get it because it sounds like the two who can make 5 art. The two thinks they get it, but they mostly get it logically. They're not having like the full experience, which is, you know, fair. It's, you know, humans are really good about that. Humans are really good at thinking themselves, but forgetting that the experience is what matters. That's why people tell you to go meditate. It's why they do put you in the mountains to go meditate. It's why you physically need to go do something so you can match the thinking to the physical experience to some extent, right? Chet says, is it weird to think that you'd never make it to 5? Can you be happy staying in 4? From the way you speak of it, it seems like 4 keeps you in the same type of turmoil. I could be misunderstanding. Oh, turmoil. I could be misunderstanding though. 4 is temporary, but it could be temporary for your whole life. But it's not. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, just because you died doesn't mean anything. So like everything is temporary. Everything is just a moment in time, but it could be temporary forever. You know, like, oh, you're a shitty person right now, but like, you don't have to be tomorrow, but you can decide to be a shitty person forever. But it doesn't really mean much in a sense, because like time is sort of a construct. So, I think you can die of 4, but I think most of us live long enough to not die of 4. But that's not guaranteed because it's your journey. You get to decide how it goes. Does that make sense? So I don't think you can be joyful as a 4, but I think you can be joyful in a sense. You can be happy because happiness is emotion, but I don't think you'll ever feel fulfilled. I think 2s are joyful in relation to the bubble and 5s are joyful in relation to the universe. And if you're a 4, if you don't find that joy in relation to the universe, it's just going to feel like your whole life is a cope. And I just can't imagine you being joyful as a 4. I think you could be happy though. But yeah, I think all 4s become 5s. But a bus could hit you and you could die a 4. So it happens, you know.
We shall head home now.
Time to head home.
Yep.
Let's do it. Alan and I will.
Hold on. Discord said, I think about your co-author from time to time. Honestly, going back to 2 Bubbles was very relatable. Do you still keep in touch? You know, I shared this with the Discord the other day. I can't figure out if my former co-author is a 3 who's going to a 2 or a 4. And the reason is because I wondered if they had that like real devastating experience that I think 4s kind of have to have in a sense of realizing like everything they believed. Imagine if Ethan woke up today and genuinely realized that nothing he thought he cared about mattered. Like in a real way, like, okay, let me use a different language because that language gets wrapped up in 2 bubbles. Imagine if Ethan Klein woke up today and realized that everything bad that's ever happened to him makes sense and is okay. But not okay morally, but is okay in a radical acceptance way. Imagine he woke up and actually had a complete shift in his body that made him zoom out and realize like, oh, none of this fucking matters. We're so petty, bro. Who cares? Hey, Hassan, live a good life, bro. Hey, guys, I hope you live a good life. We're going to stop. I'm over this, you know? Like, hey, I want to stand up for myself, but also I'm kind of over this. This is so silly. It's like you have to have an embodied experience. So I don't know if my co-author is a 3 who chose a 2 bubble or is a 4 who chose a 2 bubble. And because he doesn't engage in the philosophy at the moment, he's like on a journey right now. We haven't really had time to talk about it, but I do check in with him. The last time I checked in with him, life is vibing and he's pretty comfortable in the bubble he chose. But I think I think my theory is like in the next 5 5 years, he'll probably go back into the philosophy bubble more. He's kind of out of the philosophy bubble at the moment, but he's so curious and he's so open-minded. But he's, you know, so my theory is like in the next 5 years, he might dive back in, you know, but it takes effort. Introspection is an activity. You have to be active in it. You can choose to stop introspecting. Most people do, you know, and I think he's just taking a break from it. I do. I think he's taking a break from the deconstruction in a sense, you know. That says 3s are bubble hopping, popping, right, in an exploratory phase. Not necessarily, but kind of. 3s can be an exploratory phase, and they can be doing those things. But 3s are just kind of glorified 2s because they know there might be something else, but they're not willing to take the risk to find out what it is. So they usually settle back into a 2 bubble, which is why I think he could be a 4 who's more of a 2 or trying to be a 2. But it's not working. Like, I don't think he'll be joyful. I don't think he's joyful right now. I think he's vibing, but I don't think he's joyful. Like, I think he's like chill. And, you know, that's a way you could live. But I have a feeling the next 5 years will be much more interesting for him, you know, but who knows what that means. You know, he really doesn't engage with the levels. Like, we really created the levels and then he was like, peace. And I was like, bye. You know? Ted says, do you feel like your last video on the levels is still accurate? What are the main differences, if any? I haven't rewatched it in a long time. I'll make a new one, but I think it's pretty accurate. But I mean, the levels aren't finished. They're not, I'm never going to write them down. They're not done. I am simply a student observing and putting it into words. I am not trying to make a prescription, and I'm not trying to convince people to do this, and I'm just here sharing my experience and I'm making it into something, you know, right? Chet says, does your co-author use the levels in his day-to-day or made it to just, no, he doesn't engage in it at all. Like, he does not engage with it in that traditional sense, though I don't know. I try not to push him in a direction, right? I try not to engage with him on the topic, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't make prescriptions. And I try not to engage with people in my life about the levels unless they come to me first. And that includes him. So, yeah. Like, I use it in my language, but I don't talk to people about it. You know, because it's my thing, and he already made it clear he doesn't want to be engaged with it. And that is a part of his journey. That's the cool part. Is like, ooh, you created this thing, but you don't want to be a part of it because it's not where you're at right now. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Like, that's so interesting. I think that's exciting. That's another way to experience it. This reminds me of a book I read about Five Lives Remembered, Dolores Cannon. One of my viewers asked me to read a book or recommended it to me about the New Age bubble. And I didn't grow up really learning about the New Age bubble. But Dolores Cannon and her husband claim that they can give people a therapy session. I forget what it's called, hypnotherapy or something, that will like trigger your past lives and you can hear their voices. And they typewrite, they like kept track of all of the conversations. And I read them. And it's a cool book. It's a cool idea. I don't believe in it necessarily, but it's cool. And her husband got in a car accident and retired from it. And I didn't understand that. How could you have discovered what you think is like literally talking to past lives, and then you just decided to dedicate your life to loving your family because this car accident tested your mortality? But then I think of my co-author and I'm like, oh, are you doing the same thing? Do you know there's something out there, but instead of engaging with it, you're just going back to living a regular life? Oh, vibes. Huh? Like, that's something that's interesting to me. Could we discover there's magic in the universe and people might choose not to use it? Like that movie on Disney. What's that movie on Disney where they all forget to use magic because technology comes in? And then you would think, well, why wouldn't you use magic if magic is still real? Human beings do make decisions every day not to engage in the thing that another human being would see as like, how could you not use this? Like, there are, do you know what I'm saying? Chess at Halloween Town. Funny. Cami, welcome to memberships. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not going to answer more questions about my co-author, guys, because at the end of the day, like, that's his business and I won't put it out there like that. But I appreciate the questions. I see some personal ones you're asking, like the differences between him and me. I just, I don't want to talk too much about his journey. You know what I mean? He's still on it. Discord said, what's the difference between a 2 realizing their beliefs doesn't matter versus a 4? A 2 gives up in relation to the bubble, like an ego, and a 4 gives up or wants to give up because the universe doesn't care. The 2 goes, nothing matters, man. No one will ever love me no matter how hard I try. And the 4 goes, holy shit, no matter what I do, the universe doesn't care. The actual universe doesn't give a fuck about me. It's like a very different feeling of like, oh, all these things that I thought mattered. Because look, I just choked. How many people do what they do just for outside validation? The 2 usually loses motivation because of the outside force. The 2 usually finds relationship with self because of the script they were given. Even the people that are like, fuck the government, fuck the scripts, fuck technology, fuck civilization, I'm going to go live out in the woods. You doing it out of retaliation for how the world is. The 4 realizes there's nothing to rebel against. You can't rebel against anything. There is nothing to rebel against. The 2 will say, fuck society, nothing matters, because they're doing it out of an act of rebellion because they don't like the world. The 4 realizes like, oh, there is no world to rebel against. There is no world to feel mad about. There is nothing, you're not, like to even hold the attachment of being upset at the world is to think that you were entitled to some sort of divine blessing from the universe. The universe doesn't care about you. We're all just here, and then we're all going to die, and then that's it. But that's not it, is it? That's not it. And that's what 5 realizes. 5 realizes, oh, it's not it. There's actually something so powerful about accepting that truth. And then everything becomes open. That's why 5 is the beginning of the next journey. Like 5 is the beginning of all you have is possibilities. 2s think I'm going to get a college degree so I have more possibilities. Now imagine that the universe is its own university and you just opened it up and graduated and now everything is a possibility. The difference is the size of access. Bringing out paint. We're bringing out paint. Y'all did this to yourselves. Y'all did this to yourselves, bro. You all did this to yourselves. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay. The 2 scope thinks this is it. This is it, baby. All the possibilities are here. The 4 goes, oh, no, hold on. This is bad. Hold on. The 2 and the 4, okay? But then the 5 realizes it's all of it. There are no limitations. The only limitations are the rational and reasonable ones, okay? So 5s know we're biological creatures living under very specific rules about like the nature of law, like what is possible within our nature, what is realistic within our biological experience. Like math is math. Like what are the rules to the universe, right? But that's why some scientists have a different relationship with reality, but not all are 5s, which is different. Okay. So it's all about the access to the difference, which is why I like this, but some people didn't like this. Some of you don't like this example. It's like this is the bubble and how you experience the bubble is about what level you're getting to, but one's not better than the other. The 2 thinks this is all that matters. So this is so important. Oh my God, this world, this thing is so important. And then the 3 goes, I wonder if this thing isn't as important as I think it is. The 4 realizes like, nope, it's not as important as you think it is. And then they're like, wait, so what is important? Wait, nothing is as important as I think it is? And then the 5 goes, no, but isn't that great? And you have to understand, this sounds simple. This, every time I talk about this, every little boy who's ever read a philosophy book goes, I am a 5. I know what this means. Then why isn't it showing up in your life? Then why isn't it showing up in how you talk to people or care about people? Not that you would be perfect and not that you wouldn't call somebody a dumb bitch, but why doesn't it show up in how you actually live your life? Why are you still transphobic? Why are you still racist? Why aren't you deconstructing gender and the body and yourself? If you're telling me you've gone through this great, amazing extrospection journey that has made you realize you are floating in space, then why are you still fucking voting MAGA? Why are you still engaging in like bullshit belief systems? Why are you still getting stuck in online drama? To some extent, to other extents, it might just be fun. Okay? So, okay, when we have these conversations, then you have to ask yourself why. And there might be a reason. Okay, I come to work and I talk about two bubbles all day. I have to engage in some level of two conversation because bitches, this is the world. And your girl got to make a bag to pay her rent like everybody else. Okay? That's why I do it. The answer is very clear. Like, if Brady's a 5, why does she care about YouTube stuff? Because bitch got to pay her bills, bitch. And also it's interesting. I like people. I want to problem solve people's problems, which means I have to view people. And who better to view than 99% of the population, the twos, on the internet, where they all live. So that's why I'm here, girl. That's why I like the internet. Okay? I like being on the internet because everybody's literally putting all of their consciousness out there, all of their problems, their medical health, their journeys. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, what do you think about that? How does that help you? Fuck being a therapist when I could just watch YouTubers talk all day. You know what I'm saying? It's so like, yeah, I'm people watching all day, girls. I'm problem solving. You having this conversation with me makes me a better thinker. Because when you ask me a question, now I go, oh, how do I incorporate that into the way that I problem solve? Listen, in 80 years, right before I die, you know what I mean? And I write down the final thoughts about the levels, I'll be like, shout out to my chat, bro. Shout out to my chat. Shout out to my chat. You know what I mean? Chad says whenever people dog on you about the levels, it's like they low-key expect you to literally ascend and start floating to prove you're a 5. Bro, they're like, well, if you're a 5, bro, why don't you have magical powers? And I'm like, great point, bitch. Great point, Yeah, they do, because they buy into the 2 narrative that somehow being a 5 is going to make you fucking float on air, because that's how 2s create narratives around heroes. Heroes do impossible things that regular men can't. And if Brittany feels regular, then how can she be the 5? Because the 5 is, the whole point of 5-ness is realizing like, oh, everybody's regular. Everybody's regular for real, for real, for real. Everybody is really regular. That's why I say I don't judge people to condemn. That's why I say I don't want to torture people. Listen, when I was a 2, I used to think people deserved to be tortured for doing horrendous things. Now I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm not going to, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in war. I don't believe in violence. Like, I believe there are some circumstances where certain things are reasonable, but mostly, yeah, I don't want to torture anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. And not only that, but I think we shouldn't. Like, I think we shouldn't. Like, if people, I think people forget though, because they imagine the most horrific kind of human. Imagine a human being doing the worst thing possible, and you get so angry. And I've been that angry where I have wanted revenge on those people. I've wanted those people to suffer. And then you realize like, oh yeah, wanting them to suffer makes no sense when you've radically accepted that like they're just doing what makes sense to them. Now the question is, just because it makes sense to them, does that mean it's okay? No. But then where do we draw the line and where this is, right? Like, I don't want to torture you because you tortured somebody else. But I do think we should be having conversations about what's okay in society and what's not. I just think what I think is okay in society is a lot more open-minded and lax than most people, because I think healthy people doing unorthodox things makes it healthy. The question is, what does that look like? Trial and error. I have a video coming out. About the worst kind of person on the internet. And it's just because like it is like bad faith personified. But more than that, it's the fact that people still watch it and eat it up that is such a reflection of society. Like, this person has more, they're not even a YouTuber, they're like a news person. They have like status in society, and people give them airtime, and people watch them with all their takes. And that's it. That's society. Like, this is the worst kind of person. And yet, here it is. This is the worst way to have discourse. It's like the most unserious person I've ever seen. People are so unserious about people's lives. And that's why people get serious about lives, by the way. The reason people get so serious about social justice is because you are so offensively unserious about the dignity of life. You are so unserious. That Savannah girl that got punched in the face, she was so unserious about how cruel it was to go on the streets and attack people for having abortion. You're being so unserious. In the same way, and I'll be so real with you, I think it's pretty fucked up to bother military soldiers that are coming back home, even if you know they've killed someone's baby. Because you are not taking into consideration why they felt like that was a justified action. And no, they're not the same. But the energy you're outputting is the same. The energy you're outputting is the same. Leave people alone. And with the right kind of intervention, these people can change. But also, sometimes the road to hell is paved in your good intentions, and you might have those good intentions, but it's not good enough. And it's hard to be a good person. I mean, look at Dr. Kirk Honda getting trapped in the middle of Ian and Ethan. It is hard to be very serious. Dr. Kirk Honda is trying to be serious about changing. Ian and Ethan, less so. I don't think Ethan is interested in becoming a better person. Right? I do not think that is true. But I think he's not that different from most of the people I talk to. Think about all the people that are doubling down even harder on Trump. The fact that I wake up every day to liberals saying, wow, I think Trump was right. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe you woke up in the year of our Lord FKA Twigs and went from a liberal to MAGA because you genuinely think the Democrats are that bad. You think the Democrats are so bad, you went MAGA? Like, please be fucking serious right now. Like, there is no seriousness. Like, nobody is serious. You know? But maybe that's the point, too. That's what I work on in my radical acceptance. I think a big part about being 5 is realizing that nobody is serious because life's just not that serious. But man, is it tragic. It is so tragic. But I'm not sure it's all that serious in the end. We really just do die. Then that's it. We're just like in museums for people to witness our life. That's it. We're just living relics. And one day somebody will oogle and ogle at my videos and be like, this girl existed 200 years ago. That's it. You know? Oh my God, crazy super chat. We'd love to see it. Thank you so much. Gerbil is typing. There's an indie game called Night in the Woods that would be a great companion story to understand the levels, especially level 4. The universe is forgetting you. Thanks for a super interesting discussion today. I'll write that down. The universe is forgetting you? Bro, I just got chills. Ooh, I just got chills. Bro, I'm gonna write that down. Ooh, the universe is forgetting you. Ooh, you know what really got me the other day? I got little chills down my spine. Is one day there will be one last person who will remember you, and then that's it. And I think about Coco. Oh, Coco, you want to know a movie that's made me cry my heart out every time I've seen it? Coco. I think about that. I think about one day there will be the last person who will remember I existed, and then that's it. And that's kind of beautiful. I think, to be honest with you, I really look forward to being forgotten. In like a really poetic way. Like I'm really looking forward, yeah, to not existing in any sense. Like not even in memory. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think, and not that I'll be able to witness it, because I think when I die, nothing happens. But, you know, if I have a say in it, it might be nice. It might just be nice. You know? Uh-oh. My bad. Hold on.
And we started writing.
Hold on here. Pull up our video again. Let me fix my text screen.
It really did allow me to escape a tough time. All right.
Maybe we shall head home now.
Time to head home.
Yep.
Let's do it. Alan and I will ride as long as we can. And we're very aware that at some point something will happen that means that we can't ride anymore. So until that day, until that moment, then we will ride. Escape.
We will ride. I love that she's driving. Chetza, did the acceptance come with time? Yes, all acceptance comes with time. I mean, I really was on this like journey for 30 years. Until I turned 30, that's my marker for myself. Yeah, my life was like 30 years of torture. Ever since I was a little kid and I had my first real memories, my life was like, where do I belong? I never really had a childhood that didn't involve self-harm or thinking about where I belonged. I don't have memory of being a child where I didn't want to die. So for all those kids who grew up, like all these conservatives that are like, just let kids be kids, let them have a childhood. I had a pretty good childhood in a lot of ways. Like there was a lot my parents did right. I have a lot of really good memories, but I also don't have any good memory that isn't also underneath that memory subconsciously about dying or where I belong in the universe. Like my mom, I had a little Walkman, my brother, for my like 13th birthday. Well, no. I would have been like 10 with a Walkman. But when I had my cassette tapes first. So I guess I would have been, I got chickenpox around 12. Okay. So like between like whatever, 10, 11, who knows? Whenever I had a Walkman and then I had my CD player, I would listen. I would be in it and I would be like this and I'd be listening to my music. And my mom would be like, oh, Brittany just loves music. She's just escaping into stories. Brittany loves reading. And my mom used to enter me into book competitions so I could win like things because I wanted to win things. And I would like call into Radio Disney and I would win prizes and I would join book clubs and like read like 10 books in a week and like get a grand prize. And I was like obsessed with these things and I was escaping. I was running away. I was like trying to find my purpose. I was trying to figure out what character I was in the story. And then I would listen to this music. My mom would think, oh, Brittany's having such a nice time. But in my head, I was just like, should I kill myself? Should I die? Is that what I should do? And then I would kind of romanticize it as a little kid. And then I watch like, oh my God, I would watch like anime and I would just think about like, yeah, like I'm such a emo girl in the end, you know? Who am I and what am I doing here? And then, you know, I was really inquisitive and political and philosophical minded. So yeah, I don't really have a childhood where I was just vibing. But I would say that I worked really hard to learn how to vibe. I would say that that's really what I did. I spent a lot of my time learning how to vibe. And now I'm pretty damn good at it, you know? I feel like I'm that Taurus TikTok I saw the other day that said Tauruses are chill 90% of the time. But if, you know, you see them that 10% of the time, that's how I feel. I feel like I am chill like 90% of the time, 99% of the time even. I feel like I'm chill as fuck. But you get me in a situation where I'm like, what was that? You get me in a position of where I see an injustice. Oh, I'm about to pull someone's hair out. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I am, by the way, for all of us Taurus girlies, we're in a 30-day positive Taurus month. I'm ready to shine. I'm ready to be here. My birthday's in May. Let's fucking go. Okay, I'm ready. I'm manifesting all the positive energy. I'm feeling really good about everything. But I think a part of that was I had to earn it in a sense. Like I had to really have a relationship with myself. Well, everyone around me was just like, why can't you just like get along? Why can't you just do this thing? Why can't you just, yeah. And a lot of it is also just like I'm a biological creature with deficiencies. It's not like my parents worked to help me get diagnosed. I had to do that as an adult. And then everything got a little bit better. I'm also, you know, outside of just introspection, extrospection, enlightenment, the universe, I'm also just a girly who needs to pay her tax. I'm also just a girly who's got autism. I'm also just a girly with BPD. I'm also just a girly with fibromyalgia. I'm also just a girly who like picks her nose like everybody else. You know what I mean? Like outside of this great, like floating off the fucking floor myth that we've created around enlightenment, we're all just people who shit the same as everybody else. You know, it's like we make it out to be so big, like, oh man, I'm going to be enlightened and then everything's going to make sense. Yeah, everything does make sense. You still got to pay your fucking rent.
Escapism really helps me live life to the full.
What does it feel like when you're on your bike?
It feels amazing. It feels like I'm alive. It feels like I'm truly free. There's a lot of joy in it. And I think I'm coming to the realization that I might be a little bit addicted to adventure. So it feels freaking awesome. Yeah.
Why is this escapism so important to you?
I think it's important because it's allowing me and Ella, my partner, to have experiences that are incredible, really. We're very, very fortunate that we get to do those adventures in Europe and in Australia. I have a saying of like, I don't want to be home tending the petunias. I want to be out living life. And that's what motorcycles mean to me.
Davide, we've heard a lot about escapism being related to who we are, our identity. Why is that?
In ordinary life, we're exposed to specific situations that define who we are in mundanity, but there's a lot of other things about our identity we can only discover when we place ourselves in those situations. And so that feeling of being alive because we're escaping the city for nature, or embarking in the Camino of Santiago and rediscovering the acceleration and the slow pace, or even in a role-playing game, seeing what you would do in a potential perilous situation. Would you save yourself or your party members? All these things we can only see when we access what is not normally accessible.
Sean, you were wrongly imprisoned in Myanmar. You found relief from that in reading books. Did your supply of books ever run out?
It never ran out, but it was always incredibly vulnerable. The prison authorities could stop the supply of books at any time. So that was constantly on my mind. And even though the number of books...
Yeah, I agree with Chad. I think these stories could have been separated between escape. Well, maybe because in this bubble, escapism isn't always a bad thing. They're talking about the spectrum of escapism. But it sounds like the difference between people having hobbies where they just enjoy their life and like take a break and go on vacation to some extent, and the difference between like life or death escapism, coping, alcohol. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this episode is the first episode I've seen where I'm like, I feel like the structure's off, but I still enjoy it.
Was quite finite. I would read them as quickly as possible in order to store information in my head, and I could recall it later. So there was always this bit of a dilemma, like how quickly do I get through the latest delivery of books? But I always committed myself to reading as much as possible, as quickly as possible, and then while I had them, read them again, etc. But always with that fear that they'd be taken off me, which they were at various times.
How much did you read?
I would read about a book a day if I was really committed to it. During the periods in which the books continuously arrived, I would get them once a week. By the end of that week, I'd read every book that I'd received. And overall, I got about 130 books across the 2 years. I read all of them at least twice, but many of them 5, 10, even 20 times.
When you're reading a book, you're in that world, your mind is there. What was it like transitioning away from those worlds back into the jail cell?
Yeah, truly awful, because I could totally absorb into the worlds of these books, but then something would go wrong. A prison guard would suddenly sort of rattle the cage door, if you like, and rudely remind me of where I was. Or it could even be as simple as a rat would run across the cell floor, or I'd have a bug drop down from the ceiling onto the book that I was reading at the time. So, yeah, all sorts of interruptions would take place, which brought you very suddenly back to the real world that I was living in.
Deja, you're a professional dominatrix. What do you do?
I provide a range of different services to men, women, couples, transgender people, mainly around the realm of kink and BDSM.
Why did she put trans people in a different category? Is it because it could involve non-binary, gender fluid people? You know what I mean? Because if they're trans-binary, then she just named them men and women. But I guess like trans does include like non-binary, gender fluid people.
BDSM. Each session it can be quite different depending on what that person is wanting to achieve, what they're wanting to escape to as well. And yeah, it's a very spicy life that I lead.
What drew you to this line of work?
Fun fact, I've done like over a decade in BDSM communities and never once wanted to become a dominatrix because, believe it or not, being a dominatrix is a very specific role in the community. Like a lot of people think like, oh, like you're automatically a dominatrix because you're a woman in BDSM and you're a top. No. Like in all of the year, I've never desired to be a dominatrix in a real sense. I mean, I've played with it in my head, but I was like, nah, see, this isn't what I want either. Nah. But like, isn't that interesting? Like people really have such an interesting idea, but they're so limited. You would have, it's amazing how many ways you can interact with BDSM. It's like, it's mind blowing how many ways you can interact with it, you know?
Well, I grew up in a small country town and I moved to Sydney when I was 19 and I just never really felt that the country life was for me. And I started to go to different events and parties, kink events, and I was like, ooh, this is a lot of fun. Met very like-minded people, very open-minded and caring and fun, and I just really started to feel that my corporate...
Shout out to Kyle. Thank you so much for joining memberships, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
Life that I had this double life. I was like, I don't want to do this corporate stuff, but I think I want to try the adult work. And so I quickly transitioned into that about 23, into more the spicier side of things. And yeah, I have no plans on running away from it.
Why do clients come to see you?
I get a range of different clients. So, you know, you can have the stereotypical high-profile CEO type of guys that'll come and see me. And I think a lot of the time they feel everything they do in life, they're in...
You know why BDSM was always seen as an escape for people is because people do it in secret versus people who did it as a lifestyle like I did. BDSM wasn't an escape. It was just like the thing I did after work every day. It was the thing that was just very like a part of my life. Like veganism isn't it? No, it's a bad example. Dancing isn't an escape. It's just like the thing you do after work every day. That's how it felt when I was like in the community and going to dungeons every day or whatever. It wasn't an escapism. It was just the thing I did. If anything, it was more me than the job I was doing during the day. Do you know what I mean? Like, ironically enough, I feel like the place where I wore the mask the most was probably at work. And then when I could get off work, I could finally take off the mask and go to the dungeon and have fun. Like, but I think I used parts of my BDSM time maybe as a form of escapism before I went to therapy, because, you know, I didn't go to therapy till later in life. So a lot of my life I was living undiagnosed and not helped. And I was like really burning out and coping a lot. That also plays a role. I didn't go to therapy till way later in life, guys. So for me, I didn't get any of the benefits of therapy until I was in my late 20s, which is crazy to think about now because it fundamentally changed my life, right? It changed my trajectory in a completely, like, I don't even think my life would have changed if I hadn't gone to therapy and gotten the therapist I did and did the work that I did. So my life heavily benefited from it. I very much recommend hopefully finding the right therapist and having the right therapy. But yeah, like, it's interesting how people define, like, when is an escape? What is the thing? Is it the time you're doing it or is it the thing you're doing? You know, I always think of myself, is this an escape at the expense of something else? And how do I have a balanced life, right?
In control. They might own a business and they're doing everything. Sometimes you just want to escape and someone else do the work. Maybe you want to go into a different type of sensory deprivation where, you know, you can just let go and you can just feel pleasure and freedom. And sometimes people just don't have that in their day-to-day life. And if people have been, let's say, for example, they've been married for 20 years, how to approach your partner and say, hey, I really want to try pegging. And not the pegging with the clothesline, just adding on to that. That can be really tough because you don't know how the other person's going to react. You might be really nervous to say that, and it could end a marriage. And so...
Oh no, chat says, I recently went to my first therapy session and had the absolute worst experience. I'm so sorry. That will happen. I'm so sorry. That might happen. You know what I mean? Yeah, that will happen. I had a pretty bad experience with a therapist once. It's a part of dealing with humans. Oh, that's another part of the radical acceptance. Therapists are just people. They're just people. So you got to choose the right people. They're not magical, perfect people who can read people's minds. Sometimes people say that about therapists, like, we need a therapist, stat, as if, okay, it's just like a person who went to school, guys. That's what a therapist is. Like, Dr. Kirkanda said that when reviewing Love is Blind. Like, people keep saying, oh, they should have a therapist on staff. Guys, just because there's a therapist on staff doesn't mean all of a sudden everything's going to be okay and no one's going to have problems. You know, therapy is like enlightenment. People think if you're a therapist, you're like always perfect or some shit, or you don't need a therapist, you know? Republicans used to say that when I was growing up, like, oh, if therapists need therapists, how good of a therapist could they be? That's not what therapy is. That's not what therapy is. You know, being a therapist doesn't mean you're perfect. Tess says, how do you know if you found the right therapist? Like, what helped you determine that? I saw change. I saw focus. Our vibes were good. We communicated well, and she saw me really well. My first therapist, I had like 6 sessions with. I really struggled for her to see me. It was really weird. I tried my best. I just could not feel like she understood me at all. I definitely felt like she was waiting for our session to be over. Like, I felt like she was looking at the watch. My second therapist that I was lucky enough to do a session with, and this is after I emailed like 70 different people and told them about my circumstance and said I'm looking for a very specific therapist. When I got my second therapist, vibes right away. Vibes right away. Absolute vibes. She just right away, very like the way she thought just worked so good. Pros and cons lists, data driven, very numbers based, very analytical. Like it was very helpful to my brain because that's how my brain works, you know? So yeah, very, very cool. And then I got better. I felt instantly seen session 1. And then I was like, okay, you know, and it's not always going to be that way, but I felt like she was listening. I felt like she was listening to me, which really helped. And she didn't project. She didn't make a prescription. She was very professional. Yeah, all of the good things.
Coming to see a professional such as myself for an hour, maybe 4, maybe 12, it really vary. It's just that little bit of escapism to settle you back.
How do you create that sense of escapism for your clients?
A man might come in and I might dress them in lingerie, heels, stockings, wig, makeup, and they just want to escape into being something that they're not. Might give them a name, might, you know, do some pretty wild things.
There must be a lot of trust in the space that you create in order to have your...
It's all about that trust, girl. Discord said, do you think going to a therapist just to rant is helpful, or do you think there must be a name? That's a great question. I don't know. I think it's really good to... I think it depends on what you need, but sometimes I think getting a third person's opinion that isn't involved in your life is really great. And the professional, you know, situation causes you to feel more secure in the situation, right? I think the why matters here. But yeah, sometimes I think the best person to talk to is somebody not in your life about your life. Sometimes you don't have a person in your life to vent to that's like safe. So sometimes the therapist is the best person, right? But you know, that's why you get to talk to your therapist. I honestly think you should negotiate with your therapist. You know? Like you should talk to them and say, how do you feel about me venting to you? Because that's kind of what I need right now. And see if they're down. Because, you know, maybe they're like, actually, I really struggle with that. And I'm not sure I can just listen to you vent. I don't know. They're people. That's how I would think about it.
Your clients feel like they can let go. Is that really important to you?
Absolutely. And everyone has, in my industry, has their own style, their own technique. For me, humility and sensuality is very important. And so generally how a session would work is I'd have the person come in, we'd have a sit down, have a conversation. How are you today? How are you feeling? Because how you might have felt last week when you made a booking, you might be really nervous. And do a check-in, safe words, all the consent-related stuff. Do you have any injuries, illnesses, things that I should be aware of that might be triggers? And then, you know, I always like to have a bit of a laugh. You know, life's too short not to have a laugh. And so get them in for a shower and then we go straight into the role play.
Emma, you work at a university. Can you wear, say, what you're wearing tonight to work?
Look, I probably could. That's not to say that I would. I think there is a mutual respect between your employer and yourself. And if you're not engaged to bring your whole self to work, you don't necessarily have to, and you sometimes possibly shouldn't. But I have been in situations where...
Ooh, this reminds me of the conversation I did with the girls about masking at work.
I've had to, for instance, cover tattoos or disguise my appearance in some way, and I haven't felt comfortable showing a lot of my identity at work, and I've had to really disguise who I've been, and that's had a really bad impact on who I am as a person and led me to changing my career.
Wow.
Matthew, do you worry about being judged when people find out what you do?
I think a lot of people misunderstand professional wrestling. I think a lot of people think it's just this...
Is this bubble so different in America? I don't think anybody would care if you were a professional wrestler. They're like, okay, cool. Like, they'd be like, yeah, WWE is pretty popular here. People know what it is. I don't even think it'd be a weird job. But could it be? I mean, it's unique, but I don't think it's weird. Like in, they were in New Zealand, right? Wales, Australia, Wales, New Zealand, Wales, Australia, Wales. Where are they? I forget. Australia. Okay, so in Australia, is it weird to be a professional wrestler? You know?
Silly little niche thing. People don't understand kind of the true meaning behind it and the value it can give to people's lives. But the funny thing with judgment is when I put on that mask, I could not care less what people think. I'm completely in the moment. I let go. I can be as silly, as ridiculous as I want to be, and I have no shame, admittedly. When I take the mask off, sometimes a bit of that shame can come crawling back to me. I kind of have those human moments where I am a bit shy about it. It's my little secret, and I think it works better that way.
Well, there's going to be lots of kids potentially going, oh my God, my teacher's a wrestler,
Yeah.
and they're going to want to take up wrestling now.
I know. Well, hopefully I can be a positive influence on those kids.
Totally. Are there parts of your wrestling persona that you do find that you take into your life outside the ring?
Wrestling has helped me understand how to perform to an audience. So when I am in a classroom, I know how to appeal to the audience of those.
Giving autistic vibes, we love him. Giving Neurodivergent King, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe, I'm not diagnosing, I'm just saying I might see a part of myself in him.
Kids maybe to make them like me more, have more of a fun time, just like when I'm in that ring. But I see performances in so many different circumstances in life. A performance could simply be me meeting a stranger and shaking their hand and smiling. There are so many performative elements to every day of our lives. I think people just aren't aware of it.
Absolutely. Very neurodivergent coded. Very, very gay. I'm just kidding. Very neurodivergent.
Tamara, after taking a break from work, you realised it had become an emotional crutch. What does escapism look like for you today?
I've kind of chilled out on the work front. I no longer try and work several jobs at once to feel productive and study at night school at the same time. I like to play my PlayStation. And through streaming and playing games and being in the online community, I've made some really, really tight-knit friendships.
Melissa, you trekked El Camino de Santiago in Spain. You ended up walking 900 kilometres. What did that give you that you couldn't get at home?
It gave me the opportunity to get to know myself as someone without a label of wife, mother, nurse, and it gave me time to process.
900 kilometers is 559 miles. So she walked 559 miles.
Everything that I'd been through, and it gave me an extremely strong sense of self and the knowledge that I can do anything now.
Since coming back, has life changed for you?
It has. It was extremely.
You know what I think these situations prove to you is that you can do it. I think it's really important to prove to yourself that you are reliable. I think it's very important to prove to yourself you can depend on yourself. You should challenge yourself. The reason I'm doing these 30-day challenges in my own life is, one, it gives me a beginning and an end, and I don't have to stress. I even gave myself, so like I just finished my other 30-day challenge of doing yoga 30 days. I took a break. I took a couple days off. I relaxed. I decided to do my next challenge. So now I'm in a new 30-day challenge, and I'm excited. I think it's going to be cool. Fingers crossed. I'm sure I will improve, but will I reach my goal by the end of 30 days? I have no idea. I don't know. This one's really hard to know because there's a chance I might not, but I'm going to do it, and I'm going to bet that I will improve, but I don't know if I'm going to actually get to my 30 days and accomplish what my goal was at the beginning of the 30 days, which will be interesting because for most of the time, like the yoga for 30 days or the vegan for 30 days was just simply to be vegan or do yoga for 30 days. There wasn't like an end goal, but this 30-day challenge has an end goal. And I don't know if I'm going to get there, which is kind of exciting, but it's like a test. I'm relying on myself. I'm saying I couldn't do X thing before, or I couldn't trust my body to do X thing, or my mind to do X thing, or my spirit to do X thing. And now we're going to challenge ourselves to see if we can incorporate this new tool into ours, right? So I'm very, very stoked. I think it's going to be so cool. I'm already enjoying the process, but I think that my whole life I have spent proving to myself that I was reliable, even when I wasn't. Even when I had negative $500 in my account, I eventually I got out of it. You know, even when my credit score was 400, I got out of it. Even when my phone got turned off because I wasn't paying my bill, I rose above it. Even when XYZ happened, I was okay. And I think that is so powerful and important. I mean, I earned a lot of my confidence. I really proved to myself that I was reliable. And so it's easy for me to feel confident. I have the data to reinforce that confidence, right? I really recommend doing that.
Really challenging coming back to everyday life and all the stress. However, I've since moved to Bribie Island. Nothing flash, I just live in a van. But I can spend time on the beach and just reflect on my journey and how it did so much for me.
When you look back at photos, say that one there, do you feel a sense of like pride in what you've done?
Absolutely. Such an amazing sense of achievement. And I certainly hoped I'd be able to do it, but I'm not sure if I believed I could. And sometimes, even now reflecting on it, I think, how did I do that?
Trish, after getting into meditation, you felt like you took it too far. Do you still meditate?
Yes, I do. So I definitely have a more healthy practice. I even became a meditation teacher, and I'm very passionate about helping people make it their own practice, making it more accessible to people. It's certainly something that I use as an everyday kind of strategy for managing ups and downs of life.
Bridget, you've said you won't be able to ride motorbikes forever. What will life be like when you can't escape on that open road?
That's a really confronting question. I'm trying not to think about that too much, but if I have to, it would.
I try not to think about that too much. If I have anything in my life where I try not to think about that too much, I deconstruct it. Why not? What's the fear that's keeping you from thinking about it and not accepting it? My dad was a motorcycle rider his whole life. He retired from riding because the roads got a little scary because, you can lane split in California, and he had almost gotten hit too many times. He's like, the cell phones really made being on a bike much more dangerous. So he retired his bike life. His Harley got retired. And, it was fun while it lasted, but my dad just transferred from motorcycles to big trucks. Oh, fun fact, somebody said earlier, Brittany, what's the cringiest conservative take you had? First of all, the worst conservative take I ever had is that women can't be president because they get periods, period. Okay, I had that thought at like 18, 19 years old. Stupid. Okay, then the funniest version of Brittany that ever existed was the Brittany who wanted a pickup truck with tires so big they were as tall as she was. That I needed a ladder to get into my truck. That used to be a goal of mine. Yep. Good times.
Look, my life would look very different, and I'm grateful that we've got all these amazing videos and photos from all our adventures that we can sit back and reminisce.
Sean, do you still read to escape?
Do you know, I have scarcely read a book since coming back from the prison.
Interesting.
Really?
And it's something that I feel terribly guilty about. That 130 books that I mentioned sort of became the core of my existence. I read them over and over again. And every so often I feel...
Chat says, have you read The Artist's Way, Brittany? That's a great 3-month challenge. So a bunch of people in my Discord did it, and I actually started it. But to be honest with you, I don't know if it was just the state of mind I was in, but I just wasn't vibing with the audiobook and the vibe. I just wasn't vibing with the energy. Okay, so I have a theory. This is probably oversharing. I have a theory going back to what we talked about in gender. Like, I'm a man, or I'm a mother who's a man. Like, I'm a mother who's a masculine. I'm a femme. Sometimes I think certain types of spiritual oriented woo-woo stuff gives feminine energy that I don't hold. And I'm like, where's the data, the statistics? Where's the like black and white thinking? Where's the masculine? It's like it felt a little too femme for me. And I didn't know what was up with that. Like, sometimes when I read books, I'm like, I don't know. It wasn't what I wanted, but I also kind of want to try it, like to go back to it. I don't know. I couldn't get through it, but I'm curious what that's about. Maybe it was just the audiobook. Maybe I should get the physical book. You know what I mean? Who knows? Who knows? But a bunch of people in my Discord were doing it, and they said it was pretty hard, and that was pretty exciting. I love it either way. You should try it. Artist's Way. Everyone does it. Everyone and their mom loves it. But maybe that's the problem, is that everybody and their mom loves it. Maybe my brain is like not typical enough to have it work that way. I don't know.
Feel guilty about it, and I feel like I should be going back to these books. I see them sometimes in bookshops, and it's almost as if they're calling me back. Sean, come back. But it's been very difficult to read a single book since I got back. Life is sort of so full, and there's just so much stimulation from everything else around you, and life is busy and all that. So that part of my life has receded a lot, but it's not something I'm entirely happy about.
I think we would all understand if you never read another book in your life, Sean. Thank you so much, and thank you too for...
Man, the boy read 130 books, and she's like, that's so many. Girl, have you ever been to Book Talk? We've read thousands. Isn't that funny? 130 books? Man, I really am autistic. No wonder I've read thousands, girl, thousands. Hilarious. I love that.
Joining us tonight, that's all we have time for. Thank you for your company. You can catch up on this episode or any others on SBS On Demand.
Woo, woo, woo. Oh my God, 75 Hard. My bestie did 75 Hard. She killed it though. See, this is what's so cool about life. Do all the challenges, guys. Do the artist way. Do 75 Hard. Do Ruben. Do everybody. Just do the challenges. Do whatever makes sense. I try to do a challenge. So this is how I choose a challenge. I make sure it's something I want to do. It has to be something I want to do. If I don't want to do it, I won't do it. It will feel horrible. 2, it has to be something that I want to improve upon something in my life. So it either is something I'm incorporating into my life, something that challenges me. It has to challenge me in both mind, body, and soul. I want to be challenged. And so I have to like incorporate it into something. But I think my goal is just to make sure that I want to do it first and foremost. Because if I do something I don't want to do, well, like, you know what I mean? Like the whole point of living the life I want to live is that I only do what I want to do. And if I'm going to do a 30-day challenge, the challenge isn't in doing something you don't want to do, because that is something I've heard. I've heard people say, you not wanting to do it is a part of the challenge. Yeah, when you're like doing BDSM and kink and you're like, oh no, you know, whatever. But like, no, not when it comes to life. Like maybe if you want to do it that way. I don't think I'm really interested in doing something I don't want to do fundamentally. Like if I want to face a fear, that's still something I want to do. So I don't know if I really believe the challenge is in you not wanting to do it. I think the challenge is in you wanting to do it, but knowing it will be hard. I think that's what matters. You know, I think that's more of how I look at it. Personally, that's how I see it, you know. Okay, we did it. That's what I wanted to talk about today. That's what was on my mind. You know, I wish everyone the best. I wish everyone health and happiness. I love that I'm using my limited time on this rock floating through space to keep up with Ethan drama. Hey, why not? You know? Hey, why not? You know, what a beautiful life. I'm going to go ahead and end stream, take a little break, and then I'm going to edit BoJack Horseman for members. I can't believe we're done with season 3. Woo woo! I can't wait for season 4 because, girl, let me tell you, season 3 was kind of crazy. Season 3 had a lot of moments where I was like, ma'am, yeah. Hold on. Chat says, I heard someone say discipline was not wanting to do something and doing it anyway, but it's knowing you want to do it even when you don't feel that way in the moment. Yeah, I think discipline that doesn't coincide with your joy is unwise suffering. I want to suffer wisely. So I want my discipline to be connected to my wise suffering. Like David Goggins, I really think he suffers unwisely. Like I think a lot of men who make up a lot of these sayings, I think they suffer unwisely. I think a lot of men value torturing themselves to feel disciplined, but I just think discipline should coincide with your joy. So it's like good discipline. You know, sometimes I really like raise my eyebrow at these boy bubbles, bro. You know? But yeah, doing dishes and laundry is why suffering. Exactly. See? Actually helping around the house, why suffering, you know? Yeah. All right. All right, girls, this is it. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'll go ahead and I'll talk to you next time. Here's some Elvin on the way out. Have a good day. Bye. Goodbye. That was so loud in my ear. Dun, dun, dun. Bye-bye.